around the Beltway. The inner loop, no delays. The outer loop, no problem either. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes pretty solid from about Eastern Avenue to O'Donnell Street. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It looked like the Orioles were on their way to taking their second straight road series until the bottom of the sixth inning in Toronto on Sunday. After a Gunnar Henderson error, the Blue Jays had runners on the corners with one out. Brandon Valenzuela hit what appeared to be a double play ball, but Henderson was unable to tag Ernie Clement, who looked to be out of the baseline. Toronto went on to score 3 more runs in the inning to take a 5-4 lead. Craig Alvarez spoke on the play following the game.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of like his running path. So it's like similar to when a ground ball to first base, run on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
The O's will be back at it Monday as they return home for a 4-game set with the Mariners. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. Get your feet on the floors. Jumpstart your day with your boys on this manic Monday in Baltimore. What's up, man?
What's up, man? It's I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about the Orioles game and what happened yesterday.
And what didn't happen yesterday, too.
Yeah, just frustrating. But yeah, it was an interesting weekend for me. I was telling you, I went to see Scary Movie after the show on Friday, came out and my battery was dead. And then, so I had a nice little eventful weekend of figuring all that out.
So you figured out the place that says they do batteries, install batteries. They have so many other stipulations on whether or not they'll. So you went to the same franchise place that I went to.
Yeah.
Did they tell you they didn't have enough people working in the store?
Initially.
Did they tell you it was wet outside?
No, they didn't get to that one. They didn't have enough people working in the store, and then eventually when they found out a hybrid, they told me that they're not allowed to change hybrid batteries.
But they said a specific hybrid battery.
Yeah. Well, it said if the corner was clipped. I think
Is your corner clipped?
No. I think the guy was being honest with me. I think at first, nobody wanted to do it. He was like, we're short-staffed. I'm like, there's 4 of you. No, those 2 aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, they did take care of me there. Got the battery. The guy told me a place to go that was less than a mile away.
The frauds.
It's just a lot of moving pieces.
You have a sign that says you sell and install batteries. You have more excuses not to install the battery. And frauds, man. You can say what you want. Freaking frauds.
I think yours is probably more like, I think they were probably telling me the truth about mine.
They were relieved that you didn't have the front end exposed. Oh my gosh. Woo!
Oh, it's in the back. Ooh,
That's the one. That's the one.
The goalpost. We can't do the ones that are in the back of the car. This one's in the front? Yeah. We can't do those during the day.
They tell you to pop your hood. They go out there, pop your hood, please. We don't install batteries that are black with red stripes that are in the Toyota 4Runner when it's raining or precipitation outside. Yeah, that's it. Nice. Yeah, that's the ticket.
That's what we want right there.
Yeah. Can't wait for the NBA game tonight.
Yeah.
As you know, if the Knicks win, then I thought the series was over if the Knicks won game 2 Friday. The Knicks won game 2 Friday. I think the series is over.
See, so I thought that as well. And again, we'll find out more tonight. But the Knicks are only 2.5-point favorites at home. And it kind of shocked me because, like I've been saying all along, like the emotions that you're going to get in game 3 from the fans. Now, this is a catch-22 because as pumped up as they are, you know you can take the wind out of them and knock them out real quick as well. But any sort of sign of life on that side, that crowd is going to be ridiculous.
Now, Wemby has not looked like Wemby in this series, so you have lots of reasons to beat up on him. However, the final turnover of that game was not Wemby.
Yeah.
It was now, where's the guard going? Why are you turning up court when your 7'5" guy has the ball in his hand? That's when you say, give me the ball.
Yep.
That's when you demand the ball. You don't turn your back and head up court when your 7'5" guy has the ball in his hand. Listen, he has, there are lots of plays that he did not make, even though I thought he played a sensational second half. But it's tainted because of that play. That play was not on Victor Wembanyama. The guard has to turn. Jeremy, you gonna let your big man take the ball up the court in that situation?
No, I mean he's different, but no,
I don't care. I'm good. Give me the ball and let's run a play for him. I don't want him going ISO there. I don't. I want, if anything, give me the ball and you go down there inside and just dominate people. I don't want him making a play from coast to coast on that.
I tend to agree with you, but I think it's different for certain players because if Giannis has it, I want Giannis attacking the basket. I want the ball in his hand and I want him going after it. Bringing the ball up the court and attacking a guy. Like Wemby drives, but a lot of times when he gets on the block, he's shooting over you or making plays down there. He shoots jump shots. He has that crazy reach where if you saw the one pass, he dunked it and it looked like he was jumping from the foul line almost.
We could sit here and go frame by frame of plays that he should have made and did not make. That one, it's a shame that he was involved in that one because that's what we'll remember. Yep. If they lose this series, we'll remember that play. You had something over there, Ben, like you grabbed the microphone. I didn't think the play was on Wemby.
Yeah, I was going to ask, and it's tough because usually kind of like guys played out. But with a young team like that, you have any issue with Mitch Johnson not burning the time out there?
Nope, I don't. No, I'm not giving you a chance.
I didn't question it in the moment, so I can't question it now.
I'm not giving Mike Brown. Mike Brown has proved that he's a guy. My philosophy has always been in that situation, just like I'm drawing something up, so is that other coach. We prepared you for this. Go get it. He had one timeout. I'm saving that timeout for if we get stuck. What I mean by that is if we do run a play and they shut us down and we don't have a play off of the play, timeout. Now I'll draw up something in the box. But I'm not calling timeout there. I'm sorry. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it more than 24 seconds left in the game?
It was about 11.
It's only 11 seconds?
It was like 11 or 9,
okay. Yeah, but I'm not calling timeout. I didn't, like you said, Jeremy, that was something that I never questioned then. So I'm not going to double back and say, well, maybe he should have called the timeout. I'm not calling a timeout there. There's been plenty of situations where I've been in something like that, and I didn't use the timeout unless, again, we got stuck.
I'm not a matter-of-fact guy. There are a lot of people that tell you what they were feeling after the play happened. Mm-hmm. Like in that moment, I think different coaches, it's one of those things like, just like you're talking about, there's the same thing. I'm up 3. Do I foul? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't play those cute games.
Well, a lot of coaches do.
I don't like that. I'm not giving you shots.
Well, if I'm a better free throw shooting team, I think it's a smart play. If you don't want them shooting a 3 at the end to tie it or get some stupid foul and then an and one or somebody getting 3 free throws. But
or they make the first one, miss the second one, get an offensive putback. Just play defense. I forget what I was going to say. Yeah, never mind. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. It should be an interesting game. It should be. Oh, yeah. The Knicks. That play happened. They got the ball back because Jalen Brunson missed the free throw, right?
I don't remember.
Jalen Brunson missed free throw.
Brunson made one of 2. They got the rebound.
They made the first, missed the second. He got a rebound. So, the Knicks are scrambling too. A timeout not only settles you, but it settles them. If we're both going to be scrambled, at least I have the basketball tonight.
Well, no. The play where they had the turnover was off of just a missed pull-up.
Okay, I thought it was free throw.
The following play was a missed free throw.
It was Friday, man. It was a long time ago. It was a long, long time ago. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Were the Birds robbed yesterday? We'll talk about that at 6:30. But on the other side, we'll recap the entire weekend. Road series against the AL East right here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mayor, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And our latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now and keep your phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $800.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges up to $800 with new account qualifying unlike device credit service ported 90-plus days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 15 days. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The Beltway looks good, no problems, inner loop or the outer loop. 95 northbound at exit 74, that's Mountain Road. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. And 895 southbound, just past exit 12. An accident has the left lane and the right lane closed. The only lane getting by is the ramp onto 895. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Hollywood Brown had high praises for Lamar Jackson. We'll talk about that at 6:45. But right now, the Birds go on the road to take on the Boston Red Sox for 3. And then the Toronto Blue Jays for 3. They come back 3-3 after taking 2 out of 3 in Boston and losing 2 out of 3 in Toronto. Jeremy Kahn, considering their road record going into last week and their road record against the AL East, forget about what happened yesterday. If I would have told you going into Boston, the Orioles would go on the 6 games and go 3-3, you would have said?
I'm comfortable with it. You always like to have a winning record, but again, I can't complain about going 500 on the road. I've always said this, and I know it applies more for football for me. It's like split on the road and win your home games. And it's not quite that way in Major League Baseball because there's so many games, but like it's streaky. So I compartmentalize. It's like, okay, road trip, 6 games. At worst, 500.
Right.
Let's try to go 4-2. Same thing. 10-game stretch at home. What were you like? 7-3. I'd like 8-2, but 7-3.
Right.
So like that's how I look at it.
If I look at it from the beginning, the way I proposed to use. If you would have told me Orioles started off this road trip 9-17, 0-whatever against the AL East.
Yeah.
They come home with 3 wins against the East and 12-20 on the road, trending in the right direction. If you would have told me they went 3-3, I would have said to you, okay, I'll do that considering what they've done so far. Now, if looking back in hindsight of the things that could have happened, you're only disappointed because of that. The 3-3 as a whole should not be a disappointment. You should want bet more, but it should not be a disappointment in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's you just kissed your sister on the road, right? Like you're coming back, but you're keeping yourself within that AL East and the same thing around these guys. Now, a win over Toronto is huge because obviously it's a divisional game and you're looking at a team that's ahead of you.
Now, after yesterday.
Yeah. So, I mean, these are going to be key games, and I think the AL East games are going to end up meaning a lot more once we get into August and September.
We talk about the Orioles and the lack of run scoring. Do you realize in the AL East, only the Yankees have scored more than the Orioles?
Yeah.
And it's not really close. Orioles have scored 309 runs. Other than the Yankees, it would be the Tampa Bay Rays, who scored 283, the Toronto Blue Jays, who's played the same amount of games, who scored 272, and then the Boston Red Sox, who scored 249.
If they weren't too analytical, maybe they could lead the league in scoring.
Only the Yankees and the Orioles are the only teams in the East that have scored over 300 runs. In fact, can I expand it a little bit?
Yeah.
There are only 4 teams in the American League, period, that have scored over 300 runs. The Orioles, the Yankees, the White Sox, the Twins, I said 5 teams, sorry, and the Houston Astros. 5 teams. 5 out of 15 teams. Only 1/3 of the league, the American League, has scored over 300 runs. Orioles are one of those teams.
Too analytical.
Yeah. Now, the flip side is they're one of only a few teams now. More teams have given up 300 runs.
Yeah,
They're the only team in the East that's given up 300 runs, though.
Who was I just listening to kind of crap on analytics and say, I don't care about analytics. It wasn't something local. It was a national thing this past weekend. But again, we go back to it. Everybody wants to point at it when they think it's not working for their team. Did Mike Elias become a better GM overnight, or was some of the moves he made good and it just didn't work out at that point? And again, maybe at the end of the year, we look at it and go, those moves didn't work out regardless. I mean, I don't know what to expect from Chris Bassett after he left the game early, but there's so many people that harp on these things like, oh, you got to trade this guy, get rid of him. Last year, the people that were yelling, get rid of Adley are like, you can't trade him. You can't trade him this year. You got to keep him.
Do you know how stupid it sounds when you say you don't care about analytics? If you don't care about analytics, you realized 40 years ago when the manager of the opposing team brought a lefty out and the guy coming up to play bat was the lefty and he wasn't a star lefty, you do realize that manager pinch hit.
Yeah.
Why? Analytics. You do realize in a close game back in an old National League when the pitchers had to hit and you got to the 7th or 8th game and you needed some runs because the runner's on second or third, you'd pinch hit for the pitcher. Why? Analytics. Mm-hmm. Now, like anything else in life, it evolves. It gets bigger. That's like saying, I'm not taking a picture on my phone. Why? I'd rather have my Polaroid and shake the picture until I can see it. No.
Shake it.
Everything evolves, but for some reason, you don't want analytics in sports to evolve. Like, how about you go get an old car with a carburetor and all these other things because you don't want to use the modern technology of the vehicles now, but you want baseball to stand still and not move forward. Man, shut up.
It's so funny to just watch. I wish this team played more like this team, and I go watch them, and that team's doing the same exact things that the Orioles are doing.
Problem is they're not watching the team. They only watch the highlights.
Oh, man.
Analytics have been around in the game forever. And you know the problem? Here's the problem. I remember, Jeremy, when you had a pitcher on the mound, all you had to worry about was fastball, curveball, changeup. That's all you had to worry about. But when you got pitchers throwing 6 pitches, yeah, you better be analytically inclined.
It's like a kid that went up at 7-Eleven and started mixing all the flavors because now you've got the knuckle curve. And here's a sweeper. What the hell is that? That's these 3 things combined.
What about the kick change?
Yeah. There's so many different change-ups, the different grips, the way the ball. Hey, here's a screwball. I thought Bugs Bunny threw the screwball. Nope, they do it still.
Again, these hitters, man, they got to go up to the plate. All right, 1, 2. Am I looking for the fastball? Is he pitching off the fastball for the changeup? What about, is he throwing the 12-6 curveball? Is he throwing the 3-9 slider? What does he throw? He has all of those pitches in his repertoire. You know how many times I heard this year an announcer says, well, he's only throwing the sweeper with 2 strikes 7% of the time. So he's probably going to throw the fastball. That's what the batter's thinking, too. You know what came? The sweeper.
Always, man.
That's what came. The sweeper came. 410-583-1057, Rosedale. Antonio. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Happy Monday, guys.
Happy Monday to you, too, man.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe. What was the worst in yesterday's game? That the Orioles should have lost, the umpire's call, or the Orioles defense, and you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day as well. Antonio, thank you very much for your segue, my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the segue. We're going to talk about Hollywood Brown and what he had to say about Lamar Jackson at 6:45, but on the other side, the Birds got robbed yesterday. Or as Antonio said with the defense, or did they? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
With us today is Dr. Scott Adams from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. And Dr. Adams, as our in-house game day injury expert, we were wondering if you could help our parents with their young future sports stars. Now, soreness is normal, but is there a way to explain how to know when that pain is something more?
Sure, bumps and bruises are clearly not a serious injury in sports, but something like swelling in the joint. I often tell patients that's the equivalent of the check engine light being on in the joint. This can sometimes mean that there's something more serious, such as a ligament injury, a bone injury in the knee, a meniscus injury. Oftentimes, this is more indicative of some kind of more structural problem. This is when you really should consider seeking out evaluation by an orthopedic doctor or primary care doctor to see if it is something more serious.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with a suspected orthopedic injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. We're ready to help.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The outer loop of the Beltway at exit 27, that's Delaney Valley Road. An accident has the left lane blocked and backs you up to Harford Road. 895 southbound just past exit 12, that's Lombard Street. An accident still has the left lane blocked. You're backed up pretty solid past Eastern Avenue. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles dropped the series finale in Toronto 6-4 to wrap up a 6-game road trip. It was an odd day for Shane Baz as he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits and a walk in 5 2/3 innings pitched, but just 1 run was earned. All the damage against him came in the 6th inning where things got hectic. Baz spoke on his success through the first 5 innings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the walk to start the 5th, not ideal, but other than that, I felt like I was attacking guys really well. I was making them swing, put the ball in play, and our defense was amazing, especially those first few innings. And, you know, they did a great job behind me and made it easy to be efficient.
The Birds will return to Camden Yards for a 7-game homestand starting tonight with the Mariners. In the NBA, New York and San Antonio will clash for Game 3 of the finals. Tip-off is set for 8:30 tonight at Madison Square Garden, where the Knicks are 6-1 in the playoffs. You can catch all the action on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
6:30 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Birds lose yesterday in a controversial way to the Toronto Blue Jays. They lose 6-4. And as you heard Ben Hall say in the update, that sixth inning did in the Birds. Ground ball, Gunnar Henderson, he tried to apply a tag. Base runner avoided the tag. Gunnar throws the first for the force out. Orioles taking the air out of the inning with the double play, Jeremy. Inning continues. This is what Craig Albanese had to say after the game.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of like his running path. So it's like similar to when a ground ball to first base, run on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunnar's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
What do you believe a good enough attempt to be? I mean, he put both his arms out.
I think when you stick your glove out to tag somebody, that's an attempt to tag. There's no rule about how far you have to extend your arm to tag somebody.
This is one of the dumbest things. Like, all right, so I'm reading here, and I don't expect him to say anything else. And I actually like Ernie Clement. He basically said, the runner gets to create their own lane. I guess I created it early enough to where it wasn't out of the base path. He didn't really make an attempt to tag me. It's really the umpire's discretion. And then crew chief Hunter Wendelstedt said it was actually a very gentlemanly thing to do to move out of the way. Shut up, you. I almost said something I shouldn't have. And then second base umpire Nick Lentz to a pool reporter. The runner has a right to establish his base path, and so Clement had established his base path to avoid the fielder from potential interference. And even though that Henderson reached out for a tag, Clement's base path was already established out there going to second base. So therefore, it was not out of the base path. You have 3 feet either way once the base path is established.
He was in right field.
He went 6 feet to the right. And I'm tired of this. It was a gentlemanly thing to do. You think he got out of the way so Gunnar had an easy throw to first base? You think that's what he was doing? Or was he trying to avoid the tag and he ran all the way around him? It's just
Did Jackson Holliday do the gentlemanly thing going to first base in the ninth inning?
To be fair, Jackson Holliday didn't go 3 feet one way or the other. I don't even think he got into the grass. I'd have to rewatch it to see if his foot touched the grass, but I still think he should have been called out.
Yeah, my point was he didn't avoid the tag as much as Clement did. And I'm with you. Jackson Holliday should have been called out. But so should have Ernie Clement. This is ridiculous, man. And to double down on this, what happened to the days when you say, so you want the players and the managers and coaches to be held accountable and say, you know what? What was it last week when Craig Albanese said, maybe I shouldn't have left him in this long. Maybe I shouldn't have. But for the umpire to double down with his gentlemanly thing, man, come on, dude.
Joke, man.
It's
in Major League Baseball, by the way, we can review a bunch of stuff. So here's the funniest thing about baseball with the review system. You can review almost anything unless it's right in front of the umpire, unless that umpire is the guy behind the plate. So he can miss something behind the plate that's right in front of him, but the guy at first base and third base can't. This play here, you can't go back and review this and say, oh, that's egregious. That's not 3 feet. And I love the people that try to double down on this like gotchas, like, if you had a dog in the fight here, and I don't care either way, if this was the Orioles and the Blue Jays were the ones running, I would tell you he should have been out.
Yeah.
It's not
I'd
even
be happy
close.
with the result because it's my team, but my opinion about the play wouldn't change.
It's not even close. Like, it's, Gunnar saying he was in right field. I was like, that's a little, he's closer to right field than he is to second base. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's a gentlemanly thing to do. That's what he
crazy.
was doing. He was getting out of the way so he had an easier throw, not trying to avoid
That's a crazy statement to make, man. That's probably the worst statement to make. It was a gentlemanly thing to do. He was getting out of Gunner's way.
What a douchebag.
Now, Gunnar Henderson's era helped us get there. We know that. But that doesn't take away from you should have been out. Gunnar Henderson's play on defense also should have gotten him out of the inning.
Yeah. I mean, he had the one play where you're trying to turn the double play and you don't get it to get out of the inning. You had the bobble there, that the mistake that was made that allowed the inning to continue. And it's odd. We say this all the time. You give a guy like a dropped foul ball, right? A pop-up should have been caught drop foul ball. How many times has the guy come up the next at bat or next chance, base hit, home run, whatever? There's a double down the line. And it felt like that yesterday. You give him an extra opportunity, and then you just watch everything unravel.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. This is a situation where you should have come home 4-2 on this road trip. Do you think Shane Boz was left in the game too long in that inning?
You know what? That was one of the things that I think is fair to question. I think you were trying to give him a chance to hold on to his win and get his, what was that, the 6th inning?
Yeah.
Get him his, quality start at that point, but then everything unraveled. And even, coming in at the next point, you go in there, try to take him out, and then even what comes in next, you still give up more runs. So it's like you can't win for losing here, but yes, I do think he should have taken him out.
I do too. I was sitting there wondering, when are you going to take him out?
I think that's fair criticism because, like, when you start to see, we've seen this so many times, and Shane Boz has been very good here recently, but we've seen him do that before.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him do it with the Rays, and I've seen him do it this year where it's like, hey, bud, what's going on? Like, you just rolled through the first 3 innings, and now here we are, and we can't get anyone out. So it's just funny to me. Yeah, I mean, we literally had a third base coach go into the field of play and nobody said
same road trip, Jeremy. Same road trip.
Yeah, here it is. JCM pointed out a no call on a run going out of the baseline, a third base coach entering fair territory while sending a runner home, a pitcher balking and lobbing a pitch 20 feet over his catcher's head, and we don't even get the advantage of that because they said he balked first. And again, I'm so sick of these people that are MLB scoring changes. Here, again, the runner establishes his own path and can be anywhere once the tag attempt starts. You draw a line from the runner to the base, and he has 3 feet either way. He ran out of that base path.
He's almost, the picture that Ed sent yesterday, Jeremy, he's almost out of the frame. Look at this. He's almost out of the frame.
How is that 3 feet?
That's not 3 feet.
That's like me telling my wife I'm 6 inches. We're exaggerating here. She knows. God, man, it's just...
I forgot all about that, though. The third base coach.
What in the hell was that?
On the field while the runner is rounding third. So I can't throw to the plate without hitting you. That's what should have happened. They should have thrown to the plate and hit him.
I would have just ran right into the guy. Like, whoa, what is this?
I'd have thrown and hit him. Thrown it right to his thigh. Oh, my bad. Hey, he's out, right?
Dude, we got all these reviews. They go to New York to see all these different things, and you can't review that?
Don't get me on the New York reviews. I got something for that later. That's my shovel. This isn't even my shovel because this was on the field play. You can screw it up, but reviews should get it right. Replay should get it right. Why can't they replay this, Jeremy? Should they be able to?
Yes.
Is this the equivalent of doing a challenge for holding? You can't do it?
No, it's pass interference.
Okay.
I just watched it. I know it's pass interference, and you guys are telling me it's not. And I hate when they try to do this. Well, the letter of the law is shut up. When did he start moving right? And the reason that Gunnar was so adamant about getting to first base and getting the double play is so the run on third doesn't score.
Right.
So for anybody saying, well, why didn't he just make sure he went after him and tagged the guy going, because the guy ran out of the damn base path.
If Gunnar, I explained this to someone, Gunnar assumed the runner was out because he ran out of the base path. If Gunnar knew that he wasn't out, he would have made another attempt because he's the most important runner, the lead runner. Gunnar would have said, damn that run on first base. I need this guy.
But he needed the double play so the run didn't score.
Exactly. But the reason why he didn't go after him, Clement, because he assumed he was out. Okay, you're out. Throw to first base. It's a horrible play. And what makes it even worse to me is they're doubling down. They're justifying this bullcrap.
Yeah, I'm looking at somebody else breaking it down. And so here it says, I think the tag attempt starts here. He's got an image of it. It's almost like a cartoon that he created to make this. It says, this is the point which the fielder has changed direction, is running towards the runner. Okay? Let me spin this around so you can see it. That's the point where he starts running towards him.
Yes.
Okay, then the runner decides to change his base path right here. And once you start doing the math, those are the two correct points to consider. Then runner deviated by 6 feet. However, if the starting point's a bit later, say halfway between those 2 points, then the deviation would be closer to 3 feet. It's not. It's almost 6 feet that he's out of the base path. Look at this. How far is that going into second base? You're sliding into center field, you jackass. I hate when we see certain things and there are people telling you, no, it's not
That's
that
not
way.
what you saw.
Your eyes are wrong. But oh, by the way, why can't you review it? We've already seen these guys make so many effing mistakes behind the plate. We had a guy that missed 17 calls behind the plate. 17.
In one game. Knicks are up 2-0. Is this series over? We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, Hollywood Brown says Lamar is the system. Do you agree or not? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Going to talk Ravens.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 3 of the NBA Finals is a very early test of legacy for Victor Wembanyama. If the Spurs fall down 0-3, they're likely going to get swept. He's been positioned as a guy that could eventually become one of the greatest of all time. But in order to be the GOAT, you have to threaten Michael Jordan's 6-0 Finals record. It's not fair, but it's true. It's time for him to dominate and impose his will. He's the best player on the floor. Go play like it. I'm Denton Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Low 60s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 79. This weekend, upper 80s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit LionsDen.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The outer loop of the Beltway right at Delaney Valley Road, that's exit 27. An accident has 2 left lanes blocked, backing you up to Bel Air Road. On the west side, you're on the brakes, 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 95 northbound, just past exit 67. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. In the city, 895 southbound, just past exit 12, that's Lombard Street. An accident still has the left lane blocked, backing you up to past Eastern Avenue. 95 southbound is slow from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
.48 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. So lots of talk about the Ravens offense and where they're going and the direction in which they're going. The phrase system quarterback. I know you love that.
I mean, look, I do think certain guys apply to it, and you know who they are.
Yeah, you do.
It's not... More times than not, it's not the guy that's putting up 40 touchdowns and a handful of interceptions. More times than not, it's a guy who's talented that needs his hand held with the play calling. You need simplistic routes and things like that. But we've gone, Rob, you may have been the first person saying it, and I don't think you've given you credit for anything, but like he was in a Bobby Petrino system in college.
Yeah.
Why would you think he can't? Man.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of shade thrown out at the last coaching regime. I don't know whether this is shade, but Hollywood Brown recently appeared, well, not recently, months ago appeared on the Ryan Ripken show. And the reason why this is coming up is because of whether or not Lamar Jackson, the question of can run this system. This is what Hollywood Brown had to say.
Going through our first year, I'm looking at him, and I'm just like, me being older now, when I look back, the stuff I used to say was right. I was just the wrong person to say it because of how young I was. Yeah. You know, me looking at it now is like, if this young guy trying to tell this coach or this, like, I'm the wrong messenger. But we didn't have, like, the older guys that was comfortable speaking out or putting themselves in that fire because they don't probably have the job security. Yeah. So I knew this one thing I used to hate hearing, like, and take me off. We built this system around Lamar. I used to hate hearing that. I used to hate hearing that. I feel like he is the system. You can put him in anything. And if you feel like he can't do something. All right, let's develop. We do all this practice. Let's develop him into doing something y'all think he can't do.
Well, I like what he's saying.
And now we know the rest of the story. And now I'm scrolling through, and I found this. I'm like, wow. He is. We put together a system. You didn't put together squat. Your system was, hey, Lamar, get us a first down. Hey, Lamar, lead us down the field. I never thought Lamar was a part of a sophisticated, complex offense, and he can run that. He can run a sophisticated, complex offense. I felt like this Ravens offense has been playing checkers for years, just with a great guy handling all the pieces. That's all. I have not found that guy that's been sitting at the top, the evil genius, putting together a plan to put the best offensive player in the game in the best position to manipulate the field. I felt like they put this guy on the field and said, hey, Lamar, go do it.
Yeah.
And I love what Holly Brown said. He is the system.
Well, there's no question. And again, like, Steph Curry's in a system, but would he be great anywhere he's at?
Yes.
You know, the Ben Johnson offense.
But what did Steve Kerr do? What did Steve Kerr do for years? He didn't just say, go eat, Steph. He put together a system that complemented Steph. I don't think that's been the case in Baltimore. I think in Baltimore it's been, go eat, Lamar.
Yeah, Steve Kerr could easily run the triangle. I mean, ran it in Chicago. I mean, you could, there's some things you could do, but with their system and how it sets up, Patrick Mahomes is in a system. But does that mean he's a system quarterback? No. He throws more screen passes for touchdowns than anybody in the league. Mm-hmm. But does that mean that he's just a dink and dunker? No. Go watch the games. We all know what he's done. It drives me nuts when people try to say this. When you're talking about a guy that's a system quarterback, it means he can only play one style.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I want to see an offense that says, I have this weapon of mass destruction. Let me do something to open him up more. Yeah, I know what he can do on his own, but what can I do to help open him up more? How can I make his life easier? I don't think that's been the case here earlier. And to hear Hollywood Brown say, I look back on it, I was given the right message, I just shouldn't have been the messenger. I respect that.
I look back at it like a rabbit with a Craftmatic.
But he was right, though, man. That's why he wanted out of here. Like, you guys suck.
I don't know about you. There was this moment in Green Mile where Michael Clark Duncan looks at Tom Hanks and goes, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of talking about Lamar being in a system or Lamar, he can't do this, he can't do that. What else does he have to show you guys?
He'll never. The naysayers will never see it. They'll never see it. Here's the key. Here's the thing, Jeremy. Write this down. The day is what? June 8th is 6:53. If Lamar Jackson wins the Super Bowl this next season, the naysayers would say, look at all the years he wasted. We could have had more than one. Mm-hmm. We should have had more than one.
Of course.
That's what the naysayers will say. It's always going to be that goalpost. That goalpost has a remote control. They don't even move it themselves. They just hit the button and move it again.
I told you.
I don't worry about them anymore because they're going to say what they're going to say.
Every time somebody starts some argument and has some stupid idea, and then it's proven that they're wrong, it's, hey, let's move the goalpost over here because then this makes me right. It's like the guys that would take something to support their argument. It's like, the last 17 games, why'd you pick 17? Why do we go 17? That's a weird number to pick because it fits your narrative. I mean, it's just like, come on, man. I think when they go, this guy's batting 420 during his hitting streak. Well, that means he got a hit every damn day.
Why'd you use 420? I'm just curious. Why'd you use 420, Jeremy? That's an interesting number for you.
That's what time I set my alarm in the morning.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It is.
It's probably your favorite combination of numbers.
My problem is that I wake up at 3 every damn day, and 1, and 11, and 9.
Let's join us right now, Ed Norris. What's up, Ed?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Nothing much, man. Hollywood Brown says that he likes the message that he gave, that he shouldn't have been the messenger, and he says Lamar Jackson is the system. Do you agree with that?
Well, the system is built around Lamar, so I would call him up. He is the system, yeah. The whole offense. I mean, Harbaugh told me before they were going to do it. You're going to have a whole new offense. It's going to be developed around one player, and it was him.
And we got a big hour for the people. We got Shovels at 7:45. Also 7:15. Very interesting question that I want to throw to you and the listeners. That is, who is the greatest Oriole of all time? Not your favorite, but the greatest. We'll do that at 7:15. But we saved this one just for you. We're going to open up your hour with your 2 hours with a bang. Knicks up 2-0. Is this series over? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Comedian Dave Chappelle brings his Pulling Up tour to CFG Bank Arena this Friday, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It looked like the Orioles were on their way to taking their second straight road series until the bottom of the sixth inning in Toronto on Sunday. After a Gunnar Henderson error, the Blue Jays had runners on the corners with one out. Brandon Valenzuela hit what appeared to be a double play ball, but Henderson was unable to tag Ernie Clement, who looked to be out of the baseline. Toronto went on to score 3 more runs in the inning to take a 5-4 lead. Craig Alvarez spoke on the play following the game.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of his running path. So it's similar to when a ground ball to first base, run on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
The O's will be back at it Monday as they return home for a 4-game set with the Mariners. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
.702 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn on this Manic Monday. Ed, I asked the question on Friday's show, if the Knicks go up 2-0, is the series over? Now, the Knicks are up 2-0. So, Edward Norris, is this series, for all intents and purposes, over?
Well, since no team down 0-2, when they lose the games at home has ever won, I'd say yes. I think the Knicks look better, frankly. I mean, Wemby's been, really slowed down. He doesn't look anything like people thought he would. And it's starting to get
he can see you smiling, right, Jeremy? He can see you smiling.
No, the Floridian is wrong.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's always. This reminds me about certain people in our business do. Is everything's negative. Nobody ever plays well. No one ever plays well. It's always. It's not the Knicks doing it. It's not the Brown is a better coach because the players aren't exhausted. He utilizes the bench effectively. Things like that. It's that Wemby's off. That's the reason. That's it. That's the only reason. The Knicks have the greatest point differential in NBA playoff history, but it's not that. It's Wemby.
I think it is Wemby being off, but you know why Wemby's being off? Because of what the Knicks are doing to him.
Yes, correct.
Wemby's taking contested shots. He's taking shots off balance, and it's because of what they're doing to him. So, in the words of Jeremy Kahn, they both can be true.
Yeah. He's also. I know he's kind of losing his cool. He's been fairly dirty during this.
I thought you meant me. I was like, I didn't do anything, jerk. I lost my point.
And can I just say, I hate to point it because they wanted, I can say this, so you have a point when you lose, the official. What's up with the officiating in game 2? Especially the end of the game. It was like the refs were trying to give the game to the Spurs.
Well, that's where some people get into the. I think they'd like this series to go longer because it's more money, and that's where people start to question some of the. Hey, were you trying to give that to them in the end?
The refs do get paid per game, Ed.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, they get paid per game.
It's like announcers. I talked to the guys that announce the Oriole games. They love when it goes to extra innings because that's overtime.
No, it's not.
It's overtime.
No,
Ed.
it's not.
Time and a half.
No, it's not.
You get paid 1.5 per inning.
Don't get paid. We don't get paid per inning. Get paid per game.
They get a bonus. It's not per inning.
No, there's no bonuses.
Is that in cash? They just picked that up at Rubenstein's office?
Just like you at home. I was at the field thinking, when will this game end? I was thinking the same thing. No, but I think the Knicks have done a phenomenal job. The Knicks, I don't see them losing tonight. If they lose tonight, if the Spurs win this game tonight, then the series is back on. I just don't see a scenario where the Knicks lose game 1 at home. I know it's game 3. Game 1 at home. 1999 was the last time they hosted an NBA Finals game. 1999. Mm-hmm. They have not won since what? 1974? Won in the finals? 1973?
Yeah.
Come on, man. The energy, the roof may blow off. I'm serious, man. I don't see them losing tonight.
There's going to be, I tell you, there's going to be parts of that roof all over 7th Avenue.
You know, the problem with me is just being a contrarian. I've said all along that I think playing the Knicks in Game 3 is going to be an absolute bitch because of that crowd. But I also believe that if you jump out early, you can take the air out of a crowd really quick. The only problem is they're dying to get back into it. So any run from the Knicks gets it brought back up. Now, the 2.5-point spread is kind of what gave me pause because I thought that this would be like 5.5 or 6 because they're up 2-0. And I don't know, man. I'm taking the under tonight. I don't know who I'm rooting for because I'd like to see more games because it's a fun series, but I still like to see the Knicks win. I got a friend that's a Knicks fan. He's the only, not some guy I know. You don't know him. He doesn't go to he goes to a different school.
However, if the Spurs win tonight, guys, it goes at least 6. Ooh. It goes at least 6.
Ooh. Yeah.
Because the Knicks will win game 4 at home. The Spurs will go back to San Antonio. They'll win at home.
Can I tell you how I think they're frustrating Wemby is that because they play so much 5 out and there's so many guys that can shoot, you're taking him out of the lane. Not saying he can't block shots or be effective out there, but if he over pursues to try to help towards the hoop, now you're leaving a jump shooter open. And that's why some people were saying, I don't like him playing Cat because Cat's going to stand out there the entire time. And if he's guarding Anunoby's going to be in the corner on offense all the time.
Making threes.
I said this to Jeremy, Ed, and I'll bring you in on this conversation. As much as the Knicks frustrated Wemby, that final turnover is not on Wemby. Castle, dude, he got the rebound. You are the guard. That's when you give me the ball. Wemby went to pass it to him as he should, and Castle turned up court. The turnover is Wemby's, but that wasn't Wemby's fault. That was Castle's fault. Castle's got to demand the basketball right there, not turn his back. At first, he looked at Wemby like he wanted the ball, and then he turned away from him. It's your job to bring that rock up. I don't think that's on him.
We're watching the officiating closely tonight. Because when Mitchell Robinson got teed up, it should have been none, or they both should have got teed.
How do you feel?
Him and Wemby.
You know, they made that rule with the hack-a-shack thing about fouling a guy and the free throws he gets until the last couple minutes of the quarter.
Right. Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about that? Because now they're going after Mitchell Robinson, who can't shoot free throws with 2 good hands, and now he's got 1. So, I mean, it's a strategy, but I feel like it affects the game. It affects the flow, and I hate it.
I hate it, but you got to change the rule.
Yeah, make it a tech.
Let me ask you this, Ed. There's not going to be a watch party now because the president is in the building.
Yeah.
You think Knicks fans are getting cheated?
It's a big inconvenience. I don't know if you're getting cheated. But I know you have to show up at least 2 hours in advance, can't bring in a bag. They're going to be screening like TSA. Like everyone's getting, and should get thoroughly screened. So it's going to be a very different atmosphere. But it's cool that you got a president going to it.
But it's your first final at home in 27 years. You can't have a watch party?
It's not gay.
I know.
It's TSA. Yeah. You know that, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
Is it?
I don't know.
I question them a lot. Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Jeremy. So, I know you've been hitting on your baseball picks a lot, man.
Oh, you want to get on me about the Milwaukee game?
No, when it comes to basketball, man, like, are you other right? Like, 'cause it's like you had the Spurs for the first 2 games. You had the Spurs take the -4.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm just saying, though, man.
I knew he was coming with something when he starts off with a compliment.
Those 2 games that I got wrong in this series definitely have just been. That's what I've done all season long in the NBA. I've got everything wrong.
Yeah,
just all of it, man.
I was messing with you. I was busting your chops, man.
Yeah, I hope Anna Ginobili wins.
But as far as this series, though, I think it's definitely over. Being down 2-0, going to New York. But you look at it like this, man. You got Dylan Harper. He's 20 years old. Castle's 21. Wembyana is 22. Them guys is just young, not big enough, and just not ready yet. But you think about it with the Bulls in the early 90s, late 80s.
Is he
man.
Italian now?
Is
he Italian now?
I thought that was a Michael Jackson song.
Wembyana.
No, well, Wemby. I'm just gonna call him Wemby, man. I can't pronounce these African names like that.
He's French. He's French.
So, he's French?
Yeah, man.
I thought it was Well,
he's as African as you are.
Rashawn, that's racist.
Oh well.
Speaking of
anyway,
Italian,
right, man. But listen, man. Like I said, like the Bulls in the '90s, man, when they couldn't beat the Pistons at first, man. Until they got a little bit older and strong and everything. You guys are too young, but moving forward, I think the years to come, man, they're gonna be a force to be reckoned with, though. The Spurs team.
Okay, if the Spurs win tonight, who's the X factor, Rashawn? Yeah, he took too long. Let's go to Darius and Towson. What's up, Darius?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Man, y'all must have reading my mind when I went to bed. I was talking to my boys last night because everybody was asking, do they think this series is over? And this is exactly what I told the fellas. I said, look, when you have millions involved with sports gambling and everybody that got their money involved with sports, I don't think this series is over, Rob. I'm going to say 2 quick things. I played sports all my life. I never once seen a fan base that's already claiming a championship before the series is over. You don't get it wrong, going up 2-0 is a beautiful start. But last time I checked in life, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And we all know the greatest collapse in sports was when the Atlanta Falcons was up 28-3 to the Patriots and Brady came back. So the game is never over until it's over. And the way how hard the New York City takes the Knicks, if they collapse and don't finish off this first, they got game 3 and 4 at that lap, this collapse will be worse than the Atlanta Falcons in history.
Hey, I'll say this, Darius. I get your call, but you must have some New York hatred to say that you've never seen a fan base claim a championship before it was over. That's every fan base.
That's every fan base.
Yeah, that's every fan base does that. That's what they call fans.
If we can get back quickly to just the president, there's a mass stabbing in Penn Station. Some guy stabbed multiple people.
Really?
Right below the guard. It's going to add to the tension.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Shovels at 7:45, but on the other side, Ben, I want to get you involved in this too because your perspective would be different from ours. Who is the greatest Oriole of all time? Not your favorite, but the greatest. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
The boys are back in town after a 6-game road trip. They're home, the Orioles, for 7 games beginning tonight. The first of 4 against the Seattle Mariners. Pre-game O's extra with me at 6, followed by the game call at 6:35. Orioles, Masson, your exclusive home for Orioles baseball. No cable, no satellite, no problem. Catch every Orioles game on the all-new and totally refreshed Masson Plus app. Visit MassonSports.com today and subscribe for only $19.99 a month.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Get your vehicle summer ready at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service. Save $50 on an air conditioning recharge. Offer includes a free electronic multi-point inspection of your vehicle. Terms apply. See store for details. Offer ends June 30th.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
For 80 years,
People have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mare, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway, an accident at exit 27, that's Delaney Valley Road. Still has the left lane blocked, has you backed up to Bel Air Road. And on the west side, super slow from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. In Baltimore City, 895 southbound is very slow from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound, you're on the brakes, Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 95 northbound, just past exit 67, that's White Marsh Boulevard. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Who is the greatest Oriole of all time? Now, this is your opinion. This is not a scientific question. I mean, we hope that you have some substance behind it. But again, we might not have the same answer. Jerry Kahn, who's the greatest Oriole of all time?
I'm wondering if people are going to have the same answer, but the answer is Frank Robinson.
Okay. Why?
Won a Triple Crown. I mean, you look at all the things that this guy accomplished while he was playing. I think power, average, everything that you want to encompass in it. And I'd have no problem with certain other players, but I think overall, if you asked every one of those guys, they would tell you Frank Robinson.
They said Frank Robinson was the glue. They do. They say that absolutely. Mm-hmm. I love Frank Robinson. Never really saw him play in his prime.
Cole Irvin didn't play long enough for me to.
I know.
Yeah.
Frank Robinson left the Orioles after the 1971 season, and they went to the World Series in 79 and 83. In fact, every World Series, win or lose, this one man has worn a uniform for the Baltimore Orioles, and he, in my opinion, is the greatest Oriole of all time.
Now,
and that's Jim Palmer. Jim Palmer is the greatest Oriole of all time. Period. All the success he was a part of, everything. And that's why I go with Jim Palmer. Ed Norris?
Well, I'm going to give you my answer and explain why. It's Cal Ripken.
I love it. I love this.
Let me explain. Palmer obviously was in my list. It was Palmer, both Robinsons, and Cal. And this is why. When it came down to it, Palmer may be one of the greatest pitchers of all time, for sure. And I mean, I got to watch him play, and that rotation at the time was unbelievable. He had 420 game winners. It was incredible. I don't know if you'll ever see anything like that quite again. But anyway, Palmer was up there because obviously one of the greatest players of all time, not just Oriole. The way I finally broke it down, though, Palmer's the greatest pitcher the Orioles ever had. Brooks Robinson is the best defensive player, not just on the Orioles. He's the best defensive third baseman in the history of baseball. The number of gold gloves are it's stunning when you look at his records. Frank Robinson, I think, is the best baseball player the team has ever had. And just by what Jeremy said, his numbers are ridiculous. I mean, his home runs aren't...
14-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champ, 2-time MVP, won the Triple Crown, Rookie of the Year. He won a Gold Glove, AL batting champion, home run leader. Yeah, he
had over 500 home runs, and that's elite, not just for the Orioles, that's elite in baseball. But Cal, because of his longevity, he changed the position of shortstop. He's a Baltimore guy or a Maryland guy anyway. And I just think he is the guy most closely identified with the Orioles in the history of the team. And of course, he was a great baseball player. He had incredible stats. The coming to work every day for 20 something years. I think he is the greatest Oriole of all time.
See, I think I like what Ed said, because the one hole you can punch in, with Frank Robinson is the fact that he wasn't here as long as the other guys.
And Jim Palmer was here his entire career, like Cal. Right. Jim Palmer, led the league in pitching as a WAR as a pitcher. He led the league in wins 3 times. He won 20 games. What's this? 1, 2, when it mattered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, won 20 or more games.
Yeah, but he only played every 5th day.
He led the
every
league.
4th day.
You're right. Games started twice. He had 1 year. He had 22 complete games. He led the league. The problem is the 2 years before then he had 25 complete games, and he didn't lead the league then. He had 10 shutouts and led the league. He threw over 300 innings 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And again, there was no success in the history of this team, this franchise, in terms of World Series without him being on the roster. He was on all those rosters, before and after Frank, I should say, and before Cal. Ben, you come from a perspective of a 24-year-old?
Yeah.
Hey, he's younger than my youngest kid.
Jeff Conine.
Jesus. So who's the greatest Oriole of all time in your opinion?
For me, it's between Cal and Palmer. And I just, Cal's, I feel like people get caught up in the games played too much, but away from actually looking at what he was able to do. But as you guys broke down Cal. I mean, this is a dude, best hitter of his position for 8 years, also won multiple Gold Gloves.
And also the size. He changed the shortstops are like Bud Harrelson,
right?
Usually.
Yeah, the biggest shortstop in the game before Cal Ripken was Robin Yount. He was only 6 feet. Mm-hmm. Maybe Alan Trammell, but those guys were around 6 feet tall. But go ahead.
But some people like to say, you can't talk about before your time. So if I had to go my time, it'd have to be between Jones and Machado, and I'd go Jones because most of what Jones did was in Baltimore. Machado, it was great in Baltimore, but we've seen him do a lot of stuff with San Diego and LA on that run.
Now, go ahead.
I thought about this hard. I really put a lot of effort into this one because it's a good topic. I think Jim Palmer is the equivalent for me as a Mets fan of Tom Seaver. Both of them are among the greatest pitchers in the history of the game. Tom Seaver is head and shoulders the best Met of all time. But for a lot of other reasons, because there was no one even close to him at other positions. I mean, Ellis Piazza is the second, and then there's other guys who are history. But Seaver is head and shoulders the best player the Mets have ever had, but not the best pitcher. He was. I mean, because it was Bob Gibson and Denny McClain. You had a lot of guys like that in that era. And I think Palmer was one of the best pitchers in history of the game as a Seaver. He was dominant. He won the World Series just like Seaver did with that team. And Frank Robinson, I think he's the best baseball player the team has ever had. But I still lean toward Cal because of everything. His ties to the Maryland community, the longevity with the team, the changing of the position, but by his size and what he did, and of course his MVPs and his All-Star appearances and all that.
Ben, and for those you say you think too much is put on the games played. For those of you that wondering why Cal Ripken played every game, in 1983 his WAR was 8.2 that led the league. In 1984 his WAR was 10 that led the league. In 1986 his WAR was 6.7. Didn't lead the league, but it was 6.7. Then in 1989, 6.7. 1990, 7.5. 1991, his WAR was 11.5. Who the hell do you want to play? But his WAR is 11.5. Who do you want to play?
Well, Frank Robinson's WAR with the Orioles was 38.
Cal's in 21 years was 95.9. That was his WAR. But yet you want them to play somebody else. We want to hear from you. 410-583-1057.
I like that we all pick somebody different.
That's why I said I love this.
Sucks that you guys are wrong.
Who is the greatest Oriole of all time? You can weigh in right here, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Attention Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Belford of Bel Air, and we are celebrating with our massive summer sales bash. Score hot summer deals on Ford F-150s, Explorers, Broncos, and more. Shop BobBelAirFord.com or call 410-318-3100 today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank.
I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account, payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound in the city. Stop and go from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop slow from Bel Air Road to about York. And then on the west side from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles dropped the series finale in Toronto 6-4 to wrap up a 6-game road trip. It was an odd day for Shane Baz as he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits and a walk in 5 2/3 innings pitched, but just 1 run was earned. All the damage against him came in the 6th inning where things got hectic. Baz spoke on his success through the first 5 innings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the walk to start the 5th, not ideal, but other than that, I felt like I was attacking guys really well. I was making them swing, put the ball in play, and our defense was amazing, especially those first few innings. And, you know, they did a great job behind me and made it easy to be efficient.
The Birds will return to Camden Yards for a 7-game homestand starting tonight with the Mariners. In the NBA, New York and San Antonio will clash for Game 3 of the finals. Tip-off is set for 8:30 tonight at Madison Square Garden, where the Knicks are 6-1 in the playoffs. You can catch all the action on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary, non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe, the Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Jeremy, you said it. I alluded to it right after Ed gave his answer. I love the fact that the 3 of us had all different answers. Greatest, not your favorite, the greatest Oriole of all time. Jeremy Kahn said Frank. What did you say, Jeremy?
Frank Robinson.
I said Jim Palmer. Ed, you said
Cal Ripken. Can I give one stat before we go to calls?
Please do.
Just so people have this when they call in. Jeremy mentioned WAR. This is where it really gets impressive. Career WAR. Jim Palmer, 67. It's an average of 4.3 in a 162-game season. Mm-hmm. Brooks, 78. Cal, 96. Frank Robinson, 107.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yep.
That's a 6.2 average per game in a 162-game season.
410-583-1057, that's the number.
Nobody said Brooks, and if you did say Brooks,
I
don't
say
think
Brooks.
anybody. Well, I mean, you picked Cal, right? We all picked one, but I'm saying, like, of the 4 names that are out there, and I'll even throw Eddie Murray in there and put 5. Those are the guys you're probably deciding between, right?
Right.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's a shame that this will tell you how great organization this is. No one picked a guy that hit 3,000 hits and 500 home runs. Yeah. And he has every right to be on this list, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, you could make arguments for any of those guys because, like, Brooks is the greatest defensive third baseman in history. He was also the heart of that dynasty and that run from, like, 66 to 71. Because I got to see that as a little kid. And, like, he was literally the heart of that dynasty. He was just, it was Brooks Robinson. I mean, so you could make arguments for any of them.
Ed on Facebook says Brooks Robinson, Hall of Fame, Mr. Oriole, nicest guy ever, helped build the Orioles franchise. I don't know how Russell answers this way. Best player to ever wear the uniform, Frank Robinson, greatest Oriole. Just answer the greatest. He's saying Brooks Robinson. Sharon says Brooks. Rick Casey says Cal Ripken. And EJ agrees with me, Jim Palmer. I think we're spoiled in this city because if you think about it, if we had this question for the Ravens, it would be equally as hard because we're choosing amongst not only Hall of Famers, but guys who are arguably the greatest to do it at their position.
Right.
Brooks Robinson is arguably the greatest. Well, he's not arguably. He's one of the greatest to do it at his position. Cal Ripken, Eddie Murray, Jim Palmer. These are guys that are arguably amongst the greatest of their position. Then you flip it to the Ravens, you got Ed Reed, Jonathan Ogden, Ray Lewis. You know what I mean? You got, not just great players for your franchise, but league great players, Jeremy.
I think you're...
Go ahead, Ed.
Well, I think Rob's right. I think the city is spoiled because you don't realize the guys we're just talking about among the greatest players of all time, and other teams. If you take the Yankees out, the Yankees have their Hall of Fame is ridiculous. But
they're going to have to start doing fractions for numbers.
Correct. Yes, decimals and. It's just other cities don't have this. Like I grew up as a Mets fan. Tom Seaver would be in this conversation with these guys, but really nobody else that I can think of offhand that would be in this little Mount Rushmore here.
My buddy Berto sent in a message, and again, I know we brought up the streak with Cal, but one of the bonuses of that streak wasn't just how difficult it was. We were going through all this stuff with baseball where it was dying, and steroids and the Cal Ripken streak, that home run chase, is believed to be what brought people back. So I think even if you're throwing that in as an added bonus for the league, he had an even bigger meaning for the league than he did.
I think it's important because that's how I gauge these kind of questions when you're talking about importance to a team. Joe Namath is far from the greatest quarterback of all time, or even the greatest Jet, probably talent-wise.
But the most important.
He is the greatest Jet of all time.
Best legs.
Well, there's that. He also forced the merge between the AFL and the NFL.
That's why I said he's the most important. If his team doesn't beat the Colts, I'm not saying it'll never happen, but it doesn't happen then.
Wouldn't have happened then. It wouldn't have forced their hand.
Let's go to Essex and get Ed. What's up, Ed?
Hi, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Rob, I started going to the Oriole games in 1955.
Uh-huh.
I was 7-year-old. My dad took me for opening day, for the first 10 years. But anyway, in my opinion, the greatest Oriole is Eddie Murray, but the greatest player who ever put an Oriole uniform on was Frank Robinson.
Hey, man, thanks a lot, Ed. 1955. Ooh.
See, and I think a lot
of... second year the team was in Baltimore.
I think a lot of people, if you just took who was the best player, I think a lot of people are going to point to Frank Robinson. Mm-hmm. They just are. The guy won a Triple Crown. He was amazing.
Yeah.
But he was here for what? Technically 6 years? Mm-hmm. Seven maybe? Am I doing my math? It doesn't matter. My math doesn't matter.
Palmer was 19, Palmer had 19 years here, and Cal 21.
And Brooks was here, I think
23.
Yeah.
See, honestly, if we're saying years don't matter, how long you've been here, I think the greatest player to ever put on a uniform for the Orioles is Roberto Alomar.
That's interesting, but wrong.
I think he's. No. I do. I mean, you talk about he did everything. I mean, but I never put him in the conversation because he's only here 3 years. I don't think he's the greatest. I don't think he's the greatest Oriole ever. I think he's the best player to ever put on a uniform.
I mean, Frank's got a Triple Crown and 2 MVPs.
I understand.
536 home runs, something like that. He's got over 500 home runs. I think it's 536. Yeah. But I'm not sure. But.
And Roberto Alomar, 10 Gold Gloves, 4 Silver Sluggers, ALCS MVP. And a Hall of Famer.
Brooks had 16 Gold Gloves.
Oh, well, we're not talking about that. Nobody. But why is it that nobody mentions him as the greatest player then?
I did. I said, but I gave the reason why not.
You said the greatest Oriole.
Oh, I got because he wasn't offensively.
See, this is why I don't like people breaking it off with their different categories. Yeah. Well, the greatest player to ever play. No.
This allows you to say everything.
Yeah, this is just paintbrush everything. Well, who's the greatest Oriole of all time?
None of your guys won Manager of the Year with the Orioles, so kiss my ass. Frank Robinson. He's like Shohei before Shohei. He could manage, he could hit, he could do it all.
He was also a player manager for the Cleveland Indians. He played and managed at the same time. Can you imagine Your manager sharing the clubhouse with you.
Could you imagine this conversation he has with himself? Frank, you're out of the game. This is BS, Skip. I want to play. No, you're out. We got to pitch hit for you.
Could you imagine when you get the call that you got to throw at Frank Robinson?
My arm hurts.
I missed.
Take me out. Take me out of the game. Do you remember? Speaking of which, you're a Mets fan. Do you remember when the Mets wanted to hit Roger Clemens and Sean Estes was on the mound? You remember that, Jeremy?
Yeah.
It was at the Mets Stadium at Citi Field.
That's back when you could throw at the pitchers because they had to come up to bat.
Yes. Sean Estes Ed was dealing that day. And he didn't want to hit Roger Clemens because he didn't want to come out of the game. You knew he would get thrown out immediately. Right. It was the world's worst attempt at hitting someone. It was so bad that even Roger Clemens laughed.
Yeah.
Sean Estes was like, no, man, I don't want to come out of the game. I'm dealing. The worst attempt ever to hit a batter. 410-583-1057. World is Stupid with Jeremy Conn at 8:15. But on the other side there, Norris, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, I'm going to give shovels out to the officials in this NBA series. It's getting ridiculous.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Where should LeBron James go this offseason? The feel-good story is Cleveland. Maybe New York if he wants to win a championship, or San Antonio. But the most fun option? Golden State. LeBron, Curry, Draymond, Jimmy Butler on one team. The ultimate old man squad taking on the young stars. LeBron would probably have to take less money, and the King doesn't exactly do discounts. It'd be absolute chaos, and I'd watch every second of it. I'm John Lyon.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is brought to you by Dover International Speedway. Go to DoverMotorspeedway.com for tickets. Don't miss out when NASCAR returns to the Monster Mile. Located just across the bay. Dover Motor Speedway delivers high-speed NASCAR action. The best fan zone around. Camping, tailgates, and memories you'll talk about for years. Explore upcoming events and get your tickets today at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate. Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of the Beltway is slow. Old Court Road to Green Spring. The outer loop, you're on the brakes. Bel Air Road to York. And then on the west side, from 795 to Baltimore National Pike, on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, pretty heavy from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
Time to give out shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel?
I'm going to give it to the officials in this NBA series. It's just, I'm not saying you can't accuse them of intentionally trying to even the series or extend the series or whatever. But
sounds like you are.
I am. And the Knicks are up by 14 points with 7 minutes left. And all of a sudden, they get these really questionable fouls. The tech on Robinson, I think, was ridiculous. At the very least, if you're going to do that, then tee up both of them. They didn't do that. I think it was rescinded eventually. But it's you just shouldn't do things like this. And it became kind of... to me, kind of blatant. It's just come on, man. What are we doing here? And then there was another one, I think, with Josh Hart. He got called for a flagrant that kind of looked like, what? And it looked like they were really trying to even up the game, which they did, because the Knicks won by 1. The Spurs came up with, I think they had a 13 or 14 point run in the fourth, within that 7-minute period. And I was like, come on, man. This is just, do you have to make it look this obvious? And we've been having this in different games. When officiating is bad, like yesterday's game, you have a double play that's not a double play because the runner runs he takes an exit off the highway basically to avoid the double play. That's not called. Was it Holiday going to first base?
Yeah, Holiday.
Yeah, Holiday. And, he gets it for running out of the baseline. That one they saw. The other one that would have ended the inning, that produced the rally that eventually wins the game, that one they didn't see. And you saw, Shane Boz, Johnny Winter there getting all upset, screaming at the officials, the umpires. It really just makes me really angry when the officiating is not correct.
Jeremy Kahn, who gets your shovel?
Yeah, it pains me to do it because I still love this player. I'm always going to be a fan, but it's Manny Machado. Ooh. You guys know what Manny's been doing this year?
Oh.
So Manny was the guy that started screaming about analytics and how everything's too analytical and all that.
Oh.
When we talked earlier, Manny Machado went 1 for 12 against the Mets this weekend. Anyone want to know what his batting average is? 169. It's the worst in baseball.
Is it really?
That one of the guys that we deemed a generational talent, and he is, don't get me wrong, he is having one of the worst years of his life. I mean, he cannot hit anything. 169. And he's not walking a ton either.
He never does that.
Yeah, so it's just, that's a rough look, and he's got to get it straightened out. But he was the one earlier screaming about analytics.
Jeez. Wow. Well, I changed my shovel, Jeremy. You know where my shovel was going. Mm-hmm. Now my shovel goes to people who can't answer a freaking question. So I posted this question we just did on Facebook, Ed, and I read some of these to Jeremy. Let me read these to you. Now, the question is simple. And I said, look, we all have our favorite, but who's the greatest Oriole of all time? Someone wrote, could make a strong case for Cal Ripken Jr. Certainly Palmer and Brooks are in the conversation. My favorite player was the Blade. I always liked the idea that he was as good at his job as shortstop. He got a pass for hitting. Earl Weaver said if he hit 0, he'd still be my shortstop. You managed to say all of that and still not answer the freaking question.
Right.
Here's another one. Greatest Oriole means played their entire career in the Orioles uniform. What did you say to that, Jeremy?
Shut up. That's stupid. You're an idiot. That's it. Who? Did you come up with the question? You came up with the criteria? We're talking about who was the best. If Rob would have said, who's the best player in the Orioles that played the longest? Yeah, I'm not picking Frank Robinson. But Frank Robinson was by far the best player on this team.
Here's another one. Cal Ripken. For the younger audience, I would say the silent assassin, Nick Markakis.
No.
Not Adam Jones, who played with that guy. By the way, it doesn't matter what era.
Yeah.
Jeremy didn't see Frank Robinson, but he knows the history of the Orioles.
I watched him manage. And if he could manage that way, he could definitely hit a baseball.
Jeremy can't see Pete Alonso.
But I'm just saying, man. No, it's the greatest of all time, not your generation. I would love to see these
at a bad time.
I would love to see these people's either GPAs, or I would hate to sit in class with them because they're the ones that when the teacher asks her questions, they go around their asses to scratch their elbows. What do you mean this? What do you mean that? What do you mean this? No, the question is what the question is. Jeez, man. The greatest means to play his entire career here in Baltimore. So you only have, so that means Eddie Murray is eliminated from the conversation. Mm-hmm. You got Cal, you got Palmer, and who else?
Eddie's out.
Eddie's out.
Brooks.
And Brooks. That's it. Between those three. One of those three. No one else counts.
I just made me laugh when you talk about the teachers getting the stupid questions or the questions to their questions.
Yeah.
The best comeback I ever saw was in English class. We were doing I think it was Shakespeare. And somehow the teacher was explaining that this, all these things were sealed with wax. And, of course, some smartass go, well, sir, do you mean sealing wax? He said, no, earwax.
It's like you got to show that you know something.
Correct.
You got to shut up. 410-583-1057 is the number.
I kind of feel like that's everyday life where people want to show you how smart they are. I know at trivia, there's this one guy, whenever he knows the question, he wants to run it up so he gets it in first because that means he was the smartest in the room. He ran it up when everybody else is walking it up or discussing it. People want to always show you how smart they are.
Yeah.
RJ in Baltimore. What's up, RJ?
What's up, bud?
Not much, man.
Greatest Oriole of all time. I only called because you guys said it doesn't have to be a lifetime Oriole.
No, it don't. No, it does not.
I'm just going to throw honorable mentions out there. Rafael Palmeiro, Roberto Alomar, Vlad Guerrero. Honorable mentions of greatest. I
think you just did what Rob said you shouldn't do.
RJ, hold on. RJ, hold on for 1 second. RJ, hold on for 1 second. Ben, could you assist me? Yeah, get out of here, man. Get out of here.
We just literally
Get out
said,
of here.
You just said exactly not to do that.
It doesn't matter.
Am I
It doesn't matter that I said it. Vlad Guerrero played a grand total of 145 games here.
That's why he was saying if it doesn't matter who play, like how long they played.
He was trying to be a smart. Well, I can't say that. I don't think.
Yeah, you can.
I think you can.
Get me in trouble. He ain't get me in trouble. And by the way, the only reason why, if you're trying to be a smart aleck, the only reason why Rafael Palmeiro would not be in the conversation is because he got popped for steroids. Because if you look statistically, he could be in the conversation.
Absolutely.
In terms of years played, and the stats and the numbers that he put up.
Won an amazing Gold Glove.
Oh, my gosh. Well, how about that?
He played 3 games. Yeah.
Rafael Palmeiro in 7 years in Baltimore batted .284, an OPS of .868 with 223 home runs. So the only reason why he's not even in the conversation, Ed, is because of the steroid, positive steroid test. That's it.
Yeah.
He'd be a Hall of Famer.
100% he'd be.
3,000 hits, 500 home runs. He is the only member of that club not in the Hall of Fame. No. Barry Bonds. Does Barry Bonds have 3,000 hits? I don't think he does.
I don't know.
I don't think Bonds does.
He's got 3,000 walks.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Like when you start talking about
2,900 hits. Yeah.
Barry Bonds, the greatest hitter of our generation, man.
But he's the greatest of all time because the criteria is.
Oh, but my favorite is
410-583-1057 is the number. Ryan Ripken joins us at 8:30. But on the other side, has Wemby been a disappointment so far in this series? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till September 26 on every new Hyundai. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. Get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame, just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
The world is chasing goals this summer. But at Planet Fitness, we're talking about a different kind of goal. Reaching your fitness goal! With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can work out at over 2,900 locations and bring a friend anytime. Get a Black Card membership for $1 down and just $29.99 a month. So join Planet Fitness today and reach your fitness goal!
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey Birdland, the biggest soccer event of the summer is almost here and the crossover kit is back. Hit the yard on Saturday, June 13th as the Orioles host the San Diego Padres at 4:05. Be one of 15,000 fans to receive an Orioles soccer jersey presented by Point Breeze Credit Union. Don't miss out on scoring this must-have soccer jersey or rooting on the red, white, and blue in your Baltimore Orioles all summer long. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It looked like the Orioles were on their way to taking their second straight road series until the bottom of the sixth inning in Toronto on Sunday. After a Gunnar Henderson error, the Blue Jays had runners on the corners with one out. Brandon Valenzuela hit what appeared to be a double play ball, but Henderson was unable to tag Ernie Clement, who looked to be out of the baseline. Toronto went on to score 3 more runs in the inning to take a 5-4 lead. Craig Alvarez spoke on the play following the game.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of like his running path. So it's like similar to when a ground ball to first base, run on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
The O's will be back at it Monday as they return home for a 4-game set with the Mariners. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. You can stand me.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan on this Manic Monday. Birds start a 4-game series tonight with the Seattle Mariners, but also tonight the NBA Finals. Game 3, first game in Madison Square Garden in this series. Knicks are up 2-0. Jeremy Gahn, you've been on Wemby since before he was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
I think this guy's going to be the next face of the NBA.
He's got a younger brother that's going to be coming up soon, too.
However, has Wemby been a disappointment thus far?
I wouldn't call him a disappointment. I think most people would. I think the Knicks have done a really good job against him. And there are just some teams where it comes down to matchups. Like we just talked about it. The Thunder, when they played the Spurs this year, they were 1-3 against them. They were favored by double digits in almost every game, and they only won one of them. And maybe it's different if, the Thunder are completely healthy. We've watched 1 seeds come in and get swept by 8 seeds when they were 0-4 against them in the regular season because of the matchup. So maybe it is something about that. At some point, I think we're all a little, if you want to say disappointed in game 2 that he didn't just dominate, but, it is what it is.
Ed Norris, like Jeremy said, he did not dominate in game 2, but I don't think he was pedestrian either. He had 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 assists. The problem is he had 4 very crucial turnovers, including the one at the end of the game. Has he been a disappointment in your opinion?
He's been the best thing in my life right now. So I think it's fantastic. No, I don't think it's a disappointment. He's still playing. I mean, for him, he may be disappointing, but I mean, the stat line he just gave out is fantastic. Again, though, people point to the turnovers in this. It's not that the Knicks are a really good defensive team. It's just that he sucks this series.
And again, I said that last turnover, man, I'm not putting that on him.
No, it may not be him.
Put it on Castle.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, if they win, they would be the Spurs. If they came back and won this series, they'd be the second youngest team to ever win a championship behind the Portland Trailblazers with Bill Walton.
But wouldn't they be the first team to lose first 2 games at home and come back and win?
Yeah.
So,
they would. Yeah.
So that'll be the second time they did that. It'll be the first time this happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it happening. I think
Yeah,
it's
me either.
when the Knicks won game 2, it's a matter of how many. How many do they win in? I think if the Spurs win tonight, Knicks in 6. Because the Knicks will win game 4 at home. They'll put them up 3-1. Spurs will go home, win that game in San Antonio, and Knicks will wrap it up in game 6.
So when this turns into the series, like the Nats World Series, where the home team lost every game, you remember that, including game 7?
Yeah.
Hey, Ed, that still means the Knicks win, so settle down. No, I just don't want to write Wemby and the Spurs off. Like, I agree with you. Not
writing them off.
No, I'm just saying, like, when you ask me, is the series over, that's why I'm hesitant to say yes, but, like, you feel like it is because of all the track record of everything. It's never happened. I mean, at some point it has to, right?
If the Knicks win tonight, I think it's a sweep.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't think Knicks lose game 4 at home. They win tonight. Two things.
Lyon on 3.
2 things. Number 1, you have the Knicks just they've been completely focused this entire postseason. So up 3-0 at home, they ain't losing. Number 2, if you think Madison Square Garden is going to be rocking tonight, Ed, wait until you get to game 4 and they're up 3-0. That's when on Wednesday night it's going to be impossible.
Absolutely. Look, you got to keep in mind there's so much going on besides the basketball. You're right. It's game 3. They've stolen 2 on the road. They're coming back to the Garden, the most famous sports arena probably in the world. The president of the United States is going to be there. I mean, and he's coming, and that is not a Trump town. He's a New Yorker, but I mean, that's the People's Republic of New York. That is as blue as you get. So he's not going to be welcome there, probably. It's going to be a really interesting environment. I think the Knicks, first of all, I think have a lot more grit than Spurs. I just think they're a tough team. I believe they're going to win tonight at home. I find it really hard to believe they blow this game, but it could happen. But if they do win it tonight, I think it's going to be akin to the Cavs series. Remember the first game when the Cavaliers just blew a 22-point lead or something?
Yeah.
And then it was like, it took you knew in game 1, they're not going to win this.
Yep.
Because it just took the air. I think if the Spurs lose tonight, it's going to be like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, game 4 is going to be, it's over.
The good news for us is that, New Yorkers they're humble after they win. So we don't have to worry about anything.
They're not humble after they lose.
We won't hear about this for the next 30 years.
I would like I'd like the most humble of the 3 of us to repeat that. Go ahead.
They're not humble after they lose.
Thank you.
Well, Rob told me yesterday being humble is his best quality.
Exactly. I'm more humble than all of you.
Yeah. The most humblest, I think, is what he said.
I told Jeremy during the break, Ed, everybody wants to be the smartest guy in the room. You guys can battle it out when I leave.
Yeah. I think Jeremy's going to do a line with the most humble on the show. What's the over-under today in social media selfies for you?
Today? Oh, that's right. I got a game tonight. I'm going to say set it at 2.5.
I'll be listening for the daily line.
Can you set it at 2.5?
I'd set it at 7.
No, not today. Not today.
I can't wait while Bassett's getting warmed up and Rob's out there at the mount. He's like, hey, smile, Chris. Get your ass back in the camera well.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. So you say that. Did you guys see the game where I talked to Kobe Mayo on the way out to the field?
No.
So that was an idea that we came up with.
Can I tell you the idea I had that I didn't tell you about?
And you could tell, like, the guys in the dugout looking at me like, yeah, he would.
remember when Todd Gurley was at the game?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and I know, like, I told Joe what I wanted to do is I wanted to wait for Rob to do something during the game, like interview somebody, and come back on the show the next day and goes, hey, man, did you guys see that Todd Gurley was at the game? He said this at the game. And then Rob goes, I'm the one that interviewed him. And I'll just keep going, I didn't see it there. And then I was going to do that every single day or every so often and just keep bringing it up. I didn't see you. I heard about it from someone else.
Nice.
Twist the knife.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. If the shoe fits, lace that bitch up. Ryan Ripken joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, we got a couple of things. This one's going to hurt. All right, so we're going to talk about a guy that got into a motorcycle accident and the type of injury he had, which is something that you wouldn't wish upon your worst enemy.
How you going to talk about that with Ed on the show?
Well, wait till I think Ed would gladly take the one that he has now over this.
Oh, really?
We'll find out. Yes, we'll find out. And then we're also going to talk about, I don't know if you guys saw this, the Frankenfish. This is the fish that can get out of water and walk on land. They were just found in Long Island. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Folks, have you not been to the dentist in a while? Yeah. Well, there's a reason for that, right? It's anxiety, fear of the dentist, whatever you want to call it. Well, about 36% of Americans have that. That's where Dr. Lairfield and Smile Design comes in. First of all, he's one of the nicest people I've ever met. He's just a nice person who happens to do great cosmetic dentistry. But if you have anxiety and it's preventing you from going to the dentist for like 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, maybe 7 years, I don't know. He has sedation options. So you'll be stress-free, really comfortable during the procedure. It just takes all of that away and you get the work that needs to be done finished, whether it's just routine dentistry or, cosmetic work that you've been thinking about. And it's a real thing because you have to go to the dentist for your teeth and gums, your overall health. But if you're kind of self-conscious because you're missing a tooth or they've yellowed or they're spaced improperly, whatever it may be, he can fix it. And you walk out with the smile you always dreamed of. So I don't know what you're waiting for. Get your self-confidence back. Give him a call. It's 410-321-1100. Make the appointment for their free consultation and please tell them that I sent you.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
All right, fellas, Bob Haynie here. Baseball season underway, and you never want to get caught sitting in the dugout when it's time to step up to the plate. You want to be ready for game time. No rain delays, no slow starts, just confidence when your number is called. That's what I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new to take your game to another level. Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to help both your head and body get in the game. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. Look, we're not rookies anymore, guys, and if there's an upgrade that helps your performance, you take it. It's as simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready and make it happen with Blue Chew Gold.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now and keep your phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $800.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges up to $800 for the new account qualifying unlocked device. Credit service ported 90-plus days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 15 days. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. You can visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all of your favorites from the original Costas Inn. And when you swing by there, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of the Beltway is slow. Old Court Road to Green Spring. The outer loop, you're on the brakes. Bel Air Road to York. And then on the west side from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, pretty heavy from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, a couple things. I wanted to start off with the video I just sent everybody on our chat. Ed, did you see this yet?
No.
Inmates show off how much commissary they collected from betting on the Knicks game. They're sweeping it up. They're sweeping up all these, what is it, cigarettes and oodles and noodles and.
Well, that's the currency.
Yeah, these guys are rich. You got to see the video of it. There's so much commissary on the floors.
You know, it's so funny. I love talking about this because it's so weird that I was even through this. At Christmas, one of the most humiliating, humbling things that you do there, they made us all stand outside cells, and they had, I don't know who thought of this idea. They have these young girls come in, like in the 20s. These pretty young girls come in with bags of candy. And they give you all the prisoners candy, celebrate Christmas, because you're not home, obviously. And it's, and you stand there and I'm like, this is so depressing.
Oh.
So who decides to bring pretty young women into a men's prison is beyond me, for one.
Yeah, that's really smart.
Really smart. And then the candy thing, yes, that's what we want. But the problem is, the second they left, what do you think happens? Everyone went and broke out their dice.
And they started betting on the candy.
Candy.
Yeah.
There were little dice games in every corner of the building. It was hilarious.
Lollipops. Well, we've already talked about how some of these Waymos and different robot things have gone awry and screwed up.
Yeah.
Well,
I saw one the other day, by the way. Go ahead.
Did you?
On Key Highway.
Oh.
I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know what it was. I see this white car with these giant cameras on the side. It looks like I thought it was a delivery vehicle or something. It's got a round black thing on the top and big cameras on each side of the passenger and driver's side. I'm like, what the hell is that? And it stopped. The light turns green. It didn't move. I go, who is this guy? I passed it. It was a Waymo.
Well, I'm gonna turn this around because they had a robot that was built, that was made. And I'm not sure where this is. It goes awry and it ends up kicking a child in the chest.
Ooh,
kicked him right in the chest.
This is great technology.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, this is great.
Like, I mean, you start to think about it and you go, okay, what are we actually doing? I know there has to be a trial run. You have to work out the kinks and everything. It just seems like there's a lot of issues.
Like, do we really need this?
Yeah. That's
the issue. Like, trial run, and it really pissed me off from that company is when they had that thing where people were hurt. I think it was I can't remember. It was California, I think. All technology has flaws. Well, I know. But if my computer crashes, that's fine. I just have to buy a new one.
It's not going to kill me.
Right. It's not going to run through an intersection and murder people. Like, this is really dangerous.
Well, the other thing with, just the technology and the advancements that we're seeing is that, you got to think of how many of these things are actually going to make your life better, and how often do we go through these trials and tribulations to figure it out. And with these things going awry and driving all over the place, kicking people, and even like when they build something, they had that one robot that was supposed to go across the country. It made it like 70 miles before somebody destroyed it.
Yeah.
They beat the crap out of it.
And again, you're talking about making life better. And let's just take a step back. People that drive ride shares very often are either, a lot of immigrants. who can't get other jobs here. A lot of people who are on having tough times, need to supplement income, or they're out of work and they do that and they make that's how they support their families. So how is this improving people's lives? It's taking employment away from people that desperately need it. I don't like this in any way, shape, or form.
Well, let me show you this frankenfish, or northern snakehead fish. We know about the snakeheads and different things.
Invasive species, yeah.
This one can get out of the water and walk on land.
Like stand upright and walk.
No, I just think it like wiggles.
Waggles. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wiggle.
Land. I got you.
wiggle. Yeah.
A ravenous frankenfish that can walk on land and survive outside of water for stretches was caught on Long Island, and now officials are warning the monster can wreak havoc. The northern snakehead fish was caught by a fisherman at Lily Pond last week, and now officials are crafting a plan of defense in case there are more sharp-toothed, tough-to-kill creatures still lurking locally. Thank you for the alliteration. Now, we had the same thing happen here, right, with these snakeheads where they're just so invasive. And I know certain chefs in the area started making different meals out of them. I don't eat fish that often, so I don't know if snakehead is good. This fish can walk on land, said the fisheries manager of the New York State DEC. They don't belong. They don't have a natural predator. They will screw up our native fish populations. They tend to eat pretty much anything that they can put in their very large mouths. I think I dated her. Anyway, so frankenfish, another scary situation that we have here on our hands. Now, this last story, I'm just going to read you what happened.
This is the third story?
This is this is actually the fourth. Yeah. We talked about 3 different things already. 34-year-old man is admitted to the emergency room after falling off his motorcycle at a very high speed. According to witnesses, the patient collided directly with the vehicle's fuel tank before being thrown to the ground. Upon arrival, he presents with intense pain in his pee-pee region, progressive pinoscrotal edema, and an inability to urinate. During the initial assessment, urethroregia, whatever the hell that is, sounds like something's hemorrhaging in there, is noted from the urethral meatus. That's what I always called it, the meatus. On physical examination, extensive butterfly wing perineal hematoma is observed, along with marked tenderness and palpations to the bulbar, urethra, and slight suprapubic distension. He landed on his pee-pee, and he just ruined all of it. Like the whole thing. The whole thing got the flu. Ed, with your injury, I mean, obviously the physical pain and stuff going on with it, but there's a lot of guys that no damage to the pee-pee. And I don't know if I can even show this, if I can spin my camera around, because they have the x-ray of it, of them like fixing it, and what they had to do, that like pumping this thing. And it just looks like it's one of the most painful things to go through. I mean, we talked last week about getting kicked in the nuts.
Would be painful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ed, how painful was yours? Is more like the longevity, but the pain was severe initially, right?
Dude, I almost died. I mean, mine sounds like much worse than his. I mean, I never went through this. Maybe when I came back. I mean, I still have a massive scar on my left arm. I broke my shoulder socket, shattered like a plate. My arm was paralyzed. Broke almost all my ribs. I had brain damage. I lost skin, even though I was wearing a heavy leather jacket. Because if I didn't, I don't know what the hell would happen.
Oh my God.
I had a heavy leather jacket on for protection, and it still lost skin. So thankfully, I had that on. I kept my helmet because it's got a big strip taken out of it where my head hit. So I keep that out for memory, just to remind me of what happened. And I was in a bed. I still am. I can't even use my left arm.
Yeah. Can you still believe there are people that ride motorcycles without helmets?
When I see it down here, it drives me crazy. Yeah, crazy. I've seen people ride motorcycles down here in shorts and flip flops with no helmet. I mean, I just think of how badly I was hurt. I had on full leathers, boots, and a helmet, which you're supposed to wear. I see guys here in flip flops and no helmet with a population that's 106 years old and can't drive. Like, you got to be crazy.
Well, I was trying to look up. In Pennsylvania, you're not legally required to wear a helmet if you're 21 or older. Because I remember that from the Big Ben incident where they were talking about him driving around without a helmet on when he was riding his motorcycle. And then the story came out. I was like, that's not against the law. And I think there's, I got to be honest. You see guys riding bicycles and you see them with their helmets on and you're like, come on, dude. But you get into a crash, you're going to want to wish you had that goofy looking helmet on because you got nothing to protect that dome up there.
Yeah. The best ad I ever saw for helmet was Arai. It's a Japanese company, very expensive. The line was,
"Oh, did we lose him?
We lost him. He fizzled out."
cut out. All right, we'll have to
I think it's odd that the best line was, here you go.
Hey, Ben, I didn't want to be the one to tell you this. You got to help Ed get back up. So, good luck with that. We're all counting on you.
He's the fluff.
No, I'm not calling him that. He's Big Ben.
All right. Big Bad Ben. I mean, you said it. You got to help him.
You got to help him get back up.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. We got to get him back in here at least by 8:45 so he can do the hockey. But on the other side, Ryan Ripken joins us to talk a little baseball. See what he has to say about that whole double play that wasn't. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Something big just hit Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and the summer sales bash is here. More inventory, aggressive summer savings, and top dollar for your trade are happening right now. Don't miss it. BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 northbound to the 95 ramp. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. The Beltway Inner Loop slow Green Spring to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, Harford Road to York. And then again from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles dropped the series finale in Toronto 6-4 to wrap up a 6-game road trip. It was an odd day for Shane Baz as he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits and a walk in 5 2/3 innings pitched, but just 1 run was earned. All the damage against him came in the 6th inning where things got hectic. Baz spoke on his success through the first 5 innings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the walk to start the 5th, not ideal, but other than that, I felt like I was attacking guys really well. I was making them swing, put the ball in play, and our defense was amazing, especially those first few innings. And, you know, they did a great job behind me and made it easy to be efficient.
The Birds will return to Camden Yards for a 7-game homestand starting tonight with the Mariners. In the NBA, New York and San Antonio will clash for Game 3 of the Finals. Tip-off is set for 8:30 tonight at Madison Square Garden, where the Knicks are 6-1 in the playoffs. You can catch all the action on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. We'll try to get Ed back momentarily.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, Ben, you got him up. Good job.
I don't know if we had a lightning strike or what. The whole house went out.
The whole house.
Yeah.
Well, good to have you back. Also, good to have him back as we do every Monday. He is Ryan Ripken. What's going on, Ryan?
What's going on, guys? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Now, Ryan, you were north of the border in Canada, in Toronto, I should say, as the play unfolded. Your thoughts on the controversial play, the double play that should have been but was not yesterday?
Yeah, so that was, a pretty eventful play that still people are talking about the interpretations on what it should have been. So for those that are listening that didn't see the call, 6th inning, chopper up the middle, Ernie Clements running to second base, and Gunnar is going towards them, and for Ernie to avoid a tag, he does a little detour, I think further than 3 feet out to the right, and the umpire doesn't rule him out of the baseline. Gunnar gets the out at first. It could have been a double play, would have ended the inning, and we know what happened then after that. The Blue Jays kept it going with some 2-out RBIs. So the rule is, right, you're going to have 3 feet once you establish your running lane. And then on top of it, it's at the umpire's discretion. So I'm just saying all that because at the umpire's discretion, it is his judgment on why to make that play. Now, having said that, I don't agree with his judgment because just how far Ernie was running by the time, to me, that was an established base running lane. If he had started this earlier in the process, I'm for it. And the ones that are saying, oh, Gunnar didn't attempt to tag enough, that was the other reasoning. Gunnar put out his glove and some people were trying again. It was a judgment of, well, how much of it an attempt was it? But if you watch it in real time, if Gunnar overextends to try to get Ernie, in my opinion, it throws him off to try to get the out at first. So I don't think he gets the out at first if he has to overextend on the play. And I thought it was a missed opportunity by the umpire. I still, was that a real quote after the game about like
a gentleman?
Yes. That is wild. I still am having a hard time processing. I was getting on the plane yesterday, And I'm going like, Dad, we live in a world where there's AI. There's no way he said that. There's no way. But that's like how I feel. I mean, and here's the reality of the play. Was it a make-or-break call for the Orioles on the day? No, because if Gunnar makes the play before where he had his error, we're probably not talking about this. If Shane Baz makes another pitch or two, we're not talking about this. And then in the 7th inning, when the Orioles have first and second, no outs, with the chance to tie the game, get back in it, they don't execute, and they lose the game, right? So there's other parts. But was that a massive call? Absolutely. And the biggest thing is you want to get calls right, and personally, I don't think they got the call right yesterday.
Correct, and that's exactly what I want to continue this instead of. I was going to talk about something else, but now that you're talking about this, the whole purpose is to get the call right, and you're correct. I mean, Gunnar bobbled the ball, and and we've had other issues, but that is the players' play on the field. That can't be corrected in hindsight. They made a mistake. They made an error, as it's aptly named. But when officials do things like this, and that guy was taking an exit off a highway, that wasn't even close. I mean, he ran completely out of the baseline, and it wasn't called. And yet they called on Jackson Holiday, so it wasn't evenly applied. And my point is, now that we have the ability to review things in all 4 major sports, because I think the officiating in the NBA finals has been terrible. I think it's been bad in the NHL during the Stanley Cup playoff. They've allowed too much violence. And shouldn't they have something where it's like, I feel like they're afraid to embarrass their officials when they make these egregious mistakes. Are you happy with the way that they're handling this or not, or should it be improved?
Well, and with this play and just how the interpretation of the rules, again, it goes down to discretion. So even if they went replay here, I don't think that they overturned whatever call was on the field because the umpire, they could twist it the way that they want to, right? Because it's not like, which I still think with replays, by the way, and there's the play with Gunnar in Boston on a ball to first. I believe what it was, and I thought that he beat it out, and it wasn't overturned.
Yeah.
So there's on those plays where you feel like it's very, very clear on an out or safe call, that should have no gray area. But when it comes to these calls, there always is going to be a gray area because although you can go and look in the replay and slow it down and go, hey, Ernie wanted to take a pit stop to right field. It's still at some point I can see the argument of why he's saying, well, he was trying to avoid the tag, which he has a right to avoid, and where did he in their mind start it? And is that 3 feet? Can you measure 3 feet? I mean, if you want to get that analytical, MLB is not going to do that. So that's to me where the gray area is. And above all, you're right. The Jackson later in the game, Jackson did get tagged, which I wish that they had called it that way. But the part was later on, the umpire goes, no, he's way out of there. No. Players just want consistency.
Yes.
They want consistent results. And that's the part that's frustrating for the team is, again, was it a big call? Absolutely. I just don't know if you go review on that's going to change anything, unfortunately.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the situation, we kind of talked about it. Did they leave Shane Baz in too long after that? I mean, he's been on one, and he's looked great. What are your thoughts about just the turnaround of the starting pitching? And we got Bassett today coming off of that back injury.
Yeah, I mean, so to answer your question, I was fine leaving him in. I honestly, after that whole emotion, and even on the broadcast, I was saying there's a lot of emotions, frustrations. You got to try to settle back in. Take a deep breath. Maybe you have a mound visit there to say, "Hey, let's bear down." I know that ticked you off, and rightfully so. I got over under 14 or 15 F-bombs there from Baz. So but in baseball, as we know, you got to try to then take your emotion out of the game because you got to go make some pitches. And I thought Baz was great. I think the starters have been great. And the biggest thing that I've noticed with each one of them is they're finding out how their stuff plays to their advantage. I think maybe early on you're trying to use your pitches and maybe you don't have a feel of what works and what doesn't. And Shane Baz, the big thing that I saw what worked is he was filling up the strike zone, number one, and when you have good stuff, you throw strikes, better things can happen. And I thought he was mixing his arsenal of pitches better. He set up his fastball better with a changeup that he didn't throw as much earlier in the season, which I think then ultimately makes his knuckle curve better. And same thing with he stopped throwing cutters to lefties and only throwing it to righties. And so I think that's the evolution for the Orioles pitcher. So despite how it all ended, where they had that rally in the sixth for the Blue Jays, the starting pitching as a whole, I thought Kyle Bradish still pitched well. It was just a bad sequence with 2 outs that led to the runs. But this Orioles staff, if they continue to do this, yeah, the trajectory of this team will continue to be better. It just we would be talking a lot different light, too. The Orioles would be coming back from Toronto winners of 4-6 on this road trip instead of coming back at 3-3.
Ron Ripken from the Ron Ripken Show. Ron, how can we find you also right here on The Fan this week?
That's a good question. Baltimore baseball tonight with you guys this week. Thursday and Friday, I'll be ripping it with Bob Haney from 12 to 2.
There you go. Ryan, thanks a lot for your time, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have a great day, guys.
You too. Ron Ripken is sponsored by Homeward Bound. Skip the emergency room. Homeward Bound Urgent Care is open late for your pets weekdays and weekends in Bel Air. Visit Homeward Bound Urgent Care Vet.com. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. We'll take a look at this series ahead, the 4-game series with the Seattle Mariners at 9 o'clock. But on the other side, Ed, it's not just the NBA Finals, it's the NHL Stanley Cup Final.
100%. And this is, even if you're not an NHL fan, this has been really entertaining, including this weekend's game. I'm going to just throw some things out there that have set records. It's been a wild Stanley Cup. A lot of fun.
Ed does the hockey up next on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Free Mike Trout. The former superstar is almost 35, and while he's not the player he once was, he's still hitting home runs and producing. Problem? He's stuck with the Angels. Trout spent his entire career carrying a franchise that never carries him. Trade him home to Philly. Trading him anywhere with a pulse and a playoff chance. Baseball fans deserve to see Mike Trout matter again before it's too late. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests pay for their testimonials.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scramble burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
Is that it fuels our morning.
it's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scramble burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 northbound to the 95 ramp, an accident has the right shoulder blocked. The Beltway Inner Loop slow Greenspring to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, Harford Road to York. And then again from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join their team at ariosamechanical.com.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We've talked a lot about the NBA finals, but the NHL, they've got it going on too. Their next game 4, will be on Tuesday. But right now, Vegas is up 2-1. Ed, how they do it?
Well, they are back in town. They went back to Las Vegas for the win over the weekend, and they're remaining there for tomorrow night's game. This has been a crazy series, back and forth. I mean, in 3 games, the first game they win outright in Raleigh. Then they lose the next game in Raleigh to the Hurricanes in overtime. Then they go back to Las Vegas. They had a 4-goal lead. They were up 4-0 going into the final period.
You want to guess who I had in that game? I had Vegas. I woke up and said, what the hell happened?
I was like, oh, wow. They were blowing them out. 4-goal lead going into the final period, which is, the lights out. And then Carolina comes back with 3 goals in 39 seconds in the third period. Jeez. Let me say, 3 goals at 7:03 of the third, 7:29, 7:42. Bang, bang, bang. They put up 3 goals. It was unbelievably exciting. And Mitch Marner, that was a record, obviously, as fast as ever in a Stanley Cup final. Mitch Marner, who is a former Toronto Maple Leaf, and he may be the most scrutinized player in this series because he's got a real bitter pill, a little chip on his shoulder, I should say, with the Maple Leafs because he was like the 4th overall pick, and they felt he never fulfilled his potential up there. He was good, but they felt he was going to be, another, Connor McDavid or the like. And in their opinion, he wasn't. So he was part of a trade deal where they sent him to Las Vegas. Well, I say he had the fastest hat trick in final history. So he actually had 4 points last night. He had 3 goals and an assist. So he was, he didn't get the game winner, and went to 2 overtimes last. So he didn't get the game winner in second overtime, but he did, he won the game for them because without him, they wouldn't have done it. I mean, 4 points is incredible in one game and a record-setting hat trick. But this has been just wild. It's wild. Keep in mind, let's get back to what I said the first game. The Golden Knights, I mean, they won their division, but they had a losing record. And since it's not done the way we do other sports like football and baseball and basketball, you get points. You get 2 points for a win, none for a loss, and 1 for an overtime loss. Like, you combine their losses and their overtime losses, they are below 500, and now they may win, the second Stanley Cup in 4 years. So it's been crazy exciting, though.
Yeah, it has. I watched a little bit of it. I've never seen, not that I watch a ton of hockey, but the Golden Knights to score 4 goals in the second period. Carolina comes around, scores 4 in the third period after both teams were shut out in the first. It's just strange, man, bizarre.
It's record-setting all this time. I mean, the way they came back, like I said, Carolina has the fastest 3 goals in NHL playoff history, and then I say Mitch Marner's the fastest hat trick in final history. So I mean, you're right. It's just been exactly that. Where you come up with these incredible back and forth, which they're heart-stopping, because you think about whatever city you happen to be in. If you're in Las Vegas, you're like yes, and like oh, and if you're in Raleigh, it's like you just ordering beers to drown your sorrows, and it's like oh my god, it's like they tied in the third period like this, and it's just it's rocking. It's just rocking. I also find it kind of fun that these teams. Look, I love the original 6. I mean, they have all the cold weather cities where it made sense. It just totally makes sense. When you look at where the original 6 come from, you got Montreal, Toronto, Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Boston. All cold places. That's where hockey belonged in the past. Now you've got a team in the desert Southwest, and you got a team, in the deep South in North Carolina, and 4 of the last Stanley Cups in the last 8 years have been won by Florida teams. 2 by the Lightning, 2 by the Panthers. So the game has expanded to beyond cold weather cities. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a challenge, I'm sure, to keep then again, I guess inside is inside. It's cold inside. Yeah,
stuff stays. Your freezer's still good, right?
Yeah.
Ed, is Carolina still your pick to win it all, or has it changed watching the series at all?
They're still my pick. If their first line wakes up, I think they'll be fine. I think they win. But I mean, the Golden Knights are really good, man. That's why they're here. So they won a division. So it's not like they sucked and they were the 8th seed. I just find the whole thing really interesting. 2 really good teams, and again, a lot of this, it's like the only thing I will say is my reluctance to say Carolina for sure. I mean, I like them to win for my son because he's become a rabid fan, but it's just like the Knicks. I still think the Thunder was probably the best team in the NBA. However, the Knicks are on, as Ken Weinberg, they were on a magic carpet ride. I mean, when was the last time they lost a playoff game? That was against the Hawks.
Not since Stephen A. Smith called him out.
Yeah,
right.
Thank God for him.
He deserves all the
Thank
credit.
God for him.
Way to go, Stephen. You won the championship.
When teams look like they're just destined to win, and it started to look like that with Las Vegas, like, man, this is just, it's another amazing storyline. So I am not so sure. And they're playing at home again, which hasn't made a damn difference in this series.
And I understand that the president's going to be in the building tonight. But it's going to be a who's who of stars.
Hey,
He'll be the least famous person in the building.
He will be.
Oh my God, who's that over there? Ben Stiller. No, it's like
Anne Hathaway, Spike Lee. It's on and on and on.
There's that little French kid, Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet, right? Yes.
Hey, do they worry about the ice melting in these warm weather cities?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Well,
he doesn't even acknowledge me. Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, you stupid ass. Yeah. yeah, of course. The ice melts. Yeah, they're not indoors. It's all outdoors. They don't have it.
That's what happened to the Polish hockey team. They died in spring training.
Their water polo team, the horses drowned. Sorry.
You can still tell Polish jokes and Italian jokes. It's fine. It's so funny. It's funny. I'm wearing. I don't know if you guys have the camera on today. I'm wearing an Italy soccer polo because they've won 4 World Cups, and the World Cup is here, right? Mm-hmm. The problem is Italy didn't make it.
Oh God!
So my shovel tomorrow is going to them and Dick's Sporting Goods because I was in Dick's out in the other day in Colombia. And I look at all of this. Cool. They get everything out. Spain and Brazil and Argentina and Italy and Germany and all these jerseys for kids. And the store is just packed with World Cup gear. Italy, 50% off because they didn't make the World Cup. They lost to Bosnia. So I got myself a couple of Italian shirts and hats and stuff at half price. So any Italians who want to go to Dick's,
I know they didn't make it because Nick Drecchio spent about 10 minutes telling me why. Yeah.
This is the 3rd time in a row they haven't made it.
That's crazy. Yeah. Tell us all about our 8 o'clock sponsor.
Well, of course, people know the 8 o'clock sponsor is the Lion's Den, which is a great place for adults to just enhance your social life. Well, no, your sex life. That's what I mean. Just your private life. It really is. It's not like the things you think about where you used to look at your shoes and not looking anybody in the eye. It's a great store, great staff. They're really friendly. It's, meant for couples, and just you get anything you can imagine in there so you can explore your boundaries and limitations. So I encourage you to go in and check it out because there's 4 stores right around Baltimore. Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena, of course, lionsden.com. So tell them I sent you and join the pride.
And we will see you tomorrow, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Brendan Morton from Masson Sports will join us at 9:30, but on the other side, Seattle Mariners coming to town. We'll take a look at the 4-game series up next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
Look, as you know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great. Drinks are cold and the people are great there. That's Mount Washington Tavern. I was there on Saturday. I had dinner there with a bunch of friends, including Greg Carpenter, who's in the studio next to us, and his wife. So we had a great time on Saturday night. It's just a good place. And the thing I stress is, it's the last thing I said. The crowd's even better. The people are great there. I just love the staff and the crowd they attract. Full lunch and dinner menu every day, of course. Fresh food, delicious. Something for everybody. What you really need to know is pay attention to your calendar, because in this economy, when everything costs, it's $100 to walk out your door. Wednesday, prime rib night, slow roasted prime rib, roasted potatoes, a fresh salad, all for just $32. So Wednesdays are that's the place to be. And Monday through Friday, also the place to be, because happy hour, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions and Manhattans. My favorites, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels, and Sundays, fun day, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, all of it. And baseball, which we're talking about, of course, Tavern's your spot. You can catch the game there on the televisions. They get a bunch of them in the 3 bars in the place. You know how big it is in there. You can grab a bite, enjoy it with your friends. Or if you have tickets, hop on a light rail right out the front door. Look to your left. There it is. It takes you right to the ballpark. You avoid traffic and parking and all the nonsense that goes on. You don't have to deal with that. You go right to the ballpark or reverse it, come right back to the tavern and do whatever you want. So, and if you get a special event, remember, reservations go fast. So call a book online. Say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck if you're there. Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Brett Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. My cousin Mike Evans has changed locales. Now on the left coast with the Niners, the future hoper is likely in the final phase of his career. Last year in Tampa, he finished number 52 in yards per catch and number 98 in target separation. The environment by the Bay is healthy, but well into his 30s, Evans goes under 925.5 receiving yards at minus 120. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On July 21st, it's Death Cab for Cutie with Japanese Breakfast. Country star Thomas Rhett stops by on August 13th. Then rock out with a Bray and Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman power tool when you buy a Craftsman V20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
A few seats still remain for the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Southern Hospitality Tour, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It looked like the Orioles were on their way to taking their second straight road series until the bottom of the sixth inning in Toronto on Sunday. After a Gunnar Henderson error, the Blue Jays had runners on the corners with one out. Brandon Valenzuela hit what appeared to be a double play ball, but Henderson was unable to tag Ernie Clement, who looked to be out of the baseline. Toronto went on to score 3 more runs in the inning to take a 5-4 lead. Craig Alvarez spoke on the play following the game.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of like his running path. So it's like similar to when a ground ball to first base, runner on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
The O's will be back at it Monday as they return home for a 4-game set with the Mariners. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line at 9:15 right now. Baltimore Orioles preparing to take on the Seattle Mariners in the 4-game series here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Mariners in first place in the AL West, 34-32 on the year. They've won 7 out of the last 10. Birds have played 500 over the last 10, cooled down a little bit after that stretch they had at home. Your thoughts on the Mariners, and what do they do to kind of concern you, Jeremy?
Well, they have great pitching, first off.
Yeah.
Even Emerson Hancock coming in, go look at his numbers. He's been very, very good. I went to check to see if it was just home or road for him, but he's been good in both. You end up missing Luis Castillo, who pitched yesterday, and that's the one guy in the rotation you like to face, although he did pitch well yesterday. You're going to run into some serious issues here with the likes of, Logan Gilbert and some of their starters, but I actually like the way we've been swinging the bats. It's decent hitting weather tonight, for what that's worth. But yeah, the Mariners too, they called up a bunch of their youngsters, but Emerson, these kids, they can play. They've got some guys that can steal base. They've got good table setters up top.
Right.
One of the best young players in baseball, and Julio Rodriguez, who's a lot of fun to watch. Randy Arozarena, who we all know from Tampa Bay.
Yep.
Josh Naylor right in the middle of that lineup. They've got power, and they've got speed, and they've got good pitching. Their bullpen's solid too.
Yeah, it should be some good pitching matchups if the Orioles do, to pivot a little bit. Tonight concerns me, as you said, Hancock against Bassett. Well, do you think Bassett can turn it around?
If they think his back's fine and they're putting him out there, I'm assuming he's okay.
Tomorrow, Gilbert versus Trevor Rogers. Yeah. Again, advantage them.
Wind blowing out to left tomorrow, too. And the only reason I bring that up is because we have a lefty on the mound and they don't.
Was it Wednesday? This is a good one. Kirby versus Young. Kirby has not had the season that a Kirby-type season. ERA is not horrible, but he's had better seasons. Then Thursday, again, I think that's the ESPN game. That's Brandon versus Kyle Bradish.
Whoa.
So going into this series, this 4-game series, the Mariners have the pitching advantage.
I think they do in this aspect, because Bassett would be our worst, right? Our worst starting pitcher right now. Maybe he turns that around. But I think if you were looking at this rotation, you're like, that's the guy I want to face. And with Seattle, it's Luis Castillo, and maybe that combination that they're using with him and Bryce Miller. But look, Seattle's a really good team. You're at home. I think you have some advantages being here.
Yeah. I
think Pete Alonso has a big series these next 3 games. I like him a lot today.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Orioles are a much better team offensively than the Mariners, but that's been the case. Mariners have been challenged offensively now for 3 years?
Yeah.
They haven't really, why haven't they been able to put together? I think that's the difference between them going deep in the postseason and not.
Because they don't have enough of those glue pieces. They have guys that can hit home runs and guys that strike out a lot. They look a lot like the Orioles did for a long period of time. And, I mean, you might say, hey, they needed some veteran leadership. They trade for a Rosarina. I don't know that's where you want to get your leadership from. Josh Naylor, another player that they signed. By the way, they were in Detroit yesterday. They hate him in Detroit from the playoffs. He was rocking the bait. But when he got thrown out, they were all cheering like crazy. When he hit the double, they booed the hell out of him.
That was a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
When he was at Cleveland.
Yeah.
I remember that now.
He's had some, I think he's disappointed them with Seattle and with Cleveland. So, but again, like you're looking at, and this is what's so funny about that team. You know the name that we haven't even talked about? Cal Raleigh. Big Dumper has done, it's the worst turnaround from a good season and looking at what his season's been this year. And I know now he's hurt. I'm using air quotes. I mean, he needed some time off to think about some things, but the Big Dumper was anything but that. He was a turd.
Last year, his WAR was 7.2. This year, through 41 games, is negative 0.2.
Mm-hmm.
He has 7 home runs, but his OPS is 560. What happened? His home run total was 27, 30, 34, 60. RBI, 63, 75, 100, 125. It was all good just a week ago.
Mess around, got a triple-double? No, he didn't have that.
Horrible.
Now, Seattle's a very intriguing to me come postseason time just because of their front-end rotation and seeing what they might do at the trade deadline. But I do like the team. I like the way they're put together. I like these young players that they've called up, Young and Emerson. There is some serious talent there.
So how do you feel? Should win 3 out of 4 or you'll be good with a split?
I mean, I'm good with a split, but I'd like to win 3 out of 4.
I told you, I don't care who you play, in a 4-game series, splits are good because it's tough to beat people 3 out of 4. It's tough, man.
Yeah.
I want 3 out of 4. I want 4 out of 4, to be honest with you. 3 out of 4 will make me feel better, but a split, and then you have San Diego coming into town on the weekend after that, Father's Day weekend. No, next week is Father's Day weekend. Right?
Yeah.
They're not very good. They're not great. They're 2 games over 500, San Diego.
They're just not hitting.
Yeah.
They can't hit. Remember, Tatis, up until, was it a couple weeks ago, hadn't hit a home run. Manny Machado, we just said, has the lowest batting average in all of baseball. Jackson Merrill's been good, but he hasn't looked like he did in his rookie year.
They're better away than they are at home. You know what's funny? They're 2 games over 500, but the run differential is negative 18.
Their pitching's been... I mean, Mike King's been solid. Like the guys they've trotted out, even like Walker Buehler's going today for him. He sucks and he's pitched well for him.
Only the Dodgers have given up fewer runs in the division.
Well, the problem with the Padres is you better score something off their starters because I do think that's the best bullpen in baseball.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the back end, you've got that cat that's throwing 100 and some miles an hour. And by the way, did you see Jacob Mizorowski this weekend? Manager tried to come out in Coors and take him out of the game. He said, go back. I'm not done. I got 2 more batters. Do you want to know what he did with the last 2 batters?
What?
A strikeout. That dude is nasty, man.
By the way, Atlanta may be looking at their magic number. They're 9.5 games up with the Phillies. 9.5. What's their magic number?
Jeez. Philly's got they get Pat Corbin tonight, but he's been, I can't believe I'm saying this. He's just been solid. Yeah. Like, he doesn't get blown up. He'll give up some runs, but I like him going up against those lefties in that lineup. Brandon Marsh, if you haven't paid attention, has just been killing it.
Yeah, he has 3 games in a home run 3 in a row.
Yeah, and he was hitting like 340 or something.
Brendan Mortensen will join us at 9:30, but on the other side, Jeremy's going to continue with his numbers. It's the Daily Line.
Yeah, we've got, I do want to tell people, call in now if you want to see the Black Crows. 2 tickets to see Black Crows on June 16th at Merriweather, 410-583-1057. Now, with the Daily Line, been killing baseball. Another 4-1 in my top plays yesterday. Went 4-1 in baseball, period, overall. It's a lighter day today, but I've got 5 baseball games. We'll talk NBA Finals and a couple of WNBA plays for you, and I'll tell you where the best hitters are on today's slate. That's all coming up next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
All right, here we go. Talk a little bit about yesterday and what we like today. So, as far as yesterday's games went, as I said, I went 4-1 in my top plays. My one miss was a WNBA game. The WNBA has been less than kind to me over the past week, whereas baseball has been, as Sammy Sosa once said, Betty good to me. Yesterday, I had the Royals Twins over, which you got a little lucky late. Some fireworks went off. Phillies White Sox over, which I think that was done in like the 5th or 6th inning. Under in the Cubs Giants 2-1 game. Over in the Tigers Mariners. That was another one where caught a little luck in the late in the game where the Tigers walked it off. I'm sitting here, it's 4-3 the whole damn game, and I'm going, can you just score one run so I'm guaranteed to get over 8.5 for crying out loud? And it didn't work out that way, but they did come back and win it in kind of a cool fashion with a walk-off. Now, with some of the other plays. I also had the Yankees-Red Sox over, and it fell just under. I went 2-2 on my prop. So where are we looking today? Let's start off in the WNBA. 2 big spreads there as these games look like blowouts, but the one I'm going to go to is Vegas. Seattle on the road has just been awful. The Vegas Aces should cover that 15.5. I always say this, you don't typically hear me give out big spreads, but we have a lighter slate, so I'm looking at some other games, and I really feel like that happens. The only concern with those big spreads in a team like Vegas against a team like Seattle is that they get up 20 and just take the foot off the gas pedal, and then they don't care the rest of the way, because those have happened in the fourth quarter of a lot of basketball games, but I still think it's the right side, and I would take the Liberty and Sun over the 161.5. In the NBA, Knicks are favored by 2.5. I can't, as much as I want to do it, I can't go to it. I just feel like so much money's coming in on the Knicks, and I'm staying away from it. I'm taking the under in this one at 216.5. I do think it's the right side. I think we see a slower defensive-minded game. We'll see what type of impact the refs have on tonight's game, but yeah, I think the Knicks are going to get some home cooking. We'll have to see what the Spurs can do to offset some of that.
Right.
Yeah,
I think so too. Ed was talking about the officiating. A lot has been made about the officiating. Normally in the NBA playoffs, when one team makes a lot about the officiating and they're going home, it's the old Phil Jackson thing. Mm-hmm. He knew exactly when to plant that seed.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's a smart thing to do to bring it up after the fact, and now you're going home. But if you're asking what the NBA would like to happen, they would like the Spurs to win tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They don't want this thing to be a sweep.
So Major League Baseball weather today supports an Orioles over, a Padres over, and a Yankees over. Yankees over is the best spot, but it's some of the better pitching that you're going to see today with the likes of Gavin Williams, who's been just fantastic. He grades out as the second best pitcher today. You're like, man, how is Gavin Williams grading out as the second best pitcher? Because, mama, there goes that man again, Christopher Sanchez. He just lost his scoreless streak in his last game.
Yeah.
He has been, like, Jacob Mizorowski's been the most dominant pitcher in baseball because of the strikeouts. He has just been on one.
We talk trash about umpires, but I thought the umpire did a great thing.
Yes.
When the crowd recognized the streak was over, they gave him a standing ovation.
And that was cool.
And the umpire went back out to the home plate. It was the longest dusting off of the plate that I've ever seen.
Of the cleanest plate you've ever seen.
He was. This did let him soak in. I thought that's cool, man. That's a veteran umpire move.
Yeah, but he's been so good, and Christopher Sanchez looks really good. Will Warren for the Yankees. This matchup just happened, but it was Garrett Cole versus Gavin Williams. And Williams, I think he gave up a run or two, but he mowed down the Yankees, and now you have no Aaron Judge in that lineup either. A couple other spots today that I think are interesting. I mentioned the Padres over, which is a game that I'm going to go to. Andrew Abbott, who been one of the more lucky pitchers in all of baseball. And I'll take this Padres offense against lefties, even though the Padres have scuffled. And for San Diego, it's Walker Buehler. And
Buehler?
We're not afraid of Walker Buehler, even though
anymore.
He's been better this year.
Real quick, Jeremy, if you interrupt. Folks, for those of you who are calling in for the tickets are gone, Ben. Tickets are gone.
Tickets were given away.
I'm just trying to clear up the phone lines for you. You know,
Ben, you want me to give away more tickets? 4? Oh no, he said no. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. So looking at that, and I mentioned the Orioles game is a good. It's good for home runs. The issue is, if you're looking at it, both of these teams hit home runs. I'd have no problem going to the over in the Oriole game, but I stayed away from it totally just because if Chris Bassett's pitching, I think he's okay. I just don't know if he's okay. You know what I mean? He's fine until he's not. And people that have had back issues, it can go at any moment. So I don't know the severity of it, but the fact that he's starting leads me to believe they think he's okay.
Yeah.
So as far as baseball goes today and talking about those weather spots, here's what I'm on. I do like Washington, San Francisco to go under the 8. It's one of my favorite plays today with Logan Webb on the bump there. And it is Miles Michaelis for the Nats. And don't get it wrong, I should call him kilometers. He stinks. Miles stinks, but now he's in a big ballpark. He can get ground balls. He just doesn't strike out a lot of guys. And he can give up some fly balls that probably won't leave this stadium. I've said it before, Oracle Park in San Francisco, least affected by wind. So 10 miles an hour out, it's nothing. It's nothing because it's on the water, and then those winds swirl. Now, you get 15, 20 miles an hour out anywhere. It's still a huge bump, but they are the least ones affected by wind in that stadium. Cincinnati, San Diego over. I like the Guardians today. I love Philly and Toronto to go under 7.5. And one of my favorite plays today is the Angels. Love them as an underdog. Love Mike Trout. Fernando Tatis over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Same thing for Mike Trout. I'm taking Jackson Chourio over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's the best hitter on the slate according to my drink algorithm. He's the best hitter so much so that his hits, runs, RBIs over 2.5 is minus 130. He is going to go off tonight against Jeffrey Springs. I think he's batting like 500 against him. So I took him over 2.5 minus the 130. And as a plus money, I like Logan Webb over 5.5 Ks. He's not a big strikeout guy. I like the spot and the fact that it's plus money. And my model had him getting a little over 5.5. So I think it's a good play at plus money. There you go.
There you go. Thank you very much, Jeremy Kahn. Real quick, somebody asked me over the weekend, I forget how Mike Trout's name came up. You just brought him up. You think Mike Trout's a Hall of Famer? I just kind of looked at him.
Are you? I mean,
what?
What would not make him a Hall of Famer?
Seriously,
let's
just look like.
Who was it that was having the argument when somebody brought up basketball players? And they were talking about that Charles Barkley's career wasn't as good as God. Who was the other player? It was like a role player on a team. Let's just take Robert Horry for example. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't Robert Horry. I wish I could remember who it was. I don't know if you saw this online, Ben, but they were talking about, and Shaq had to check the person. He's like, you know how stupid you sound?
Was it Draymond?
Was it Draymond?
I feel like they were going at it.
No, somebody else was making a comparison about Chuck and somebody else.
That's who the comparison was, Chuck and Draymond.
Okay.
They were comparing them, saying, well, look at Draymond's career. You wouldn't want this. He's been a better player than Charles Barkley. And somebody was like, how can you even say that with a straight face? He goes, what did Barkley go to? 1 finals? Yeah. He was the MVP that year. Let me know the year.
Could you imagine Barkley on the Golden State Warriors instead of Draymond?
I mean, that's the one thing. Can you
imagine that?
That's the one thing that pisses me off is where people try to label championships like that's what makes the player.
So you're not saying Draymond was making this comparison?
No.
Okay, all right, I got confused. I agree. Come on, Draymond.
Shaq was arguing with an analyst. And he was going back and forth, and it may have been on somebody's podcast.
Okay.
So, again, bringing up Charles Barkley's career where you're going, are you stupid? Go look at what he did.
Yeah, man.
That's a guy that grabbed 20 rebounds in a Game 7 to get to the finals against the Spurs and hit the game-winning shot. So that's something Draymond's not typically going to do. But anyway.
Ben Hall's Encore at 9:45, but on the other side, Mass and All Access's own Brendan Mortensen joins us on The Fan.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Bel Air, this is huge. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and the summer sales bash is on. We are loaded with new Ford trucks, SUVs, and cars priced to move. BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 now.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Birdland, the biggest soccer event of the summer is almost here, and the crossover kit is back. Hit the yard on Saturday, June 13th as the Orioles host the San Diego Padres at 4:05. Be one of 15,000 fans to receive an Orioles soccer jersey presented by Point Breeze Credit Union. Don't miss out on scoring this must-have soccer jersey or rooting on the red, white, and blue in your Baltimore Orioles all summer long. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles dropped the series finale in Toronto 6-4 to wrap up a 6-game road trip. It was an odd day for Shane Baz as he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits and a walk in 5 2/3 innings pitched, but just 1 run was earned. All the damage against him came in the 6th inning where things got hectic. Baz spoke on his success through the first 5 innings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the walk to start the 5th, not ideal, but other than that, I felt like I was attacking guys really well. I was making them swing, put the ball in play, and our defense was amazing, especially those first few innings. And, you know, they did a great job behind me and made it easy to be efficient.
The Birds will return to Camden Yards for a 7-game homestand starting tonight with the Mariners. In the NBA, New York and San Antonio will clash for Game 3 of the finals. Tip-off is set for 8:30 tonight at Madison Square Garden, where the Knicks are 6-1 in the playoffs. You can catch all the action on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
9:31 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Joining us right now from O's All Access, Masson All Access, he is Brendan Morton. What's going on, Brendan? I'm sorry, my computer is frozen. Could you do that for me? Thank you. What's going on, Brendan?
Hey, Rob. Hello again. How are you guys?
Doing well, man. Listen, the talk in town is by everybody. I got to ask you this first out of the gate. The play at second base involving Gunnar Henderson. We heard the umpire's explanation. I don't know in what baseball world stratosphere that the runner is not out of the baseline.
I wasn't allowed to do that in Little League, so I don't know. Listen, I don't know if I need to give a Shane Baz answer of I don't want to get too deep into it so that I don't get fined.
The old Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. I mean, he pretty clearly goes out of the baseline. Gunnar Henderson pretty clearly makes a tag attempt. Is this like a check swing sort of thing where it's now up to the umpire's discretion as to what is a good enough tag attempt and what isn't? I've got no idea. But to me, it looked pretty night and day.
See, and that's the thing that really pissed me off is when he said it wasn't a good enough attempt. And then, well, first off, saying that he's not 3 feet out of the line when if you look at it in any stretch, he is. But like, what is it's a tag attempt. He has to make an attempt, but it wasn't good enough. It was almost like, when the NFL said that we'll review pass interference, and you see a guy get tackled by his neck while the ball's in the air, and they come back and say, nope, it's not pass interference. It's like, well, what are we doing here, and why can't we review that?
Yeah, I have no idea what a tag attempt would be outside of sticking your glove out to try to tag the guy, which is what Gunnar Henderson did. So it's not even like what is a catch in the NFL where, did he make a football move, whatever. If he sticks his glove out to try to make a tag, is that not a tag attempt? Yes. I didn't think there was another definition than that. So I have no idea. And obviously that inning snowballs into a not great result for the Orioles. And, I don't even blame Shane Boz or whoever it may be on the Orioles for getting, their heads out of it a little bit. That's a ridiculous play to try to bounce back from and go out and win that game.
Brendan Mortensen joins us from Madison. Brendan, tonight, Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Orioles. Last time we saw him, we're uncertain about his back situation, his numbers at the same time. Not ideal, 4-4 on the year, but the 5.27 ERA, along with the other metrics. Do you feel like Bassett is a guy that can turn it around for the Orioles and solidify that rotation?
Yeah, it's interesting with Bassett because really coming into the season, his calling card was his consistency. Last year in Toronto, he wasn't losing you any games. He maybe didn't have the greatest ERA in the world, but he would go out and he would eat innings, and usually he's not given up more than 4 or 5 innings in any outing. And then this year, it's been a little bit more inconsistent. He's had a few of those blow-up outings. So I still believe, based on the track record and how Chris Bassett pitches, that this is somebody who can find a bit of a groove. He's never been somebody who relied on his velocity all the time. Right. He's found a way over the past few years to be sort of that crafty veteran pitcher who's going to give you a bunch of different looks, and he's going to be able to pinpoint locations. So when it's a pitcher like that, I have some more faith that, he will be able to find a rhythm and turn things around, because it's not like we've seen the stuff diminish by, any large stretch or really anything along those lines. It's just trying to find some more consistency command-wise, and I don't see any reason why he can't get back to that type of pitcher.
Are you seeing anything in the numbers with Colton Cowser? It looks like he's been playing better with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, I think it's the leg kick for me that Cowser implemented in late April, where he was just on balance a little bit more. Cowser's a really athletic guy, and it kind of looked for a while at the beginning of the season that he didn't look all that athletic in the box, and I think the leg kick really helps him do that. It helps him stay balanced. If he needs to go out and attack a fastball, he can. He's able to lay off some of the off-speed stuff a little bit more. That's a really talented player, and obviously this is a punch-counter-punch league, and for a while, Cowser comes up initially and he starts hammering fastballs, and then pitchers figure out, okay, let's go to the off-speed stuff a little bit more, let's go to the breaking stuff, and maybe it just took a while for Cowser to find a counterpunch to what pitchers were doing to him, and now it seems like he's a lot more on time with the breaking and off-speed stuff. He's able to do damage on it when there's a mistake in the zone. So this is the kind of player that Colton Cowser is from a talent perspective. So it's not shocking to me. Just had to find the right adjustment to get there.
Brendan Mortensen joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. In April, he batted .225 with an OPS of .629. And not very long I should say that's in May. In June, it's been a total of 6 games, and Gunnar Henderson is batting .250, which isn't great. But again, OPS of .667 and only 2 extra base hits. What is going on with Gunnar Henderson?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it, Rob? I don't know. It's a player who's too talented and at the plate to be hitting this way for this long of a stretch. We've seen him before have a little bit more swing and miss, have some more of the strikeouts. I think that's probably the biggest thing to point to at this point is his chase out of the zone. That's something that has been pretty uncharacteristic for him this season, where in years past he's able to lay off a lot of that stuff. We saw a lot more of the angry walks, and we haven't seen a ton of those from Gunnar this year. It's more of a chase out of the strike zone. He's getting behind more frequently than you would like him to, and I don't know. You can look at some of the bat pass things as well, where he is trying to launch the ball a little bit more. Obviously, last season he's got the shoulder injury, and he's not able to stay on plane as much as he wanted to. And it seems like this season he came in with more of a plan of wanting to launch the ball more, and maybe some of the bat pass stuff has gone into it as well. But I don't know. It's an interesting case because he's a player that you look at and say, man, there's more in there. hopefully for the month of June, that has historically been the best month of his career by a pretty wide margin. I believe he's got an OPS over 1,000 in his career in the month of June over his career. So maybe this is just the time that he turned things on and gets hot, and you wouldn't be shocked to see Gunnar Henderson have a 900,000 OPS in the month, because that's the kind of player that he is. But I think if you're going to see a turnaround from him, it's cutting the chase down. It's getting ahead in the count more often so that he can do damage on mistakes in the zone, because we know that when that happens, he can do a ton of damage.
Has our starting pitcher turned the corner, in your opinion? Things have looked really good. This is kind of what I thought we'd see at the beginning of the year. And again, knowing that you're going to have some blow-ups here or there, some ERAs can get chunky and you work to it. And Chris Bassett was probably the one guy I had more concerns about than anyone as far as ERA goes, but he's usually available. What do you make of the starting rotation right now?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they have turned a corner. You even look at the two starts from this past weekend where the Orioles dropped those two games. I thought Kyle Bradish didn't look as sharp as we're accustomed to seeing from him, but maybe if there's a few plays here or there defensively, he gets out of that early inning and is able to work deeper into that game. Shane Baz, obviously, we talked about the sixth inning there, where if the obvious call is made and there's a double play there, he gives up one run and the inning is over there too. So I think those two at the top of things have been super encouraging. Trevor Rogers, I think in two starts now, you really have to like what you see there. I know the Toronto start that he had at home, he goes into the seventh inning and was a little bit tired and just lost it a little bit. But leading up to that, the 6 innings were outstanding. And then his last time out looked really good too. So if you can add him into the mix with your top two there, I think overall things are looking really solid. Brandon Young's been solid all season. He has been really a revelation for the Orioles this year, where he maybe doesn't look overwhelming and dominant with the strikeout stuff, but it seems like every time now you look up and Brandon Young's through 5-6 innings with just 1 or 2 earned runs. So I think they're really starting to find a groove a little bit. And yeah, if you can get Bassett on that train as well, I think you feel really good about where that rotation is at as a whole.
Good call, Brendan. Gunnar Henderson for his career, June. Batting average, the highest of any month, 325. On base percentage, the highest of any month, 402. Slugging, the highest of any month, 571. OPS, the highest of any month, 974. So hopefully he'll continue that pattern of his career and turn this thing around in June. Brandon, what are you working on?
Whole bunch of stuff, Rob. Andy Kraft and I are doing a whole bunch of good work down on the farm with the Orioles Farm Report that airs on Masson once a month. This month's edition is going to be all about the MLB draft, where the Orioles have the number 7 pick in maybe just over a month at this point. So we're going to be diving into that, some of the top prospects in the draft that you could be looking at. And you can find all of our work on our Masson Orioles social pages, MassonSports.com, the Masson app, all that good stuff.
Brendan Mortensen, Masson. Thanks a lot, my friend. See you a little bit later.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right. That's a good call. Mm-hmm. He's a man in June, man. His numbers.
Oh, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, for this month. I didn't know that until today.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think it's his best month.
It is.
Yeah.
Average on base percentage, slugging, OPS.
Well, that's what I meant, like a kind of across the board. It's like, hey, it's my time.
He's played fewer games in this month than he has the September, October, but he's only like 4 or 5 doubles off the pace of that month. So it'd be number 2. Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Chicago Bears may be headed to Indiana. Then again, what's in a name? 10 NFL teams don't actually play in the city they're named after. The Jets and Giants don't play in New York. The real headline, Indiana is reportedly willing to throw $1 billion at the Bears to move. NFL owners always tell us they want championships. What they really want is the same thing everybody wants. Free money. Pack up the trucks. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn-out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Going on now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of Wounded Warrior Project. The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning on hosting more cookouts or spending your nights outside with family and friends or looking for your next home upgrade, you're going to need to check out Town Appliance. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Get your home summer ready with new outdoor grills, beverage centers, and outdoor refrigeration and powerful air conditioners, all with flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Now, Mary, they really know their stuff. So visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you.
fall to. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roll.
20 years old. Castle's 21. Wimbiana is 22. Them guys is just young, not big enough, and just not ready yet. You know, but you think about it with the Bulls in the the early 90s, late 80s.
Is he
man.
Italian
They
now?
went up against the Pistons.
Is he Italian now?
I thought that was a Michael Jackson song.
Wimbiana.
Wimbiana.
No, well, Wimby. I'm just gonna call him Wimby, man. I can't pronounce these African names like that.
He's French.
He's French.
So, he's French?
Yeah, man.
I thought he was well. He
He's as
Africa and moved
he's
to
as
France.
African as you are.
Rashawn, that's racist.
Lord have mercy. And that's the encore for the day. Lord help us.
What you gonna do?
Let's go to Rising Sun and get Todd. I'm sorry. What's up, Todd?
Todd?
Todd,
Hey, you there?
yes.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm calling. Gunner did not extend his arm to make that tag.
He didn't make it. He didn't make.
Also,
He didn't put his arm out to even try to tag him. Is what you're saying? So he doesn't even go that way.
No, it was like, halfway. And then I'm also.
So it's not an attempt then, and he went halfway.
He went halfway to extend his arm. Yeah.
Okay, that's an attempt. That's exactly what an attempt is. It's the definition of an attempt.
Oh, well, why not extend your entire arm?
Because he was going for a double play, so the run at third does not score.
Todd, if I know the rules, or I think I know the rules, and Jeremy's coming my way and I extend to him and he runs out of the way, in my mind, Jeremy's out because he's out of the baseline. Now I'm trying to complete the double play by going to first base. Excuse me?
The baseline, yeah. I understand.
So
that.
I think Gunner assumed he's out of the baseline. This guy's out. Let me complete the double play.
All right, I stand correct. I agree with you.
I think that's what that was. I think.
Well, the problem with it is like this thing where they're saying it wasn't a good enough attempt.
I don't know what that means.
What? Yeah, what does it mean?
I have no idea.
I took a free throw. I missed it. It wasn't a good enough attempt. Is that like I did attempt it?
You know what's funny? I was just ready to use the field goal, but I think Baltimore Ravens fans are still sore about that one.
It's just like it's common sense, and this whole thing that Jackson Holiday is out, and I did watch it. Jackson steps on the grass when he's trying to avoid it.
Right.
But
it
if
still wasn't
Jackson's
as
out,
wide.
then he has to be out. It's like,
Parkville, Eli. What up, Eli?
Good morning, fellas. I don't know if the CFL air on Sundays, but it looked like the umps was trying to get to a game or something because they was just calling anything. You feel me when the O's was that bad, and it was rough. But it looked like the fix was in. But at least we split and we made $500 out of the road trip, and now we got to take on Seattle. But y'all take it easy.
Hey, Eli.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with splitting against Seattle, or you want at least 3?
I want 3.
You're greedy.
Appreciate you, man. I thought we were going to get through the show without hearing from Eli. I was feeling some kind of way about this. Now it's time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Today is National Best Friends Day. Yes. You have a day with no one. Today is also, Jeremy, Name Your Poison Day, which means your drink. Whatever drink you want. And this week is National Little League Week, which I love, Little League Week. Also, you know what I found out today? Your buddy, Alex Bregman.
Breggy?
He's left more runners on base than anyone in baseball this year.
DeRosa told me Breggy wouldn't do that.
At 140.
Good old Breggy.
100. How many games has he played? He's left 100. He's left a small village on base. I'm going to get birthdays, but Ben, I'm going to need you to brush up on your knowledge of these people.
I'm very smart in all areas of sports, but I didn't watch a lot of tennis growing up.
I didn't either. I know who Lindsay Davenport is.
Irrelevant to me.
Yep.
All right, today would have been former First Lady Barbara Bush birthday. Your guy, you love this guy. Jerry Stiller would have celebrated her birthday.
Yeah.
Today.
Oh, he's so funny.
I know. Joan Rivers would have celebrated her birthday today, speaking of funny. Yeah. And The Blade. It's funny how he came up on Facebook, and today would have been Mark Belanger's birthday. It's just weird. Bonnie Tyler turned 74 today. Comedian, writer, producer, director. Keenan Ivory Wayans turned 67 today.
By the way, his son, so there's more Waynes in the new Scary Movie. His son plays in it.
Oh, yeah?
And when you start looking at it, like, who the hell is this guy? And then when you look at it and you hear him talk, you're like, that's Keenan's kid. Ain't no doubt about it.
Troy Vincent turns 56 today. Did you at least Google Lindsay Davenport when I gave you the
Yeah,
heads
that's what
up?
you said. Like, how do you not know her? And I look her up. I'm like, oh, I'm not mad at myself.
Do you want to play along or not?
Yeah, I'm playing.
I didn't say she was a hottie. I just said, do you know her?
And I just said
she won a lot of tennis matches.
Yeah,
she was pretty good. I mean, she was no Serena Williams.
Exactly. That's why I don't know her. If you want me to know you, be Serena or Venus.
Jeremy, that's racist.
What?
Lindsay Davenport and Kanye West share a birthday today. Big Bad Ben, who's older?
Who's Kanye West? Just kidding. I'm gonna go with Davenport.
All right. Jeremy?
I'm gonna go Davenport.
All right. Lindsay Davenport today turns 50. Kanye West turns 48.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Alcohol consumption is set to rise by 350% in England during the World Cup. Well, that is until the group stages are over. What kind of pants does a ghost hunter wear? Just a pair of normal pants. Yep. Two drunks are about to get into a fight when one draws a line in the dirt and says, if you cross the line, I'll hit you in the face. That was the punchline. Detectives knocked on my door and said they were looking for a burglar with one eye. I said, wouldn't it be better if you used both of them? My dog Mitten just bit my sports equipment to pieces. Bad Mitten. I love this one. Why do sperm cells look like commas and apostrophes?
I don't know.
They often interrupt periods. And they lead to contractions.
Only 2 parts? Only two? Not a third?
Two. I didn't have a third one for that one. I told my carpenter I didn't want carpeted steps. He just gave me a blank stare. My wife bet me $1,000 I couldn't turn spaghetti into a car. You should have seen the look on her face when I drove pasta. Austin Richard Post raps under the name Post Malone. Macaulay Culkin raps under the name Home Alone. What was, why was the slow computer cold? Because it left its windows open. And last one, I'm not going to make it to the gym today. Sucks. That makes 3 years straight.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Monday.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Or a chance to spin the Big Spin Wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
A few seats still remain for the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Southern Hospitality Tour, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It looked like the Orioles were on their way to taking their second straight road series until the bottom of the 6th inning in Toronto on Sunday. After a Gunnar Henderson error, the Blue Jays had runners on the corners with one out. Brandon Valenzuela hit what appeared to be a double play ball, but Henderson was unable to tag Ernie Clement, who looked to be out of the baseline. Toronto went on to score 3 more runs in the inning to take a 5-4 lead. Craig Alvarez spoke on the play following the game.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of like his running path. So it's like similar to when a ground ball to first base, run on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
The O's will be back at it Monday as they return home for a 4-game set with the Mariners. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
1-2. That's a charge.
deep left field, soaring over the bullpen, and gone. Number 3 on the season for Taylor Ward. 4-run fifth by the Birds. And they got it. Henderson runs towards the base runner, will only get one out. And now Pete Alonso is pointing out to second base. Perhaps they didn't like the way that Clement went in the baseline. For the moment, a run has come in to score. So the rule is you got to keep it somewhat in the lane. Towards the middle, shoots off of Cano, out towards second, out of the glove, runner safe, coming home. Alonso throws not in time. And the Blue Jays have stormed from behind to take the lead. Strike 3 called. That will finish the ball game. Unanswered run rally by Toronto secures 2 out of 3 with this win on Sunday afternoon.
I think when you stick your glove out to tag somebody, that's an attempt to tag. There's no rule about how far you have to extend your arm to tag somebody.
Craig Albernez, Orioles manager, talking about the aftermath of the 6-4 loss to the Toronto Blue Jays there. It's Nick Lenz. I'm going to just double check his name before I start ragging on him. Yeah, Nick Lenz, the second base umpire who's spitting sunflower seeds all over the freaking field. Don't ever want to hear his name again unless it's in a positive way, influencing an Orioles game. Ground ball to short. Gunnar makes the play. All right, Frenchman's waves him. He didn't make, a full-on effort to tag him. Ernie Clement, who's a hell of a player, by the way. And as Gunnar said after the game, he said, I'm not chasing him to right field to try to turn a double play. So Lentz rules that it was not him because Clement had established his base path. Mm-hmm. And then Gunnar didn't really make a full-on effort as he saw. But he did. He waved his glove at the runner. And you have a guy hauling ass up the first base line. So somebody's got to get out. I mean, you can't turn it into Keystone Cops where he's chasing Ernie Clement around like it's Abbott and Costello. So Clement runs towards right field, center field, whatever it was, out of the base path. But Nick Lentz and then Hunter Wendelstedt, and Hunter's dad, it's Hunter, and Wendelstedt, the old man's from Baltimore. His dad was a long-time ump. I think it was Harry Wendelstedt. From Baltimore, you boning your own team. It's in your bloodline. He's the crew chief, and they both agreed. Lentz talked to the poll reporter, said basically it was almost like he was doing them a solid by getting out of the way. Ernie Clement. And I'm like, no. He's making a wide right turn without his signal on. And the Orioles, instead of getting out of the inning proceeds, and they wind up going from 4-0 up. By the way, that was Ben Wagner and Ryan Ripken. I've heard of that guy. On Masson on the call, Orioles are up 4-0. And Boz is cruising. Gunnar does boot the ground ball that kind of started things in motion. And Pignano hit the home run, which was a blast to start it off. But you're still up 3, and your pitcher's kind of in a groove. And then Boz started melting down. Albie melted down. Alonso was melting down. And then the Orioles melted down. And I'm going to have to throw Jackson Holliday a little criticism here. What the hell was the glove flip there? The runner had already beat. He was safe. Just eat the ball. Jimenez, who, by the way, Nolan's now become one of my least favorite players. He scores a ground ball to second. He scores from second. Yeah. It's unacceptable. But the bottom line is, as you know, people have been listening to me for 27 years now on these airwaves, whether it's NST or 105.7 The Fan. I'll rag on an ump or a referee in a heartbeat because they do impact the outcome of games. And I get it's human. It's a hard job. I get it. Hitting a 99-mile-an-hour fastball is a hard thing to do, too. And the guy that doesn't do it has to get up after the game and speak into a microphone and explain why he couldn't do it. umpire, and they do to a poll reporter. They don't sit there in front of a throng of Jerry Coleman's pestering them and asking them, 15,000 times why you decided this. But still, that was a bad call by Lentz. Yes, the Orioles had other opportunities, but in that particular moment, the proper call is a double play. You're out of the inning. You're up, 4-2 at the time. Instead, the inning goes haywire, and instead of winning the series, and we can get a Saturday's game too, because Friday was glorious. 13 runs, Adley 5 for 5. Jeremiah Jackson comes off the bench, looks like Rockaroo. Everything's great. Brandon Young pitches into the 7th. But yesterday, Nolan McGraw, I thought Nick Lenz, he had a faux pas.
You know what? And I think he would probably, I would hope he'd wake up today and say, man, the hell was I doing there? It just made a mountain out of a molehill. That's my read on it, right? I mean, when we start getting into technicalities with some of these umpire decisions and these calls, that's where you lose me, right? Could you argue at its core, right, for a judgment call, that the attempt by Gunnar wasn't good enough? Yeah, you can argue it, right? We can sit there and we can break it down frame by frame. Did the glove go far enough? Was there intent? Did Gunnar's eyes look towards Clone? Like, we can make ourselves crazy trying to dissect every single part of this play when the only surface level take necessary is that 99 out of 100 umpires call him out because it's just an accepted play. Clement moving out of the way, what was the phrase the ump used? Gentlemanly move or something like. Give me a break.
He's the good guy in the scenario.
Come on, he's moving out of the way. It's in his head, in Clement's head, he knows there's a less than 1% chance here that I'm getting ruled safe. I got to do it, and I also don't want to collide with another player. It is what it is. I'm sure he was standing on second saying, "Oh my God, how did I just get away with highway robbery here? Never should have happened." But wasn't the 8th inning. Wasn't the 9th inning, so I still can't let the O's off the hook.
Sure.
I can't. I still left, Boz after that, to not be able to settle back in. Disappointing. Okay, Cano comes in. That's got to be a clear spot. All right, we're past this, right? Boz, we gave him a chance to recover from it. It didn't work. Cano, you've been lights out all year. Your career, when you're at your best, your MO is that getting out of jams with runners on base, that has to be a spot where he gets out of it, and he doesn't. So I'm conflicted today. I'm more upset at the ump, but when we start looking at the Orioles and what they should be this year, or the way we view them as a potential contender, non-contender, those are the type of moments that make me say non-contender, is that, yeah, you are going to get screwed. We can't, we've got ABS, we got all this stuff. You can't take the umps completely out of the game. There's going to be calls that don't go your way, and you had more than enough time to recover and you didn't. So it's less about one game and it's more about the bigger picture when I get mad at the O's, as I see a moment like that and I say, man, are you able to recover? Are you able to not spiral? Is it mental with you? A lot of concerns.
Yeah, and we'll find out tonight. We don't even know who's pitching. It might be Trey Gibson, depending on what Chris Bassett's deal is.
They were saying this morning that Bassett's pitching.
Bassett is going to roll, because last night, or this morning as well, they hadn't announced the starting pitcher yet, and if Bassett could go, he stays on point. If not, Gibson, who had pitched the same day Bassett did last Wednesday, he would go. Now, here's Lentz's explanation for why he decided that Ernie Clement was not out of the base path. The runner has a right to establish his base path. And so Clement had established his base path to avoid the fielder from potential interference. So he's the good guy. Mm-hmm. And even though Henderson reached out for a tag, Clement's base path was already established out there going to second base, so therefore it was not out of the baseline. Screw you. It was a bad call. He was obviously out of the baseline. Anyone with eyes could see it. And, Gunnar, again, he kind of started the ball rolling, not playing, because Ernie Clement is a hell of a ball player. And when he hits ground ball to short, he's busting his ass coming out of the box. It's not Manny Machado, letting you bobble it 15 times and still throw you up by 10 feet. He was hustling, and he always does. So Gunnar, I guess, figured, time is of the essence. So he kind of rushed it himself. But still, things got out of control. And to Nolan's point, Boz couldn't, because he started melting down because he was cussing out the umpire. And then Cano, though, that would hit his leg. And, that was just a a confluence of things that went wrong for the Orioles. And I don't know what Holiday was thinking with the lazy glove flip, and Jimenez scores all the way from second base. It was a bad inning after a great fifth for them where they took the lead because Gausman was dealing. And Gausman don't throw 98, 99 like he used to, but, he paints corners. He's still an effective guy. And then the Orioles finally cracked through. Just a tough out. And then Saturday, they had opportunities as well. Ernie Clement, 3-run homer. Bradish had his roughest outing maybe of the season going back, or early in the year, going back to the Pittsburgh game. Orioles had 3 home runs and lost. And we also talked about the magic number. They get to 4. They usually win. Back-to-back days, they hit 4 and they lost because they couldn't break through. Now you come back tonight. You're taking on the Mariners, first place in the AL West, but Seattle just dropped 2 out of 3 to the Tigers over the weekend, and they got walked off yesterday on top of it. So you want to get in, complain about the umpires, I'm here for you. You want to bitch about the Orioles, we're here for you. Anything you want to get into, give us a call at 410-583-1057. Orioles can't get to 500, 4 games below. Game and a half out of the wild card because Texas took 2 out of 3 from Cleveland. Toronto has now passed the Orioles in the standings after the Baltimore had passed them. So that's going to be flip-flopping throughout the course, we think, of the summer. So frustrating series at Rogers Center. Orioles go 3-3 on the road trip after a 7-3 homestand.
Hey,
now you got Seattle and San Diego.
Bob, did you kind of wonder, what's he doing when he pinch hit for Basayo?
Well, kind of, sort of. But Basayo, man, where's the Emmy for the rolling around in the dirt? I'm hurt. For real. I mean, I thought he broke his wrist.
Oh, yeah.
And then 2 minutes later, I'm good.
Well, and then when the trainers are touching,
yeah, I know. It's like, and then all of a sudden, yeah, I'm good. I'm cool.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, wait a minute. But pitch hitting for Basayo, I'm always no.
Yeah.
And then he had a stomach ailment on Saturday. So it was not a good road trip for Samuel Basayo. He's still a stud. He's going to be an all-star. And, hopefully great things are to come this week against the Mariners and the Padres. But, yeah, that was kind of interesting to watch. But the Birds lose. It was a tough one. We'll get into that. Ravens at mandatory minicamp starting tomorrow. That means everybody needs to be there. Voluntary OTAs, voluntary speaks for itself, but Vinny, mandatory means that you are contractually obligated to be in Baltimore for the next 3 days.
Yep. Otherwise, you're fined. So it'll be kind of cool to see everybody there. Now, I'm guessing Namde probably won't be practicing, but he'll be in the building. I would say that. So we'll get a chance to see Bateman. We'll get a chance to see Calais Campbell. I'm guessing that he's going to talk one of these days,
it'd be nice to hear from him. Marlin, where's Humphrey been?
Yeah, Humphrey, he was in, Korea or something, so it'll be interesting to see the whole team there. And some of these guys, it's the first time they've been there. Probably some of the guys, first time they met the coaches. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. They'll be coming in. I'm guessing they're coming in today. Probably have some meetings today and then practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it's adios. They'll all be gone until end of July.
Yep. So we're at that phase of the summer, everybody, where mini camp's about to wrap up. Then training camp will start, and then a couple weeks after that, you have preseason football. It's like, come on. But still, the Orioles, they're rolling. Stanley Cup Finals have been brilliant for the first 3 games. Another epic matchup on Saturday. We'll talk about that. NBA Finals. Wemby. All of a sudden, that magic superpower of his starting to get questioned because he did kind of choke a little bit there in game 2. But they resume that series tonight as New York is 2 wins away from winning their first NBA championship in 53 years. A lot to get to. You got the Belmont Stakes. That was a great race. We'll get into all of that and more here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com. What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at pound law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. If you're new to the program, we don't really have any musical themes on Monday. We just go with Nolan's flow. And he's feeling some Grand Funk Railroad. So it's all good. I like this song. And whatever the words might be. Orioles lost yesterday 6-4 after Saturday's 6-4 defeat where they had 3 home runs. Kyle Bradish got touched up. Can't get mad at him too much. Ernie Clement made the great play defensively to Rob Alonso, which would have made the game even more interesting late. And then yesterday, I had the call by Lentz, the second baseman. That's got a lot of people running hot, in particular the Orioles. I mean, Lentz and Wendelstedt defend the call. Orioles aren't exactly agreeing with said decision, but they were up 4-0. Then they have first and second, and Blaze tried to drop a bunt. Bad one. He gets, the lead runner gets thrown out of third on the fourth, and then Ward hits into a double play, and the uprising kind of ended there. And that was all she wrote, man. So Toronto wins 2 out of 3. Orioles right now a game behind the Blue Jays in the American League East and in the wild card. Orioles a game and a half out of the American League wild card. But it's going to be kind of a zany scenario moving forward here because every team's kind of banged up right now. Some teams are starting to scuffle a little bit. Seattle, who's won 7 of their last 10, they're in town tonight, start a 4-game series, but they just lost 2 out of 3 to the Tigers, who just swept Tampa down at the Trop and then take 2 out of 3 from the Mariners. So where the hell's this coming from? All of a sudden, Kansas City's won 5 of their last 6 games, even though Bobby Witt left late with knee soreness in that game, which will keep you up to date on Ravens tomorrow. Mandatory minicamp. That means everyone will be there. Lamar spoke during OTAs. I'm guessing he will not talk the next 2 days. Just guessing.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
But we'll hear from him at training camp.
Yeah.
But he'll be there tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm guessing, Bob, the Calais Campbells and like you said, Marlon Humphrey,
haven't heard
Bateman.
From Roquan much either, have we?
No. Bateman, I'm guessing people want to talk to Bateman. So, and then offensively, well, maybe Ronnie Stanley. He hasn't been there in a while either. So he'll be there too. So we get a chance to see, like on Tuesday, who the starting center is at this point. We'll get a chance to see because otherwise the whole offensive line is kind of set.
Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Warren in Owings Mills. Warren, thanks for holding. What's up?
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
Bob, if you think you were running hot yesterday, I'm surprised you didn't hear me cursing down at you live in Anne Arundel County, right?
Yes.
I'm surprised you didn't hear me cursing down at your house. Couple quick points. My second point, you beat me to the punch I want to make, but the first point is I fault Albert because he should have gone full Earl Weaver on that. Can you imagine, Bob, if that call had been made in the game that Earl Weaver was managing, he would have put on a Hall of Fame performance. Second base would have probably been out on the warning track. He would have thrown it so far.
Yeah, Warren. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, get tossed. I mean, what do you have to lose at that time?
Stand up for your players. Gunnar was running hot. Boz was running hot. Alonzo was running hot. You put on a performance like that, you give them a chance to calm down and maybe laugh at the manager a little. But if you don't get tossed on that, what are you going to get tossed on?
Well, he tried to get tossed at the Holiday one in the 9th.
Yeah.
That was too little too late.
No doubt.
That was the one where Warren said where he needs to go out and go full Billy Martin or Weaver on these guys.
But the second point, and you made it, and it always pisses me off, the umps have to face one pool reporter. I remember last week I was critical of Bassett not fully facing the media because that's what players signed up for. Umps should face the same thing to defend that call. And it's even worse in football because there it's only the referee who faces the pool reporter. They should have to stand in front of the media and defend that. And I looked up that rule as soon as that play was over. That guy, yes, he established a new baseline, but he then would have to have made like a 70-degree turn to get to the base. He kept on going a few feet past where he had established the baseline outside of before he circled into second base. So it was just a horrible call. And, you can't say they lost the game just because of that because Gunnar made the error before that. But, that I think was really a turning point.
Well, they're out of the inning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they also try to downplay Lenz and Wendelstedt. Gunner's effort to even attempt to tag where it was half-hearted. When you take your glove, you reach towards a guy running to the base you're trying to defend. To me, that's an effort to try to tag the base runner. But then again, I'm blind in one eye, so what the hell do I know?
The article in the banner, Wendelstedt said Clement did the gentlemanly thing because he got out of the way, not of the throw, but of Gunnar fielding the ball. He was nowhere near Gunnar when Gunnar fielded the ball.
No.
It was just, incredible display of ineptitude on behalf of the umpire. So I'm still running hot, as you can hear.
Well, let's take care of business against Seattle there, Warren, and then we'll feel better coming up on Friday, I guess. I don't know. Here's Warren. Orioles had an opportunity to win the road trip, win the series against Toronto. Things went haywire for them in the 6th with the assistance of the Blue. Let's go to Eddie in Kansas City. Eddie, what's up?
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Eddie.
Hey, I agree with everything you guys are saying, and but we have to really think back. Like the umpires have been doing this for years. Now, that play happens 100 times, 99 times, that guy's going to be out. maybe the second place umpire forgot how many outs it was, because usually when a guy does that, he's getting out of the way so the guy can throw the ball to first, because it's all he needs is one more out, so he's not going to get nailed in the head with the ball. In a situation like that, the umpires get together, calm down, make the decision, but I think pride gets in the way. Now, I got the MLB package, so a lot of times when the Orioles ain't playing, or when their game is over, or when they're getting blown out, I'll scan the whole league. I'll go around. This is not just happening against the Orioles. It's happening everywhere. I mean, I have seen C.B. Buckner make calls again and again and again, everywhere he's at. And, if it was me or you in our job, that many mistakes, you get fired. Like, if you're on air bleeping, cussing all, you'd be gone.
Don't get me started.
But the umpires they're not held to the standards they should be. That play should have never happened. I guarantee you, we'll see it again this year somewhere, and he will be out. And it killed the momentum. And like you said, I agree with what you said. Somewhere down the line, they're going to make a call in a game. Let's say the Orioles finished one game out of the wild card. Now, they had a chance to win that game after, like Nolan said. But that one call down the road could cost them big. So the umpire, maybe in CBA, something has to change, because it seems like when it goes to New York, I actually seen a ABS call, another game I was watching, that was outside the box, and it's still, when they reviewed it, was still called a strike. So I think the umpires really need to be held more accountable. It's getting disgusting because it's league-wide, and C.B. Buckner should be fired. I mean, he is horrible. Have a good day, guys.
C.B. Buckner taking some shrapnel.
I think it's the union they're not allowed.
Oh, yeah, they're unionized, man. You can be fired for cause, and it has happened before, but, man, it's rare. Like Angel Hernandez, who made C.B. Buckner look like the greatest umpire ever. He retired because, again, he did sue the league, too, because he thought he's being discriminated against and not getting World Series and playoffs and All-Star games. No, you didn't get it because you suck. I mean, you weren't good. And C.B. Buckner's not good. Laz Diaz, not good. This Lentz guy, obviously, he had some problems yesterday. So, yeah, the union keeps them gainfully employed. But if a player stinks, he gets cut or sent to the minors. Mm-hmm. I mean, there is job loss there. These umpires, they could just keep rolling through in perpetuity and keep on earning an honest living. It is an honest living. Some people just aren't good at it. NBA, the NHL, I'm not an expert on hockey referees and how bad or good they might be, but I mean, we're here every Monday talking about some crappy call in the National Football League. You know what I mean?
It just seemed like that Lentz guy, what it seemed like to me, Bob, was arrogant, man. Like you said, he's spitting out,
sunflower seeds.
Yeah, he seemed like it's about him, and to me, the best umps are the ones where the umps, they were out there today. Yeah. That's the best ump.
Everybody makes mistakes. I get that, but don't try to follow it up by being kind of cocky. And it's Nick Lentz, NIC. Doesn't even have a K. That's douchey in and of itself. We'll come back, talk more about the Orioles. They dropped 2 out of 3 to Toronto, but you got to get back on the horse tonight, taking on Seattle. The Mariners in first place in the AL West. Talk more about the Ravens. Start looking at some of these position battles coming up, because we know who the starters are, but where are the depth pieces? Because those are all going to be determined too.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, yeah.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles dropped the series finale in Toronto 6-4 to wrap up a 6-game road trip. It was an odd day for Shane Baz as he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits and a walk in 5 2/3 innings pitched, but just 1 run was earned. All the damage against him came in the 6th inning where things got hectic. Baz spoke on his success through the first 5 innings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the walk to start the 5th, not ideal, but other than that, I felt like I was attacking guys really well. I was making them swing, put the ball in play, and our defense was amazing, especially those first few innings. And they did a great job behind me and made it easy to be efficient.
The Birds will return to Camden Yards for a 7-game homestand starting tonight with the Mariners. In the NBA, New York and San Antonio will clash for Game 3 of the Finals. Tip-off is set for 8:30 tonight at Madison Square Garden, where the Knicks are 6-1 in the playoffs. You can catch all the action on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 83. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Classic 5 Golf. Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golfing fun and affordable. All 5 courses are challenging and fun for golfers of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
I'm not going to go chase him to right field when I'm trying to turn a double play there. Like he's only allotted so many feet to be considered in the baseline. That was a new one for me.
Gunnar Henderson explaining his thought process, given the explanation from the umpires that he didn't make enough of a spirited effort, I guess, to tag Ernie Clement. And as you just heard him say, I'm not chasing him out there in the right field. Me and Mr. Splash are trying to reconvene out in left field, get our things together. He did kind of reach the glove out. In that perfect situation, you want to get the lead runner for sure. You got out, and Clement's only on base because you booted the ground ball in the first place. But I'm with the Orioles on this one. And this isn't just me being a homer. I thought it was a terrible call if it would have gone against Baltimore, for instance. Right. That was Gunnar avoiding Ernie Clement. And they would have called him out. I'd have been like, that's the proper play. I mean, you want to get it right. I understand it's human error and blah, blah, blah. But come on. That was a huge turning point in the game because Shane Baz, your starting pitcher, lost it. Lost his mind. Started using profanities. And he lost his edge. And then the Orioles ultimately lost the game, a game they were winning 4-0 with one of the guys who's been one of the hottest pitchers in baseball dealing at a high level. I mean, we were talking about him. We're watching the game with my cousin. This dude might throw a shutout today. And he doesn't make it through the 6th inning when it's all said and done. Orioles have first and second, as we said. Blaze couldn't get the bunt down, and then Ward grounds into the double play. That uprising came to a quiet halt. Then you had Saturday's game where Kyle Bradish he got roughed up. His worst start in a long time, but he's been dealing. And then you had Brandon Young, who went into the 7th inning on Friday night. Now, he benefited from a ton of run support, but the Orioles didn't explode. They were losing 3-1. They exploded late to win that thing going away as Adley Rutschman had 5 for 5 and a multiple RBI day. But to lose that series, kind of kicking the, what's. But now you bounce back today. Starting pitcher is still not determined yet. Oh. Bassett's on point to pitch if he's healthy enough. Remember, he left his last start with a back discomfort. If he cannot go, I would assume Trey Gibson will get called up from Norfolk because he pitched on Wednesday, the same day that Bassett left his start for the Orioles. And Gibson's a guy that we like. 2 starts in. He's the Orioles' top pitching prospect. Mm-hmm. I mean, we enjoy watching him pitch. He's got a little moxie to him. But we'll see how they bounce back against Seattle because the Mariners have been on a hot streak. Yeah, they lost 2 out of 3 to Detroit, but they are in first place now in the American League's Western Division. Then the Padres come in, and we'll talk about it later in the week. And they've been terrible lately. I mean, Arizona's passed them in the NL West. There was a time within the last 3 weeks where San Diego was in first place, had surpassed L.A. in the West. Now they're 8 games behind the Dodgers. So San Diego, they're on the struggle bus a little bit, but that's their thing. They're still above 500. Orioles trying to get there. And I'm not really going to feel comfortable, guys and listeners, 475-831-1057. I want to get in Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw. So the Orioles get to 500. Get to 500. Let's get there. And you have an opportunity this homestand, 7 games. Get to 500. Let's see if they can do it. Nolan, are we 500 or bust, or is everything else still kind of up in the air because there's a lot of mediocrity, as we've been talking about for, 2 months in the American League.
Be a nice benchmark. Be a nice starting point.
That'd be super terrific to get.
But I think it's just that. It's just a starting point. I think I said it last week, right? If they came back here on Monday and they were itching closer to 500 or whenever that day is that they get to 500, okay, that's great. But it's not really a reason to, pop champagne or anything. It's all about what you do next. So recovering from an ugly loss yesterday, yeah, it's always about what's next. But if they swept Toronto, it still would have been about what's next.
Yeah, and right now, looking at the American League wild card standings, and we'll talk about it more later on the show, the American League East, Yankees, percentage points now behind Tampa. And the White Sox are both above 500. And then Texas, who would qualify today, they're below 500 and everybody else. So it's kind of what it is. So somebody's got to get hot. And it was the Orioles for a while there where they went 9-13, then they just dropped 2 in a row. But some team's going to percolate here, Vinny, sooner or later. And hopefully it's going to be Baltimore. And we'll start that tonight against Seattle. BBT, Baltimore Baseball tonight, live from Pickles Pub, starts at 5:30. Me and Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick will be there. Joe LaCroix is going to be down there with us as well. So come by, say hi at Pickles. I know the weather right now doesn't look ideal. It's a little cloudy, but it's going to be sunny and high 70s later on tonight. So come on down. Let's have some fun.
Yeah. And let's hope that weather turns out.
Yeah, I don't want no rain.
No.
No, let's make this happen. And before we hit the break here, sad news in sports. Stacey King passed away.
I saw that.
Who, I remember, because I'm old, when Maryland was recruiting him when he was coming out of high school. He wound up playing for Billy Tubbs at Oklahoma. Yeah. Took him to the championship game. They lost. They were big favorites, lost to Kansas. Danny and the Miracles with Mookie Blaylock and Ricky Grace and Harvey Grant. I mean, they had Oklahoma was loaded that year. And Stacey King was their best player. But Lefty recruited Stacey King coming out of high school. And I believe Len Bias, who was wrapping up his career at Maryland, was one of the main dudes trying to get him to come to College Park. But Stacey King, had a good career, won 3 rings
Bulls
with Chicago. I mean, he was the 6th pick in the draft. He didn't translate his college success, where he was an All-American, into the NBA level, but he had 3 rings. But he's been a long-time announcer, broadcaster for Chicago, and one of the more animated and entertaining ones as well. And I saw one story, and I don't want to pass out false news, that he fell at his home. He's 59 years younger than we are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Stacey King, 59 years old. If you're a fan of college hoops, you certainly remember him. If you're a Bulls fan of that era when they were starting that 6th championship run in 8 years, he was part of the first 3. But Stacey King, gone at the age of 59, and rest in peace from us here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. The New York Knicks, 2 wins away from an NBA championship, 13 straight postseason wins, 8 straight playoff wins on the road. This run has been absolutely unbelievable. And if the Knicks pull it off and win a championship, you need to tell the truth and call them an all-time team. I'm Nick Costas.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich. And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I thought, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, For the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn-out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Jeffrey Chadilla, NFL.com, joining us top of the hour. NFL Network. Get his thoughts on the big trades that happened over the last 7 to 8 days in the NFL. Preview the mandatory minicamp phase of the NFL offseason, which is happening this week. Jeffrey's based in Kansas City, so we get a status report on how Patrick Mahomes is recovering from the pretty significant knee injury that he suffered late last year. But things still seem, Vinny, to be trending that he's going to be ready for week 1 of the season, which speaks volumes about his recuperative powers for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Bob, anything that Mahomes does, I mean, are you shocked?
No.
Right. I mean, that's just, and Bob, I mean, when you read the stories about him, he's in the building every day getting his rehab. And then when he went on vacation, he took one of the Chiefs trainers with him on vacation to get his rehab while he was on vacation.
Yeah, their last Super Bowl win, he was playing on an ankle that most mortal men wouldn't even have attempted to play on. So Patrick Mahomes, he comes back and he's any semblance of what he's been, which is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL, then Kansas City, we think, becomes formidable again. But he played for most of last season, and they were underachievers, shall we say.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, to me, the inside of their defense is kind of getting old, and their corners are rookies. So, I mean, they're going to be an interesting team to watch. I mean, and Kelsey, Kelsey, he's kind of old. I did see, Bob, where he's getting married July 2nd. They rented out to Madison Square Garden to get married at.
Taylor Swift? Get married at the Garden? Holy mackerel. I mean, that's a lot of juice right there. I mean, she's a billionaire, so she can do whatever she wants. But that's all very touching. Question is, can he still play? Travis Kelce.
Yeah, you know what, Bob? I mean, man coverage, no, but he can find holes in zones. And when Mahomes scrambles around, he's smart enough and aware enough to find a place to, get open. That's kind of where he's at right now. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to be interesting.
They brought in Kenneth Walker to run the football.
They need
Mercado from the Cardinals.
They need to be able to run the ball better and more consistently because their defense, they got to keep their defense off the field.
Yeah, we'll talk to Jeffrey in a couple of minutes, but we look at that division. Denver, Chargers were playoff teams. The Raiders had the number 1 pick in the draft, which they invested in Fernando Mendoza, so you'd assume they'll be better. I mean, playoff better. I'm not going to go there, but it's not like Kansas City gets Mahomes back and Kelsey gets married at Madison Square Garden and we're going back to 2017 again.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then with Denver, Bob, I can't remember the name. The pass rusher that had 7 sacks for them that, is in trouble with the law now. He'll probably get suspended, for 6 games or something. So they've
Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, so they've had some off the field issues too. So, yeah, that division is going to be really interesting. And what does Mike McDaniel do? I'm kind of anxious to see what Mike McDaniel does for the Chargers offense.
Yeah, because, it did not end well for him.
No.
In Miami. He lost the respect of his team. Apparently, the things got haywire there, as we saw, because he looked like one of the rising star coaches in the league, and now Miami's in blow-it-up mode. But how does he rehabilitate himself with Justin Herbert and everything going on with the Chargers there? He's got a golden opportunity
big time,
to get himself back into the head coaching mix quickly, I would assume.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, if they have a good year and Herbert shines and the offense shines, he'll be a head coach again next year.
Yeah, Hampton's the Keaton Mitchell now, Vidal, McConkey, Quentin Johnson, Trey Harris, Gatson had a really good rookie year at tight end. Offensive line, though.
Well,
a lot of recuperating dudes on that side.
Well, I mean, they got 2 of the best tackles, in the league that were both hurt last year, missed a lot of time. If they're back and, they got a center, I think they're going to be pretty good offensively.
Herbert's got to get rid of that playoff hump, though, man.
No, yeah, he and Lamar are similar like that. But, Herbert stunk in the playoffs.
Yeah, and we look, and we'll talk to Jeffrey here in a minute. New England, Denver in the championship game. Jacksonville coming off a 13-4 season. Houston was 12-5. Buffalo was 12-5. Underachievers. Josh Allen was terrible in that playoff loss for them last year. But the Ravens and the Bengals and the Chiefs, who were the 3, and the Bills, of course, were the 4 teams expected to challenge for the conference championship. And none of those teams, 3 of them didn't even make the playoffs. And Buffalo didn't even make it to the championship game. So are we going to see the return to power of the 4 teams that are expected to be the best? We'll talk to Jeffrey about that, so stick around. Got the whipper on at 11:15. Look at this busy weekend of sports fun, and there was a lot of really cool things that went down, including the Belmont Stakes. Stanley Cup Finals been great. First 3 games there. And the Knicks, they're back home up 2-0. Over San Antonio. Can Victor Wembanyama redeem himself after a debacle of a game 2, especially late? Then Rich Dubraw, Baltimore Banner, talking about the Orioles. They're back home after a 3-3 road trip. That is the ultimate kissing your sister.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer. He's a sales director and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. $373 today at the pumps. And make no payments till September 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we've got banks on site and we'll give you instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. So get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I bought 17 cars over the years from Jones Junction. I've been in every department, sales, service, parts, collision, been to them all. And whenever I do the surveys, 10 out of 10 every time. So get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
The world is chasing goals this summer. But at Planet Fitness, we're talking about a different kind of goal. Reaching your fitness goal! With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can work out at over 2,900 locations and bring a friend anytime. Get a Black Card membership for $1 down and just $29.99 a month. So join Planet Fitness today and reach your fitness goal!
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So whether you're looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings, Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
A few seats still remain for the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Southern Hospitality Tour, coming to Meriwether Post Pavilion on June 16th. A Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles fell to the Blue Jays 6-4 in yesterday's series finale, and nearly 24 hours later, the team and fans are still stewing over an umpire decision from the 6th inning. Ernie Clement took off for second on a grounder that was tailor-made for a double play, and he left the base path to avoid the tag by Gunnar Henderson, but was not ruled out. A lengthy delay ensued, with Craig Albernaz looking for any sort of clarity. Even after all the chaos, the O's still held a 4-2 advantage, but Shane Baz was unable to recover and let the Jays crawl all the way back and tie it up before Yennier Cano replaced him and gave Toronto the lead.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of his running path, and then also umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt. I think when you stick your glove out to tag somebody, that's an attempt to tag. There's no rule about how far you have to extend your arm.
There's Albernaz relaying what was said to him by the umpires. The Orioles finished their road trip 3-3 and will now return home to host the Mariners these next 4 days. That series gets rolling later tonight at 6:35 with a prospective pitching matchup between Chris Bassett and Emerson Hancock. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles Mariners coming up tonight, as you heard. Royal Park, Camden Yards, started a big series there. Seattle first place in the West. The Orioles now fourth place in the East, but only a game and a half out of the wild card. Ravens tomorrow. Mandatory mini camp open to the media Tuesday and Wednesday. So we'll see Calais Campbell, we think, and Marlon Humphrey, among others. Rashad Bateman, who haven't been around for OTAs. Get to see them for the first time, and a lot of other things going down as well. But let's talk some NFL, as we're a couple of months away, believe it or not, from preseason football. He's with NFL Network, NFL.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show our buddy Jeffrey Chadia. Jeffrey, what's happening? Good morning, first of all. How you feeling?
Good morning to you guys. Thanks for having me on, as always.
Yeah, we were just talking, Jeffrey, going into the top of the hour here about the AFC. And, last year, going into the year, Ravens were the betting favorite to win the Super Bowl. Kansas City was right up there, along with Buffalo. Cincinnati, always dependent on Joe Burrow's availability. Those four teams being the ones to look out for. Three of those teams didn't even make the playoffs. Buffalo laid an egg in the postseason, and then Denver and New England wind up getting to the top of the ladder. Could this be a year, health permitting, of course, Jeffrey, where the expected favorites return to their lofty perches here, or is this going to be another year in which a team we're not even talking about today is going to be the one we're going to be talking about in mid-January, making a late run?
Well, I think it's going to be the former. I think all those teams you mentioned, all those great quarterbacks, have a chip on their shoulder. Three of them have not won a championship, and so there's always a lot of urgency in those franchises. And so I do expect this year in the AFC to be super competitive because of that. But I also feel like last year proved there's a lot of good teams in the AFC and a lot of good coaches. And so to get a playoff spot now, you think about the Patriots won the AFC, and they're not one of the top ranked teams in terms of the odds makers getting back there. The Broncos were one of the best teams in the AFC. They're not getting a whole bunch of love. I do believe it's going to be harder to the AFC, but I also feel like having the best team, what's been proven the last couple of years by the Eagles and by the Seahawks last year, is the roster you have matters more than the quarterback you have. And so I think those teams that want to get there better be doing some good roster building.
Now, Jeffrey, to me, what's going to be interesting is your division out there in Kansas City, the AFC West. Because it seems like Mahomes is kind of, on track to be able to play. Denver's had some issues with Cooper off the field. And then the Mike McDaniel factor with the Chargers. I think the division's going to be an interesting division.
Oh, I agree with that. And to be honest with you, I would not discount the Raiders and what they might do. They were very aggressive this offseason. I'm not saying they're going to be a playoff team, but I think they'll be a much improved team. after what happened last year, the debacle with Pete Carroll. And so all those teams are going to have a fight on their hands. And what's interesting about the Chiefs is that you're seeing this with Rashee Rice with his offseason issues, their star receiver, Travis Kelce getting older, Chris Jones getting older. This is a really intriguing time for them because I think just the collective thought around the country that they're just going to rebound because they had a tough year. I still feel like Denver is a very strong team. Mike McDaniel going to the Chargers, as you said, makes them really interesting, and they've rebuilt their offensive line. And so this is going to be a huge battle in that division.
Now, Jeffrey, with the Rams, is it the Rams and everybody else? I guess is they just got to keep the quarterback healthy. That's the biggest thing with them.
Yeah, I think we forget. Like this time last year, we were talking about Matthew Stafford and his back problems, and he's going to be able to even play. And so, yeah, you get up there in age, and these things sneak up on you. But on paper, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about them. I think on paper, this is probably the best team the league has seen in the last 10 years. I can't think of another team that has had the MVP, the reigning MVP, the reigning defensive player of the year, 3 or 4 other guys who've been all pro or have Hall of Fame worthy credentials. And so, my God, on paper, they look great, but they don't play games on paper. And that division is still going to be the toughest in football. The Seahawks are going to have to say about what happens because they got a championship last year. The 49ers, hopefully, are healthier after what they went through and the run they made with all those guys getting hurt. And so, yeah, the Rams have made a lot of big swings, but they still got to go out there and do it. And we've seen in the past, you talked about the Ravens having championship potential. Sometimes it doesn't work out the way you hope it would.
And the other thing with the if Aaron Donald comes back, and can give him 20, 25 snaps a game, if he, mentally wants to play and physically we probably know he can, that'll even make that pass rush really dynamic.
Oh, yeah, and I hope that his wife signs off on it. I don't know about physically. He's got to be able to get out the door, right? Sounds like his wife wasn't crazy about the idea. So I see him lifting weights and doing all this stuff. You never see the wife around. He's probably scared of her weighing in. But yeah, if he does come back, I mean, look, they had the 31st cheapest defense, the 31st most expensive defense in the league last year. And it cost them down the stretch. And so you would think that with Myles Garrett and improvements in the secondary with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson coming in, 2 guys, cornerbacks, from watching them in Kansas City for a long time, that they could get there. But I still feel like people underestimate chemistry and they underestimate good fortune. And the Seahawks weren't the best team. I thought the Rams were the best team last year. Mm-hmm. But the Seahawks got hot at the right time. They made some smart moves. Rashid Shaheed coming in. And when you were around that team, they had great chemistry at the end. And sometimes that gets overlooked. And so having all these stars is great. But, again, you have to go out there and you have to play the games. And if Matthew Stafford has a back injury or something else happens to him, it's having a whole different conversation about that team.
Jeffrey, do you agree with Joe Burrow that this is the best team that he has had?
Oh, yeah. I feel like they've certainly invested a lot in defense, done some things that were uncharacteristic of themselves, and have, they've got some good players coming in, and Boye Mafe and Brian Cook and Dexter Lawrence to trade for him. And so they finally got some balance there. Now, I just talked about Matthew Stafford. Joe Burrow's got to stay healthy. Again, it sounds like he's and that as much as we want to talk about the defense over there, him missing as many games as he's missed has been detrimental for that franchise in a big way. And so, I think what the Rams have proven, what other teams are showing, and what the Bengals are buying into, which is you have a very short window. You have pockets where you can compete for a championship. And with the way the AFC went, the Bengals see like if they can get right, they could be in the mix as well.
Now, to me, another interesting division, Jeffrey, to me, is the NFC East, because Dallas has really improved that defense, and the offense was good. Harb's in New York. That'll be interesting, too. And then the Eagles without A.J. Brown, that makes that interesting. And then with Jaden Daniels being back healthy, so to me, that division's going to be really interesting, too.
Yeah, and I was doing a show on our air the other day, and I was saying the Giants could be the surprise Patriots team this year, and the co-host was kind of shocked when I said that. I said, why not? All these teams feel really even right now for what you just said. They all have some really strong suits about them, and they also have some things that are big question marks. And it's interesting that 3 of those teams have had tremendous defensive problems. Washington, the Giants, and the Cowboys over the last few years that they got to resolve. But when you think about some of the quarterbacks and the potential of the offenses and some of the receivers, and the coaching is pretty high level. That it's going to be hard to see who comes out of that. Right now, I like the Eagles just because Fangio and the defensive mind, and I do believe A.J. Brown being gone is a positive for them. No matter what talent he brings to the table, it's always easier to play offense sometimes. You don't have to worry about, star receiver reading books on the sideline and whining in the press.
Jeffrey Chadilla, NFL Network, NFL.com, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Jeffrey, last thing for you, staying in the NFC South. No team finished above 500 last year. How many teams will finish above 500 this year? I'm assuming one at least, right?
I'm taking one. I'm picking the Falcons to win it. I like Kevin Stefanski going down there. They've got to figure out the quarterback situation with Tua and Michael Penix, but this team won 4 games in a row at the end of last season. They beat the Rams. They've been trying to get over the hump. If they can get the quarterback situation figured out, which is a big thing, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, that some young pass rushers, there's a lot to like about them in a very weak division. So I think you're right. It's going to be weak again. But if I'm betting on anybody, I'm betting on Atlanta.
Jeffrey Chadilla, NFL.com, NFL Network. Jeffrey, appreciate the time. Enjoy minicamp. Enjoy your summer. And we'll talk as we creep closer to training camp coming up in about 6 weeks or so.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jeff.
There's Jeffrey Chadilla. Everyone will come back. It's the Whip Around. What happened in the world of sports last night and over the weekend? A lot. So we get you caught up on all of that fun stuff for sure. Then Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com, talk about the Orioles losing that series to Toronto, including a game yesterday. They were leading 4-0 with some controversy involving the umpires. Duh. What about that?
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Pro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-315-5222. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Pro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-315-5222. 800-315-5222. That's 800-315-5222.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529.
If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We'll talk with Nolan a little bit later on in the hour. Rich Dubraw, BaltimoreBaseball.com, by the way, will be joining us here in a few minutes. Talk about the Orioles series that was with the Blue Jays. Look ahead at the Mariners. That starts tonight. Emerson Hancock for Seattle. Talented right-hander. Throws hard. 4-2 with a 280. To be determined for the Birds right now. I guess Chris Bassett's health will decide what the Orioles might do. Maybe Trey Gibson will get called up and he'll get the start tonight as the Orioles look to bounce back after dropping the final 2 against the Toronto Blue Jays. NBA playoffs, the finals. Game 3 coming up tonight at Madison Square Garden as the Knicks win 2 in San Antonio. Victor Wembanyama missed the jump shot. They could have given San Antonio the lead on Friday. Then the turnover, the egregious turnover that pretty much ended the proceedings. So New York handling their business. What's it now? 13 in a row, 14 in a row, 8, 9 in a row on the road. I lost track. It's been so dominant. They haven't lost. Today's June 8th, right? They haven't lost since April 20th, the first day of the NFL draft. Man. They have been just annihilating people, and they eke that one out. They go home tonight, Madison Square Garden. It's going to be a bleep show. You know that. At MSG and in New York. And if New York wins, they're going to win the series because no team has ever come back from 0-3 down to win a best of 7 in the NBA playoffs. But it's going to be crazy tonight. And for Victor Wembanyama, and we focus on him because he's going to be the new face of the league. This is an opportunity to, level up. Carry your team to do what Magic Johnson did in Game 6 of 1980. When he was a rookie for the Lakers there.
Yeah, because, Bob, in that last game, he does a nice job getting the rebound, and then he throws the ball away, and, and Brunson gets the free throw.
That was one of those nobody wanted the ball moments, kind of like Weber in the 93 Final Four. But after dominating Chet Holmgren in the Western Conference Finals in Hartenstein, he's had a rougher go of it against Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns. And those two guys beat up on Jared Allen and Mobley for Cleveland. So they're bringing the heat. And Cat's not necessarily known as a physical player. Robinson is. But Karl Anthony Towns, not so much because, he can step out and bang threes. He brings that element to his game. But they're bully balling the Spurs right now. And De'Aaron Fox, it's like,
and
we
tonight's
playing today or what?
Like you said, Bob, it is going to be, how loud and crazy and the city of New York's going crazy, and, San Antonio coming in there, a bunch of young kids, they may enjoy playing in that type of environment.
Yeah. We'll see. The pressure's still on them.
Oh, no doubt.
But because they were the favorites, they had home court advantage. But if New York wins tonight, then it's,
put a fork.
Yeah, stick a fork in them. But hey, if the Spurs win, then all of a sudden it flips back on Mike Brown and New York. But, Brunson's been great. And, Bridges, all the Villanova guys are just, they're doing their thing. And, Cats, this has been a very interesting series to watch because New York is, they came through the East and Boston was the best team and Detroit was the number 1 seed. But I think they're proving, New York, that they are the best team in the East and are 2 wins away from their first title in 50
Well,
years.
what's cool about Brunson, Bob, is like he's shooting, 34%. So he hasn't played well, but fourth quarter, exactly. That's what I was going to say. He wins. You give him the ball at the end, he's going to win it. Whereas Wemby missed a shot at the end.
I will say this, though, for San Antonio, Dylan Harper, we're seeing a coming-out party.
Yeah.
And that's a young team. And even if they wind up losing this series, they're going to be formidable for many years to come because they've, 3 straight rookies of the year, and Dylan Harper is a first-team all-rookie this year, and he's been playing great basketball in the playoffs. So San Antonio, yeah, you're feeling the pain right now, but the future is obviously very bright for the Spurs. Coming up tonight, by the way, Game 3 at MSG. Isn't the Trumpster supposed to be there?
Yes, he is.
Oh, that'll be fun.
He's sitting with Dolan.
He is?
Yep.
He's not sitting. If he was sitting next to Timothy Chalamet, I would have been very impressed. And the guy from, The Sopranos, because they all show up too. And Larry David did all that good stuff. Stanley Cup Finals, though. I mean, as the NBA Finals might be looking at a short one, Stanley Cup Finals, the drama, incredible. Brilliant first 3 games. And then last Saturday, a couple of days ago, in Vegas, Golden Knights are up 4-zip. Then they weren't. And then it goes into double overtime.
That got stopped by Slavin. Theodore drive off the back wall, knocked in. Vegas wins in double overtime. In one of the most unpredictable, unorthodox games you're going to see. A spectacular evening of hockey ends on an odd goal.
ABC on the call there.
Yeah, it was a crazy game because in the first period, Vegas scores 2 goals and both get called back. One for goalie interference, one for offsides, which even Tort said after the game, those were correct calls. Then we get into the second period. Mitch Marner kind of took the show. He gets a hat trick, natural hat trick, and got an assist. They're up 4-0. And then he had a breakaway, too, you know? So they would have had a chance to go up 5-0. You know what's funny, Bob, is like, because that happened in the third period. So they're up 4-0 going into the third. You're up 4-0 going into the third, turn out the lights.
He had penalty shot, too, right? Because they hooked him.
Yeah. So what he said he didn't realize was because after the second period, Freddie Anderson got benched by Carolina. So Brandon Bussey came in, and I'm one or the other. Let's say Anderson is a lefty, and then Bussey came in as a righty, and Marner said, I didn't even realize they switched goalies. So when he went in to make his move on the penalty shot, he thought it was still the other guy, so he actually went to the wrong side, So then Carolina comes out. They're down 4-0, and they score 3 goals in 39. Bob, when I'm watching, I thought it was like a replay of the last goal because they were happening so fast. And then with, a minute something to go, Stankoven ties it to go 4-4. And then we go to overtime, and it was a cheap goal, And I'll just say this: like Hart hadn't been great either. Neither goalie's been great. That's why we got 5-4 games. But Hart in the first overtime, Carolina dominated that first overtime. Hart made some great saves, and then in the last one, Theodore just shoots it in, bounces off the boards, and it bounces off the back of the goalie skate or whatever, and goes in to end the game. It was crazy.
Golden Knights up 2-1. Game 4 tomorrow night in Las Vegas. Belmont Stakes, Golden Tempo, coming from last to first, wins 2 of the 3 legs of the Triple Crown. Did not run in the Preakness, but Golden Tempo, Cherie DeVoe, she wins. Trainer, and congratulations to her, but Golden Tempo takes 2 out of the 3. Commandment was second. Renegade was third. So the Triple Crown season over for 2026. This day in NBA history, 1976, June the 8th, John Lucas, University of Maryland, was the first pick in the draft by the Houston Rockets. Scott May went second, Richard Washington third, Leon Douglas 4, Wally Walker 5. I'm old enough to remember all of those guys, Wally Walker especially, because he kicked Maryland's ass in the 76 ACC tournament down at the Cap Center. Adrian Danley, Robert Parrish, they were drafted in, and they were Hall of Famers. Same with Alex English out of South Carolina. Dennis Johnson. Maryland's Mo Howard was the 32nd pick in the draft out of the University of Maryland, and by way of Philly, as he goes to the Cleveland Cavaliers. This day in Orioles history, as we said, it's June 8th, 2016, at Oriole Park, Camden Yards against Kansas City. Ryan Flaherty drove in 2 runs. Hyun-Soo Kim, Adam Jones also had ribbies as Chris Tillman went 7 1/3 of shutout baseball for his 8th win of the year. Improved to 8-1. Brad Brock got the save for Zip Orioles 2023 in Milwaukee. Gunnar Henderson hit his 20th home run of the year. Hit a home run, won his 20th. Arias, he hit a home run. Keegan Hagan got the win. The Mountain picked up his 16th save. 6-3 Orioles over Milwaukee 2024. At the Trop, Gunnar hit his 20th home run, a 3-run shot at that. Ryan O'Hearn also went deep. Kyle Bradish, 1 hit through 6 innings, 9 Ks. Orioles shut out the Rays 5-0. We'll talk about the current day Orioles when we come back with Richard Dubraw for BaltimoreBaseball.com. Orioles dropped 2 in a row at Toronto and dropped the series. Seattle comes to town. Stick around for that. And then we got Nolan McGraw joining us. News from the Nest coming up top of the hour. Start to preview the position battles for the Ravens as mandatory minicamp starts at Owings Mills.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Don't miss out when NASCAR returns to the Monster Mile. Located just across the bay, Dover Motor Speedway delivers high-speed NASCAR action. The best fan zone around. Camping, tailgates, and memories you'll talk about for years. Explore upcoming events and get your tickets today at DoverMotorSpeedway.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle. The grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles' fortunes changed quickly yesterday. They went from leading 4-0 to trailing 5-4 in what felt like no time at all after a nightmare sixth for Shane Baz. He gave up a solo blast to begin the inning, but later induced what could have been a momentum-saving double play, only for it to be booted by Gunnar Henderson. A batter later, he was able to get weak contact again, but this time Toronto was bailed out by a strange umpire decision. Ernie Clement left the base path to avoid a tag by Henderson, but was not called out. Another 3 runs would end up scoring before the inning finally came to a close.
You know, that wasn't really what killed me. What killed me was the next 2 at-bats. I think I was a little bit predictable. I think that's what ultimately caused the big inning. The only reason that I'm not going to talk about that play is because I will get fined.
There's Baz after the loss. The O's have no time to dwell on it, with the Mariners coming to town for a 4-game set that begins later this evening. Chris Bassett had an injury scare in his last outing, but remains on track to go again tonight, barring a setback. First pitch at 6:35. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We're on this Monday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We'll talk with him coming up in a few minutes. Got news from the Nest top of the hour. Talk about the Ravens. Start looking ahead to mandatory minicamp next 2 days. Out at one winning drive, buy or sell with the early week money. Josh Tolentino, Baltimore Sun columnist, he'll be joining us later in the program as well to talk about the Orioles and the Ravens as we're now to the second week of the month of June 2026. But let's talk Orioles. They're back home after a 3-3 road trip. Should have been 4-2 or 5-1 even. We can go back to Saturday, complain about that one. He's with the BaltimoreBaseball.com. Excuse me on that one. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's our friend and yours. He's Rich Dubroff. Rich, first of all, good morning. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, and I wouldn't let your stumble there bring me down like ELO would.
Arush. I still don't know what that Arush thing is that's in the middle of that song, but we're not here to talk about music, at least right now, Rich Dubroff. Let's talk about Nick Lenz and his decision in the sixth inning yesterday at Rogers Center to not roll a double play in favor of the Orioles. Instead, basically question Gunnar Henderson's effort to apply the tag there. As Gunnar said after the game, I wasn't chasing him in the right field. It is what it is. But it's not the reason the Orioles lost, but it was a key contributor to said L. So what's Rich Dubroff's impressions of the call that was not made in favor of Baltimore, but obviously favored Toronto?
It was one of the few, it's one of the few series I haven't been at this year, and I was watching on TV along with everybody else, and the call seemed outrageous to me. I thought he made an attempt, and I went back and read the rule, and you're supposed to be within 3 feet, and it seemed as if Ernie Clement, when he went and tagged, put his hand on second, was farther than 3 feet away. I wasn't measuring it, but it just seemed that, and I thought that Henderson made a legitimate attempt to tag him.
Yeah,
so I thought it was a bad call.
But the game itself, there were other opportunities for the Orioles to achieve victory, but Shane Baz did not seem to be able to recover from that one. That being said, he was dealing. He has been dealing. So what has been really, really the key to the Shane Baz turnaround after a shaky start to his Orioles career?
Well, I guess the knuckle curve, but I think that guys like him and Bassett needed time to get adjusted. I think it really is a thing that when guys have been with other teams and they join new teams, that it does take a while for them to adjust. And I think that was the case with Baz. I think that the coaching's different, the catching's different, and he certainly has looked good. His last few times, and the point you made about not being the only reason the Orioles lost the game. The Orioles only had 3 hits in the last 4 innings, so they didn't generate any offense. After that big 4-run inning, so you can throw that in there as well. Besides the bad call and the error on Henderson on the preceding play.
Now, talking about guys who are generating some offense lately, Kobe Mayo and Colton Cowser, 2 highly regarded guys in the Orioles farm system for many, many years. And now we're starting to see the fruits of their, what do they say? I don't know. They're paying their dues now, coming back from Mayo. For Cowser, it's been a year plus of struggle city here, but he is raking, even hit a breaking pitch from Gausman yesterday for the home run. The turnaround, the keys there are what, Rich Dubraw? Put your Charlie Lau hat on here.
Well, I think he's doing well hitting against right-handers. They really are keeping him away for the most part against left-handers. I think he only has 1 hit against a left-hander all year, but he's hitting. He's listening. He's listening. I think that he was trying to do too much last year, and he was hurt. I mean, he missed 2 months of the season with a broken hand, and he had some other injuries. I think he's pretty healthy now, and I think he's listening to coaches, and he's doing what he's supposed to do. And it really looked bad for him in the first month or so of the season, and now since May 15th he's upped his average about 80 points. So that's a good sign. So Cowser looks like he is a real contributor to the Orioles' success.
And with Kobe Mayo, it looks like not only Rich is the bat starting to play a little bit, it looks a lot more comfortable defensively at third base too. Not saying he's Doug DeCinces, much less Brooks Robinson, but or Manny, but it looks like he's a little more competent over there at the hot corner here.
He does. And remember, again, last year they needed him at first base, and so he didn't play very much third base last year, and so he was playing first base, and so whatever momentum he had generated in the field was dissipated when they put him at first base. But this is a very, very hard worker. He worked really hard trying to learn first base last year, and he's worked hard at third base with Miguel Cairo. So I think that's starting to pay off, and that's helping him because Jordan Westberg isn't walking through that door this year. So that they need they need Mayo, they need Blaze Alexander. So if they're going to do something, they're going to need production out of third base.
Hey, Rich, what I did like in that game, after the 5 runs in the 6th, they come out in the 7th, and even Muscles got a infield hit, and then Holiday walks. So, you're sitting there first and second, you're down a run, you got to be feeling pretty good, and then the bunt was awful. Yeah, the bunt was awful. It's funny because I had just written about bunting for Sunday morning, and I know that Leody Tavares has done a great job bunting, but the problem is too many of these guys have not been taught bunting in pro ball. When you're a great, everybody thinks, oh well,
that's something that players ought to, take with them from high school or college. But so many of these guys are such great hitters in high school and college. They don't need the bunt. They want, their coaches want them to, want them to swing away, and they're more valuable swinging away than sacrificing an out when they're in high school or college. And then when they get to the pros, they've got to learn that it's an important part of the game. And Tavares has learned that. And as Craig Albarnez said the other day about it, a lot of these guys, even in the high minors, when they're batting third, they got to realize that they're not going to be batting third if they get to the major leagues. So they need to learn how to bunt, and it's just that just sort of showed again how important it is, what an important skill it is to be able to bunt. And Tavares has done a good job, but the others need to as well.
Hey, Rich, so the toe tap, what has that done for Cowser? It seems like, what do they say, that he's evened his balance out or something with his toe tap?
Yeah, I've heard that. I'm not as astute on the intricacies of hitting. I just like to look at the results. I know a lot of people go in for that, and it's not really something I pay a lot of attention to, honestly. But if something works, if a toe tap works, then great. But he's listening obviously to his coaches and doing a good job.
Rich Dubroff, one thing we do pay attention to is what's happening at BaltimoreBaseball.com. So what's happening there on this Monday is the Orioles are back home for the first place Mariners.
Yes, well, we have coverage of the series against the Mariners and the San Diego Padres this week, and hopefully we'll hear from Peter Schmuck and Jack Gibbons, because I know a lot of the readers like to hear from them as well.
Rich, appreciate the time. I'll see you down at Camden Yards this week for sure.
I look forward to it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, Rich.
There's Rich Dubroff, everybody, from BaltimoreBaseball.com. We'll come back, say hi to Nolan McGraw. Coming up top of the hour, news from the Nats. Talk about the Ravens as they get to mandatory minicamp tomorrow and Wednesday, open to the media. So we'll start previewing some of the position battles going on and the depth, too. Where's the depth coming from in a lot of areas? So stick around for that. Coming up at 1 o'clock, NFL lunch, while the American League East report, give you an updated standings, look at the scores from yesterday, statistical leaders and all that fun stuff. And then Josh Tolentino, columnist, Baltimore Sun, talk Orioles and Ravens with him. Stick around. It's a Monday here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
You can make the case that through 3 games of this Stanley Cup final between Vegas and Carolina, it's the best opening 3 games ever to a Stanley Cup final. All 3 games decided by 1 goal, and they are all high-scoring games, 25 goals scored combined in these first 3 games. Tons of drama, tons of excitement at the end. 2 of them have gone to overtime. This has been masterpiece theater in the Stanley Cup final. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News for the Nest coming up top of the hour. Talk about the Ravens. Mike Green was on the Lounge podcast, and he got some interesting things to say. The previous regime, coaching-wise, so stick around for that. And up on lunch coming up 1 o'clock, we'll start looking at some of these Ravens players who, during mandatory minicamp could really start to impress a little bit more next 2 days. Then you have training camp coming up in 6 weeks. For instance, is the Ravens starting center on the team? Is the Ravens starting inside linebacker next to Roquan on the team? Is the third receiver on the team? I mean, all of these things among others to be decided. So stick around for that. But let's bring old Nolan McGraw in. Quick draw. How you feeling? How was your weekend?
Weekend was good. Still running hot, if I'm being honest, over the umpire thing. But we'll leave that by the wayside for now. I think we've made ourselves perfectly clear. There'll be plenty of time to complain about it moving forward. But what we haven't discussed today, and I don't know if you've been following this really strange saga for the past couple months, the Brendan Sorsby, quarterback with Texas Tech. Seems we finally reached a conclusion today. For those that are out of the loop that weren't aware, Sorsby, well-traveled in his college career. He played for Indiana, played for Cincinnati, and then transferred to Texas Tech where he thought he was going to finish out his career. Well, then this whole gambling thing comes out, and he's far from the first player to be caught up in this mess, but flat out admitted that not only did he gamble on pro sports and college sports while he was a collegiate athlete, he was gambling on games, Indiana games, while he was a player on that roster. Now, this was before he was a starter, but it doesn't really matter, right? The lines have been blurred here. This is another case of gambling violations, and as a result, the NCAA swiftly said, hey, you're out of here. You're ineligible. You can't play this final year. And we were thinking that this is going to take a supplemental draft if his NFL dreams were going to come true. Now, if this was just a college quarterback that didn't really have NFL prospects, maybe nobody would really care. But because he was viewed as a potential late first-round selection, and certainly someone who was going to be in the first-round picture had he finished out his career at Texas Tech, barring some sort of injury, now it becomes a little more interesting because he could have went supplemental. All this is irrelevant now. He filed a lawsuit against the NCAA, and the judge has ruled in his favor. Now he's eligible to play in 2026. He's going to go through his, whatever you call it, his rehab, his gambling addiction stuff, I guess, cleaned up a little bit. But this is strange, man. I mean, this is extremely strange. And I'm left asking, when does it end? And what the NCAA had no authority to begin with. Now, none. You're deferring to the judges? What is going on here? I mean, I don't get it.
And he's still going to miss the first 2 games of the year.
Yes, there was a suspension, but ultimately, that's non-conference slap on the wrist.
And the judge, Ken Curry, as Nolan mentioned here, ruled that Sorsby's attorneys demonstrated he will suffer a probable, imminent, and irreparable injury if he's unable to play for the Red Raiders in 2026, and enjoined the NCAA from prohibiting Sorsby from practicing or playing this fall. I don't get that.
I don't either.
If
injury?
If he doesn't play, he's going to get hurt?
Mentally?
Maybe they're implying that, he could go off the rails here a little bit because he did admit he's addicted to Robert Palmer was addicted to love. He's addicted to gambling, which he has made perfectly clear. But probable, imminent, and irreparable injury if he is unable to play. That implies that he's going to harm himself if he can't participate. Am I wrong on this one or what?
I mean, well, what I do know is we're left to interpret that without clarity.
Sure.
Which is strange. If I'm connecting dots, all that I know from the previous parts of this saga is that he said, yeah, I have a gambling problem, which kind of was the coverall. Well, hey, you can't go to your employer and be like, I have a gambling problem, I have a mental issue, and then they fire you. You have cause to, sue them, I guess. So this is a similar thing. And then there's some mention of anxiety or something. That's all I can think of. But again, the bigger issue here is that the NCAA has no authority. And if we're going to get this whole gambling issue, which it is an issue, a major one at that, out of pro sports, out of collegiate sports, this is going backwards, plain and simple.
Bob, you know where you get the anxiety? You lose and you can't pay your bets. That's where you get the anxiety.
And then you got Rocky Balboa waiting for you to
breaking your fingers.
Break your fingers there. But it just, that made me think that the attorneys are like, well, if he can't play, there's no livelihood for him. Or, I mean, if he plays, he could suffer an irreparable permanent injury. Sure. But by not playing. Unless I'm reading this completely wrong.
Like Nolan said, he was going to the supplemental draft.
Right, because you can't argue that all of his pathways were blocked. Even though the supplemental draft has become something that I don't even know if it when the last time somebody actually came out of the supplemental draft.
It's been a minute. Texas Tech, by the way, they open against Abilene Christian and then at Oregon State, and then things get a little interesting there for sure.
Now, it is interesting because the Browns were kind of a fan speculation team. They're like, hey, supplemental draft or other quarterback needy teams, would you take a flyer on this guy? And Todd Monken even flat out said, like, I'm not so sure about that. He kind of deflected, say that's a better question for Andrew Berry, the GM, but then goes on to say it's a slippery slope. I don't think we want to invite that. So that on the surface is telling right there.
But to get to your point about the NCAA, I mean, they're figureheads with 4 letters.
That's it.
They don't wield any power whatsoever anymore unless they want to bully a particular school or a player, which they were trying to do to this kid right here.
And Nolan, you know how the supplemental draft work? It's on one day, and what you do is you send in what round that you would take the guy in. And then they go like, first round, nobody, second round. I mean, it lasts like 5 minutes, you know.
So there's the question.
You lose the pick, though.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So the strategy involved, and you explain it that way, it's not like a formal draft or even a fun fantasy draft. It's blind. It's kind of like a combo between a draft and a waiver claim, I'd imagine. Right? There's a priority list, but you're just submitting a request. So what round would you be willing to, like, let's say we were doing the supplemental for Sorsby and you're a quarterback needy team. He has those kind of fringe first round grades coming out of this past year. What round would you be willing to give up for him in a supplemental?
I would bet most people would the earliest would probably be like a 3, I would think.
By the way, and I didn't know this, the supplemental draft was implemented in 1977.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the more Brian Bosworth in 87, along with Chris Carter.
And Dallas took the quarterback.
Steve Walsh.
Yep.
I thought.
Was Josh Gordon Cleveland? I think he was supplemental.
Yeah, Bernie Kosar. All right, I remember that one. Let's see. Josh Gordon, that would have been, 2012. But other than that, there has not been a supplemental draft pick since 2019.
We took one in Washington, a kid out of Kentucky, defensive tackle in the 4th round.
Jeremy Jarman.
In the 4th round.
He got suspended for a third round. Suspended for a failed drug test. That's why he was out of Kentucky. So there you go. So the NCAA doing NCAA type stuff there.
I mean, I started this off by saying this is a conclusion here, but I'm not even sure. I mean, the next thing you know, a headline's popping up and this is going to another court. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it starts and ends.
Bobby Humphrey, Marlon's father, was a supplemental pick out of Alabama for the Denver Broncos. All right, we'll come back, talk about the Ravens. News from the Nest Style. Going to hear from Mike Green, who was on the Lounge podcast. And let's just say he was saying some things that we're going to be commenting on. Buy or sell 12:15. NFL lunch coming up at 1 o'clock. We want to talk about the Orioles series that was in Toronto. The umpire's missed call, as we all agree here. Feel free to do so at 410-583-1057 to talk about the Ravens mandatory minicamp. Starts tomorrow. American League East report at 1:15, and then Josh Tolentino, columnist for The Sun. We'll talk Orioles and Ravens with him. BBT tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Since the Orioles are back home, me, Mike Bordick, and Joe LaCroix. We're live from Pickles. We start at 5:30. We'll be there earlier than that, so come on by and say hello. We're on the Fan, everybody.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Comedian Dave Chappelle brings his Pulling Up tour to CFG Bank Arena this Friday, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A bounce-back season for the Ravens will have to start on the defensive side of the ball following an extremely disappointing 2025 campaign that featured little to no pass rush. That's one area where new DC Anthony Weaver knows this team must improve, and second-year linebacker Mike Green projects to be a big part of that collective effort. Weaver recently spoke highly of the young pass rusher's potential.
A year ago, when I was in Miami, Mike was top 1-2 on our board in terms of outside backers. There's so many plays, and I made this cut up for him where I showed him just how close he was to potentially having like a double-digit sack season. It's not an ability thing. We need the corresponding coverage to help out, but he is milliseconds away.
And later tonight, the NBA Finals will resume in New York with the Knicks leading the Spurs 2-0. Only 5 teams have ever overcome a 2-0 deficit in the finals, most recently the Bucks in 2021. If it wasn't already an uphill battle for San Antonio, they'll also have to change their recent misfortunes playing at Madison Square Garden. Head-to-head matchups have been scarce, but the Spurs have not won in that building since 2019. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News from the Nest, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Here on this Monday, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. Ravens mandatory minicamp starts tomorrow, 12:30, 12:45 out there at One Wing Drive. First two are open to the media, and then the Ravens get a break along with the rest of the NFL for about 6 weeks before training camp starts in late July. And we don't have an official date on training camp yet, right? But it's usually late July.
It's in July, yeah.
Late July. But we know tomorrow and Wednesday they're out there doing their thing. And one of those guys is going to be Mike Green, entering his second year in the league. He was a second-round draft pick last season. We'll get into his numbers here in a second. But he was on the Lounge podcast, which is a Ravens-produced extravaganza. Talking about last year's coaching staff and they have 30 seconds. They sucked in the pass rush. Right, Mike Green?
You know, to just be quite blunt, I just feel like different coaches have different philosophies for how they want you to attack the quarterback or how they want you to pass rush. I just feel like the philosophy that was being coached to us last year probably wasn't the best for us. You kind of have to shape around your pass rushers and like what they're good at. When we get in certain situations where we can't really attack the quarterback or can't really get into certain calls, you know, that takes a lot away from your pass rushing ability. Just that versus now, you know, Jesse, when he was at the Chargers, I mean, that kind of just speaks for itself.
Yes, it does. And kind of what he's talking about, because I remember Eric telling me, like Wink Martindale, Wink, if you're supposed to rush outside, you couldn't spin back in. You had to stay in your lane, and you couldn't line up wide. So I think that's what he's kind of talking about, is you don't get free reign. So Zach Orr must not have let them, have free reign, because what happens is, all right, you can go either way. I mean, that's advantage, that gives the pass rusher advantage, because if you want to spin back in, but if you can't, and you got to stay to the outside all the time, then you can't take advantage. And if you do, like Wink used to get all pissed off, because then all of a sudden you're giving your gap away and the quarterback can release outside, and, because there's nobody out there. So I think and I think the other thing Mike Green is saying is, he's referencing Odafe Oweh going out there.
Who just got $100 million.
Yeah.
Based on 8 games, 9 games, whatever
and
it was.
Taking advantage of what your rushers can do. They have Van Noy and Mike Green, and Mike Green wants to, use speed and do all those things. And same with Odafe. Odafe was a speed rusher only, bull rusher. No, and I think what he's talking about, too, with Jesse is Jesse lets them – he takes advantage of what they can do, what they're good at. Let your players do what they can do and what they're best at, so they'll have success. With the Ravens, that never seemed to be the case, especially with because, we got a perfect example. We got the coach and everything, where he goes out there and all of a sudden it's like – I remember you saying, we got another sack.
Yeah. He had 0.
Right.
Literally when he left Baltimore. But it's an indictment on Zach Orr. But what about Chuck Smith? Remember Chuck Smith? Now,
he was
keep
the
in mind,
pass rush guru.
Yeah, but everyone's going to have a signature move and this, that, and the other. In 23 and 24, they led the league at 23, right, Nolan? The Ravens. In 24, they were second. Mm-hmm. But it didn't seem as dominant, but still, they were second in the league in sacks, and they cratered last year. So it was from one extreme to the other. Last year, just to remind everybody, and I'm going to go ahead and place a dollar bet they'll have more than 30 sacks here in 2026. Their leading sack guy was Travis Jones with 5. Tavius Robinson was second with 4.5, and he missed 7 games.
Yeah. And then the year that you
Mike Green had 3.5, by the way.
The year you go back to, and Matabike is the one that had 13.5, so that was, and I don't know what was all that different then, because a lot of this, even like Van Noy had a big, and so did Clowney. Clowney was off the charts.
Yeah, 2023 Ravens had 60 sacks.
And that was McDonald, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it was last year.
Yep.
Matabike had 13, Clowney 9.5, Van Noy had 9 in 14 games. I mean, he was literally, they snatched him off the Pat McAfee show to come in here. Owe had 5. Queen had 3.5, then Urban 3, Hamilton 3, and I think Hamilton's were all in one game, if I'm not mistaken. Then in 2024, let's go here. Van Noy 12.5. Owe had 10. 6.5 for Matabike. Tavis Robinson had 3.5. Then a bunch of guys had 2, 1.5, et cetera, et cetera. But they did finish with 54 sacks.
And let's go back. It'd be interesting to see is Bob, like when Zach Orr was calling it, how many sacks did they have? In the first, before Dean Pease rescued them? That would be interesting how it took off after Dean, because everybody says, you can tell Dean Pease is here. Whereas this past year, it was Zach Orr solo, which, that's a lot of what Mike Green is bitching about. Because Pagano looks like he offered nothing.
It was, we were all happy that he was added to the coaching staff.
Yep.
And then it was almost like you forgot he was even on the coaching staff. And real quick for reference here, McDonald's first year was 22.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens had 48 sacks that year. Justin Houston had 9.5 to lead the way. Matabike and Calais had 5.5. Patrick Queen had 5. Owe had 3, which was his rookie year, I think it was there. And Jason Pierre-Paul. Damn, I forgot he even played for the Ravens. He had 3. He had 3 as well. So needless to say, the Ravens are trying to upgrade the pass rush. And, Mike Green's going to have to be one of those dudes. We'll talk more about that when we get to the top of the hour, NFL lunch style. But when we come back, let's count some dough. Got a little buy or sell. If you want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. American League East report at 1:15. Look at the weekend that was in the American League East and beyond. There is finally a team now below 500 in the National League Central. We'll tell you about that one. Josh Tolentino, columnist, Baltimore Sun. Talk Orioles and Ravens with him. So stick around. It's Vinny Haynie Nolan here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see that 26 Elantra hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. I saw 373 at the tanks this morning, and make no payments till September 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Plus, get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. So get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. Only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com. Get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000 $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary Fat Delicious award-winning crab cakes at both locations. That's at North Point and in Timonium. It's summer in Baltimore, so enjoy some hot steamed crabs for carryout or in the comfort of their dining room. Either way, Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. So make sure you check out both locations, but stop in when you do. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Orioles Mariners coming up tonight, as you heard during the update. Oriole Park, Camden Yards, start of a 4-game set. Baltimore baseball tonight brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles. We start at 5:30. Myself, Mike Bordick, and Joe LaCroix. So come by and say hi to us as the Orioles come back home after a disappointing series in Toronto against the Blue Jays. Ravens mandatory minicamp starts tomorrow. Vinny's going to be out there for the next 2 days, getting an update and a status report on the Ravens trying to bounce back after a playoff-less 2025 season. You got the Stanley Cup Finals, you got the NBA Finals, all of that is rolling. We got a lot to get to, but right now it's counting some dough by yourself.
All right, the Dow's up 134. The S&P's up 66. NASDAQ's up 411. DraftKings up a nickel. Under Armour's up 14 cents.
Start today with the Orioles. They will face quite the test tonight in an opposing pitcher because the Mariners took them a while to get going this year, but they sure do know how to find quality pitching. That's never been an issue for them. Tonight, the O's, like I said, will encounter one of their better ones so far this year, Emerson Hancock. Now, if you're somewhat familiar with the name, he has been around for a few years, but so far, 2026, by far, looking like a true breakout for him. 2.8 is the ERA, a little over 70 innings pitched. And how about this for consistency? Worked through 6 innings in 6 of his last 7 starts. The lone outlier there, a casual 5 innings. On the year, 11 of his 12 starts have finished with him allowing 3 runs or less. One outlier of 5 runs. Meanwhile, this Orioles lineup, it actually looks like it's rounding into form when they need it most. They've scored 4 runs in 8 of their last 10. Buy or sell, Bob, the O's will get at least 4 tonight off Hancock.
I'm going to buy it. I'm feeling it, Nolan. I think they're going to be playing pissed off. And if you look at the Orioles against Hancock, who, by the way, his fastball sits at 96, on average, so he's going to be bringing the heat. Cows are 0 for 1. Gunner 0 for 2 with 2 Ks. Holiday 0 for 2. Mayo 0 for 2. Adley's 1 for 3. That one was a home run, so there you go. Place bet on Adley to hit home. Tavares is 1 for 2, so a limited sample size, but advantage Hancock against the guys that he's faced before.
How about a little hockey talk here? A lot of people like to claim that pro sports are rigged from time to time. It's the fans' always hot take reaction, but if the Stanley Cup's final was rigged, let's give these writers a raise because they're doing a hell of a job so far. All 3 games have come down to the wire. Games 2 and 3 needed overtime. Carolina maybe getting a little too comfortable in those situations. They came out on the losing end in Saturday's thriller, of course, but that was their 7th overtime game so far in this playoff run. All 6 of the previous ones were wins for them. Vegas, on the other hand, has been a part of 5 overtime games in their run. 4-1 is their record. At this point, what can possibly happen in games 4 and beyond that could live up to the hype? That's what I want to know. But Vinny, buy or sell, we'll see at least one more OT game before the series is done.
Oh, I'll buy that 1,000%. You know, I think that's a given. Carolina sucks in the second period, and it's like some team gets ahead, the other team catches up, and then by the time it's over, we're going to overtime.
And Vegas, they're certainly happy with where they are, but they could easily be up 3-0 right now.
No, they even said that on, I was listening to NHL radio yesterday. They said, if Vegas could easily be up 3-0.
Yeah, because they got boned on that goal that wasn't.
Yes. You know what, Charlie? I asked Charlie
Must have
about
been Nick Lentz was the replay.
Well, I asked Charlie what happened on. He says if the puck is under, you can't poke into the goalie. That's automatic.
Didn't Carolina do that Saturday, though? There was a scrum, and all of a sudden the puck just came out of nowhere and went into the net.
I guess it depends on which crew is.
Well, it goes to show if the game is entertaining enough, it can override any sort of frustrations the fans might have with the refs or whatever. Now, I mean, if you're a fan of Vegas or Carolina, you're living and dying with every single second here, so it's a little different than the casual observer.
Yeah, and Saturday you had Marner got the hat trick in 6 minutes?
Yeah.
And then Carolina scores 3 goals in 39 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
And then how about, to start the series, Nolan? Carolina scores in the first 25 seconds, and then start the second period. Vegas scores in the first 30 seconds. So, I mean, it's been very entertaining. And the goalies haven't been great. That's why, we've had a lot of 5-4 type games.
Get back to Major League Baseball here. There's certain records in baseball history that are meant to never be broken, ones that we can say with certain confidence will never be broken. And for the longest time, it felt like Oral Hershiser's streak of 59 scoreless innings would be one of those. Phillies ace Christopher Sanchez, if you missed this over the past month, put in a really strong bid to top it, but he came out in the end at 50 2/3 scoreless before finally surrendering one lone run in his most recent outing. If he couldn't do it, who can? That would be the question. Well, Zach Kreiser, MLB writer, who's joined us here on the show a few times, he's got an interesting take where he says he believes this is a record that actually has a very decent shot of being snapped down the road because of the growing trend of shorter outings, lower pitch counts by pitchers around the league. Pitchers aren't being sent out there to bulldoze through 8 or 9 innings no matter what. So basically begs the question, what's more difficult? 6 straight outings of 9 scoreless innings or 9 straight starts of 6 scoreless? Both are hard, but maybe in the modern game, you start to see guys get a little bit closer and closer to Hershiser's mark. Buy or sell, Bob, that record from 1988 will in fact be broken one day.
I'm going to buy it. Now, let's see, he broke it, Hershiser in 88. Drysdale set it in 68, so it lasted 20 years. They were pushing 40, though, for Oral. But, yeah, I think Zach's point about the shorter outings but still dominant, that's kind of what Sanchez was doing, right? It's not like he was pitching 8 innings again.
He'd go 7.
He was going deep. I think it will be broken eventually, but, hey, I'll give a little Oral credit. And he pitched great in the playoffs and World Series that year, too, as the Dodgers were one of the worst World Series championship teams of all time. I think they won 85 or something games. But that's an impressive streak. 40 years, man. Well, 38 years. By the way, the most unbreakable baseball record, Cy Young winning 500 and some games. Forget about it. That's not even like a thing anymore. They just have its own little record book.
I thought you were going to say Cal, but both are unbreakable.
Yeah.
For different reasons,
You're never going to see a 300-game winner, much less somebody winning 500 games.
Now, I don't want to put words in Zach's mouth there, but he even threw out, look at some of the reliever streaks that were going on. Mason Miller with the Padres got off to an insane streak to start this year before it was snapped. So don't even throw it out of question that a reliever could be the guy to do it, although that would be like a full season at that point. 59, 60 innings, that'd be a bit
This
much.
dude for Toronto's dealing. Marlon, his earned run average is like 0.26. Orioles saw that up close and personal, unfortunately.
Thought Rico Garcia was going to do it, man.
He's given up 3 runs all year long, which is still kind of crazy.
What a bum.
Yeah.
All right.
Stupid home run.
Big week here on Vinny and Haynie. We got giveaways galore, and they start today. We're doing all kinds of moving parts here, but let's just focus on Monday for now. I got 2 tickets to see the Black Crowes. Going to be at Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th. It's coming up here fast. So you better get in fast. These given away courtesy of Live Nation. Right now, let's go with caller number 7 at 410-583-1057. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes every single day this week. Special day on Wednesday. We'll be giving away Dave Chappelle tickets that day as well. He's at the CFG Arena on Friday night.
That kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yes, surprise drop like last week. So Wednesday will be a big day, but for today, Black Crowes, get in there right now. Caller number 7.
Shake your money maker, everybody. When we come back, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Hear more from Mike Green. Get to NFL lunchtime. Talk about the Ravens and, depth pieces. Where is the depth at certain positions on this team? For instance, is Justice Hill entrenched as the backup running back? Can Randall make a move here? What about Rasheen Ali? Who's your third receiver? There's still plenty of questions there. American League East report, talk about what happened in the division over the weekend. And then Josh Tolentino, Baltimore Sun columnist, we'll talk to him about the Orioles and the Ravens. So stick around. Vinny Haynie and Nolan here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Now, if the time and effort that goes into your home is stressing you out, but you need to move, you probably thought about taking one of those cash offers. Now, here's the thing. Most of them, they're complete ripoffs. Most. Not Lee Tessier's. Lee was telling me that he's tired of people taking those lowball offers when his offer is the same convenience, but is for fair market value. Most of the others, they're for around 70% of what your home is really worth. So if you're thinking of taking another offer, it doesn't hurt to give Lee a chance to beat it. Now, there's a good chance that he will. Knowing Lee, I'll probably bet you that no doubt about it, he will. So you still won't have to worry about annoying open houses, which are a pain in the butt. You still won't have to spend thousands to fix your home up, but you will walk away with more money. So call the only age I call if I to sell my home, and that man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
VascularSurgeryAssociates.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lots of things can spin. Windmills, hula hoops, a hamster wheel, your clothes in a dryer. But only one can give you a chance to win up to $250,000. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. But that's not all. Uncover a Big Spin symbol, and you could find yourself spinning the Big Spin wheel at lottery headquarters for $50,000 to $250,000. So take a spin to your favorite lottery retailer and pick up the Big Spin Scratch-Off today. Please play responsibly.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles fell to the Blue Jays 6-4 in yesterday's series finale, and nearly 24 hours later, the team and fans are still stewing over an umpire decision from the 6th inning. Ernie Clement took off for second on a grounder that was tailor-made for a double play, and he left the base path to avoid the tag by Gunnar Henderson, but was not ruled out. A lengthy delay ensued, with Craig Albernaz looking for any sort of clarity. Even after all the chaos, the O's still held a 4-2 advantage, but Shane Baz was unable to recover and let the Jays crawl all the way back and tie it up before Yennier Cano replaced him and gave Toronto the lead.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of his running path, and then also umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt. I think when you stick your glove out to tag somebody, that's an attempt to tag. There's no rule about how far you have to extend your arm.
There's Albernaz relaying what was said to him by the umpires. The Orioles finished their road trip 3-3 and will now return home to host the Mariners these next 4 days. That series gets rolling later tonight at 6:35 with a prospective pitching matchup between Chris Bassett and Emerson Hancock. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Ready to build a real career? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Visit ariosamechanical.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
NFL lunch coming up, top of the hour. Going to hear more from Mike Green, who's on the Lounge podcast, talking about last year's coaching staff, this year's coaching staff, and his expectations for 2026 after a 3.5 sack rookie year in 2025. So stick around for that. Also talk about the depth or lack thereof the Ravens might have at certain positions. You want to get in, you can. feel free to do so. Orioles take it on the Mariners tonight, trying to bounce back after dropping 2 straight to the Blue Jays. You heard during Nolan's update. Yesterday was probably a little more painful than Saturday's, even though the Orioles had their opportunities there. Kyle Bradish got roughed up a little bit. Orioles did hit 3 home runs on Saturday, but it was not enough after a demolition in game number 1. Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, thanks for holding. What's up?
What's going on, Vinny and Bob?
How you doing, man?
Good, man. So I was thinking about some football, and I was thinking about kind of roughly those last 4 to 5 free agent wide receiver signings we had being Nelson Aguilar, Odell Beckham, DeAndre Hopkins. I think it was Laquan Treadwell, maybe. I forget. But my question to you guys is this, fellas. Do you think with the new stats, Declan Doyle, et cetera, is it really absurd to expect Jacob Lane and Surratt to look and play better with better numbers than them guys, even right out the gate? What do you think about that compared to what we had with them older guys?
I think, the thing what older guys have is they understand coverage. Rookies, they're going to take some time to learn coverage. Surratt, I think Surratt is a guy that, he's going to be a third down type guy, kind of like the older guys that, maybe he gets third, but he's not going to win. Surratt's not going to win man-to-man coverage, and neither could any of those guys anymore. So Surratt would be more like that. Lane's got a little more juice, but he seems a little bit more raw to me right now.
Do most wide receivers, at least when they're drafted fairly high, are they still not exactly NFL ready based on what you just said? Is that kind of what you're getting at too a little bit? Like it takes time.
Yeah.
But the talent's there.
Yeah. Receiver's one of the hardest things to play as a rookie, just because in the NFL, you hear coordinators and, you disguise coverages, because as a receiver, if the corner is off, you're going to run a different route than if the corner's up. It's okay. At the snap of the ball, corner's back. So in your mind, okay, as a rookie, because you got to think, okay, all right, I'm supposed to run a hook route. All right, now, all of a sudden on the snap, the corner comes up, and then you got to run a totally different route on the move. So that's what makes things so difficult, for wide receivers and rookies.
And even highly regarded wide receivers coming out, first-round picks or whatever, some of them, it takes a while to get their sea legs under them. Now, there are tons of receivers who had great rookie years, but not every, like Randy Moss came in and he was a dude. Yeah. Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden was a stud pretty much from day one, among others. But, Zay Flowers, it took him a while to get rolling. He eventually did. But these guys are like first, second-round draft picks. We're talking about guys more in the middle rounds here.
Yeah, and the thing with Zay, the thing that you could do with like a Zay is you do quick screens, jet sweeps, those kind of things. Coverage doesn't matter. So you can make it easier on, for some guys, but he was a starter. These guys are going to come in and probably be 4th, 5th receivers.
Now, we heard Kevin mention DeAndre Hopkins. He's still one of these veteran receivers still available. And Deebo Samuel's one. Keenan Allen is one. Stephon Diggs is one. D-Hop last year for the Ravens, 22 catches, 330 yards, 2 touchdowns, average 15 yards per reception, 39 targets for the season. And this is a guy that was a premier receiver in his prime.
Yep. No doubt.
But he's no longer in his prime. Is this a guy that, keep in mind, it's a new coaching staff from last year. I mean, his D-Hops, depending on how the next 8 weeks unfold as we get mini camp and then through training camp, is veteran receiver something to keep on the back burner for the Ravens? But would he be a dude, or is that ship sailed, even though Lamar has always been fascinated with him?
Yeah, I don't, I would think that they're going to want to give the young guys every opportunity and a Tez Walker, and you got to see what Bateman you got. Because if Bateman is who he was last year, then you definitely need a guy. Because you can't go into it with just Tez Walker, Jacoby Lane, and Surratt.
Right.
So I think time will tell what happened. And Bob, is there a guy that's been with Detroit or Chicago, veteran guy? I can't think of one off the top of my head, because then, he would know. The system would be familiar with him.
But to your point there, Zay's the unquestioned number one receiver.
No doubt.
Bateman's number 2 on the depth chart.
Yes.
But is he really a number 2?
I'll have a better feel on Wednesday, Bob.
We haven't seen him.
Yeah. We'll see how he looks. What he looks like out there, because like when you walk out there and you see Zay Flower, like the first time I saw Lamar, I said, "Damn, that's the best I've seen him throw velocity wise, and he looks good." Zay, that's the best I've seen. He looks quicker, he looks faster. When I go see Bate tomorrow, what are we going to say about Bateman? So time will tell.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We'll come back, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Talk about the Ravens mini camp tomorrow. Talk about the Orioles tonight, taking on the Seattle Mariners. Mariners are in first place in the American League's Western Division, as they've been on a hot streak, but they did just lose 2 out of 3 to the Detroit Tigers. Still waiting to see who's going to be throwing that baseball for the Birds today. Will it be Chris Bassett? It's his turn to pitch. Do they go Trey Gibson if Bassett's going to miss a start or two, maybe possibly go on the IL? Could it be a bullpen game? Who knows? We'll find out later on today. Craig Auburn has a meet with the media coming up around 3:10, but we got a lot to get to. Let's get to it here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Happy World Cup week to you and yours. The World Cup starts on Thursday, and my pick to win it all is France. France is the second choice right now on the betting board, behind only Spain, who won the last European Championship. But France is absolutely loaded. France's backups, I think, could make the semifinals of this tournament. And France has Kylian Mbappe to score goals up front. Give me France to win the World Cup. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Then it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. When I'm upgrading my kitchen or prepping for the summer heat, Town Appliance is the only place I go. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you need a new air conditioner, outdoor fridge, ice maker, or luxury appliance, they have you covered with flexible financing. Head to their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout, so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember. with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
NFL Lunch coming up top of the hour. We're going to hear more from Mike Green. It was on the Lounge podcast, talking about the Ravens, himself, and everything that goes along with it. A little Aerosmith. Nolan's Flow takes us to Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. Also coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, the American League East report and beyond. Talk about what happened in the division over the weekend. You know, Tampa taking on the Marlins and Yankees and Red Sox. They had rain on Saturday, but they got a couple of games in there. We'll look at the standings as well. Finally, a team with a losing record in the NL Central. And then Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun. We'll talk Orioles and Ravens with him, so stick around for that. Jamison Hensley today in the ESPN website. Big questions for all the teams going into minicamp this week. And for the Ravens, one that we've been asking and we don't have an answer yet. The Ravens, most importantly, don't have an answer yet. Who's your center? All right. Yep. Tyler Linderbaum is now in Vegas with the Raiders. Danny Pinter has 10 starts. Jovan Gwynn, who has a relationship with Ledford going back to their Atlanta days, no starts. Corey Bullock, I think 13 snaps in his career, much less starts. Who's going to eventually become that guy to replace a Pro Bowl level player in Tyler Linderbaum? And to me, it is still mind-boggling that Tyler Linderbaum never made it to another contract with the Ravens after being a first-round draft pick. But as Jameson writes, Lamar, when he went with the media a couple of weeks ago at OTAs, I feel like the guys upstairs do a great job bringing in people we need. Hopefully we'll get a guy who's willing to be the center, willing to lead the offensive line and do the job. You didn't hear him say, I can't wait for Danny to hike the ball to me, or Jovan Gwynn. I don't know, Vinny. It's not like, the all-pro centers are running around unemployed at this time of the year, but doesn't mean that the Ravens starting center is wearing another uniform at this time. Either.
Yeah. And kind of what you can kind of look at, Bob, is, okay, the two guards really struggled last year. Center was good. All right, now we've got, we replaced the two guards that were really struggling. And are we saying that if the two guards are much better than what we got last year, we can get by with a lesser center? And we got the same two tackles. So we'll see. I'm guessing Pinter will be the starter tomorrow, when we go out there. That would be my guess.
Now, Venga was a center, and he even said, Ioane, at times, very limited at Penn State. We're not going here, are we?
No.
You're not drafting him to be, Patrick McCary, a much better version of it, with all due respect to Patrick McCary, but you're drafted him to be, starting maybe next year, your left guard for many, many, many years to come.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Bob. I wouldn't even think of Bob. I've seen him at right guard. What have we been out there? Two and a half or two practices. Seen him at right guard both times. Simpson's at left guard. Pinter or the other kid was at center, and we've had Vincent at the left tackle because Ronnie hadn't been there, and Rosengarten and Emory Jones Jr. at the right tackle.
Where's the run for Corey Billick right now?
He wasn't at the last practice, and prior to that, Bob, he was the backup right guard. So we'll see. I have not seen him get run at center, and since the guy who was replaced, they had three centers like in pre-practice, that are snapping to the quarterbacks, and the third one was Dawkins, the Penn State kid. He was the third one, and I was kind of anxious to see if Bullock was that guy, but he wasn't at practice that day.
Now, for the Browns, who have minicamp this week as well, big Daniel Fusay, our buddy, Baltimore kid, writes for the ESPN website. Will Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders pull away in the Browns quarterback competition? If I'm a betting man on June the 8th, I'm guessing when they open their season, if Deshaun Watson's healthy, he's going to be starting quarterback for them.
Yeah, but it sounds like from just reading everything about the Browns as of late, even Mary Kay, who, it seems like Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland Plains dealer, her and Shedeur, kind of at each other. She was even saying last week that Shedeur had an awesome week, this past week, and has really made great strides.
But he doesn't make $5 bazillion a year like Deshaun Watson does. And if you're going to try to get anything out of that investment, which turned out to be a terrible one for them, wouldn't this maybe be the year?
Oh, it's his only year, Bob, to do it. Otherwise, he's gone after this year. But for the franchise, if Shedeur beat him out and Shedeur could show that he's a guy, then you got a fifth-round quarterback on a rookie contract. I mean, you're in great shape financially then.
Yeah, Cleveland, they open at Jacksonville and then go to Tampa. Their first two games, and then they host the Panthers, playoff team, last year, and host the Steelers, playoff team. So their first four games, three of those teams made the postseason in 2025.
I mean, the Browns, they'd have to be doing cartwheels down the street, Bob, if they came out of their 2-2. I would think.
I mean, because they're going to be an interesting team to keep an eye on. Todd Monken, the new head coach, who we're familiar with here, obviously. Stefanski's now in Atlanta, and we heard Jeffrey Chadilla a couple hours ago think that he's going to take the Falcons to whatever level they need to get to, because they were one of the hottest teams in the NFC at the end of last season, but they dug themselves such a hole, couldn't get out of it, and the coach wound up getting fired, Raheem Morris. But Cleveland could be an interesting team here. If you get all pro level quarterback play, you're taking it. But if you get like halfway decent quarterback play with all the other pieces they have, and Clowney's gone. By the way, throwing out first pitch of the Dodgers game a couple of days ago. Not Clowney, Myles Garrett. But you get decent quarterback play, maybe the Browns become a team to keep an eye on here. Not pick them to win the division, but that's not going to be an easy game when we play these guys.
The thing about it is, Bob, with them, you've got 5 new offensive linemen. You got a really good young tight end. Junkins looks real good at running back for them. So that's a good sign. Receivers, the Concepcion and Boston have done a really nice job. And you say, well, what's the difference Well, a first-round pick and a second-round pick.
Yeah.
It's kind of what Bob was mentioning. So they are going to be, can the offense come together? They got a lot of good defensive pieces.
When we come back, NFL Lunch, we're going to hear from Mike Green, who was on the Lounge podcast, the second-year Ravens linebacker, and 3.5 sacks as rookie. Needs to maybe double that here, his second year in the league, and perhaps maybe even exceed that. So stick around. We're going to hear from him. American League East report coming up at 1:15. Talk about the division, what happened this weekend. Also get into the standings throughout Major League Baseball as the Dodgers and Braves and the Brewers starting to pull away a little bit in their respective divisions, and we'll keep you up to date on all of that fun stuff, so stick around there. And then Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun, talk about the Orioles and Ravens with him. Ravens mandatory minicamp starts tomorrow. Orioles and Mariners coming up tonight, 6:35, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Birds, after a disappointing series in Toronto, trying to get back into their winning ways, where they are a winning record at home, 19-15, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. To be determined, Orioles starter, at least from what I'm trying to gather right now. And Nolan brought up Emerson Hancock, who's having a hell of a year for Seattle. Mariners, by the way, first place in the AL West.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, fellas, your buddy Bob Haynie here. Baseball season very much happening, and you never want to get caught sitting in the dugout when it's your time to step up to the plate. When your number is called, you want to be ready to rock and roll and provide that clutch situation that you're going to be asked to do. You want to be ready for game time? No rain delays, no slow starts, just confidence when your number is called. And that's why I've been telling you for years about Blue Chew. And now Blue Chew has done something new for you and for me. It's Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast. And it's designed to help both your head and your body get in the game. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, a connection from the inside out. So it's got everything working at the same time. So instead of hoping you bring the heat late, you're bringing the heat from the first pitch, and you're showing up ready to make things happen. And look, we're not rookies anymore, guys. If there's an upgrade that helps your performance, you take it. It's as simple as that. And we have a special deal for you, our loyal listener. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's code BOB1057. It's easy. It's memorable. Go to BlueChew.com to make it happen. And also go to BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring us here on The Fan. Trust me on this one, fellas. You want to be ready when your number is called. You don't want to wait till the last minute. You want to be prepared, and you can be as prepared as you could possibly be with Blue Chew Gold.
During Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale, you can replace all of your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
NASCAR returns to the Monster Mile. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more at Dover Motor Speedway. Get tickets at dovermotorspeedway.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles' fortunes changed quickly yesterday. They went from leading 4-0 to trailing 5-4 in what felt like no time at all after a nightmare sixth for Shane Baz. He gave up a solo blast to begin the inning, but later induced what could have been a momentum-saving double play, only for it to be booted by Gunnar Henderson. A batter later, he was able to get weak contact again, but this time Toronto was bailed out by a strange umpire decision. Ernie Clement left the base path to avoid a tag by Henderson, but was not called out. Another 3 runs would end up scoring before the inning finally came to a close.
You know, that wasn't really what killed me. What killed me was the next 2 at-bats. I think I was a little bit predictable. I think that's what ultimately caused the big inning. The only reason that I'm not going to talk about that play is because I will get fined.
There's Baz after the loss. The O's have no time to dwell on it, with the Mariners coming to town for a 4-game set that begins later this evening. Chris Bassett had an injury scare in his last outing, but remains on track to go again tonight, barring a setback. First pitch at 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Time to feed you some football, NFL lunch style, and in particular some Ravens football. Mike Green, second-year linebacker for the Ravens, was on the Lounge podcast, which is a Ravens-produced extravaganza. So you figure it was maybe like propaganda-ish sort of thing. You're not going to get ambushed in this sort of interview, we don't think. But Mike Green, as we played earlier, wasn't real fond of the previous coaching staff in regards to getting the maximum results out of the pass rush. But here's Mike Green talking about what Jesse Minter, the new head coach, and his staff will do to do that thing.
He's known to run
and structure a great defense that attacks the quarterback. So when he came over here and we're going over the philosophies and things like that, it aligned up to what a lot of us bring to the table. Yeah, I'm excited for myself and also like the other guys are in the room.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it at practice. I mean, I don't know if Zrebeck, I'm sure he wrote about it because I talked about it the next day, how bad the offense was. There was somebody running free every day in practice. And a lot of the times, it was Kenyon Martin, number 38, a corner coming free. Just like we saw Seattle in the Super Bowl bringing the corner all the time. You know, I think that they'll be bringing a lot of different guys. They're going to have, 8-10 men up at the line of scrimmage, just like Mike McDonald try to confuse people. And then they're going to let people do what they do best. All right, let's just say a Trenton Simpson. They're not going to have him sit in the middle of the field and read and react the whole time. Why? Because he doesn't do it that well. They're going to let him do what he does. See ball, get ball, those types of things. So that's why I've said this is going to be a top 10 defense. And if they had the same personnel as last year, it would have been a top 10 defense. I just thought Zach Orr was in way over his head, and he wasn't ready for the job.
And Dape Owe, we keep using him as the example because that's the example.
No doubt.
He had 0 sacks. Coming off a 10-sack year in 24, by the way. Mm-hmm. Had 0 sacks when the Ravens traded in for Alohi Gilman, who's now gone. And then he goes to the Chargers, gets, 7.5 in the regular season and 3 more in the playoffs and got himself, $100 million, whatever it was, from Washington?
Yeah. No, he got paid. I mean, you couldn't add, it's too simple. I mean, and we talk about it all the time. Everybody mentions it. Mike Green mentions it. That what's the difference? Even like the biggest thing was when they asked Jesse Minter, what did you do with Owe? Well, made it simpler for him. Duh.
Yeah.
Go
do your thing. Here's Mike Green on the Lounge podcast talking about the complimentary group that he has surrounding him and how good and what the potential is for these players.
And you got to think about this as well, is like the edge rushers complement the interior and the interior complements the edge rushers.
Right.
Like everybody's working together as one. I feel like when you got 2 great edge rushers and you got 2 great interior rushers that cannot also in different spots in different positions, but also with these edge rushers doing more power and the interior doing more speed. So, you just got to find the happy medium.
All right. Do they have 2 great edge rushers and 2 interior pass rushers?
No. I think they have 1. I think Hendrickson is
proven commodity.
Yep. Green has the potential to be. And then if they have Matabike, Calais Campbell.
Travis Jones led him in sacks last year.
Yeah. So they have it, and like Mike Green said, it's like working together. You can't all be bull rushing. You've got to, you're setting stuff. Everything is about matchups and stuff too. Who has the better matchup? Who has a better chance to win? And okay, if we're going to get him doubled, then who's singled and how do we get him, a chance? Or we're bringing, this many guys and then the corner's going to come unblocked. All those different types of things. And I think Jesse brings that to the table. That's why I just think that, you almost feel bad for Zach Orr because he didn't know what he didn't know.
Landed on his feet okay. Went out to Seattle with Mike McDonald, but does not have the level of authority in Seattle that he had.
Oh, he has none.
Here in Baltimore. Now, Mike Green, rookie, 17 games, 41 tackles, 3.5 sacks. We all 3 of us, I think, said 7-8 sacks.
Yep.
But here's Mike Green himself talking about what he wants to improve upon year 2.
I'll probably say 2 things. First, I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, is having the game slow down for me. And I've made a huge improvement from last year to this year when it comes down to being able to process what's going on the field, to be able to pick up things so fast and just learn as a whole. And I would say the second is finishing because, you know, like when Coach put up all those clips of me being this close, it kind of brings light to me and it inspires me to acknowledge how talented I am, but also to acknowledge how close I was to being able to have these double-digit sacks and stuff like that. So I'll probably say the mix between those two. Yeah, for sure.
And I think how many times, Bob, do we hear Harbs talk about playing fast?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's the thing. How do you play fast? Just, you don't have to think. That's the problem. When you're thinking all the time, you can't play fast because what are you doing? You're seeing it, then you're registering it, then you're reacting instead of just being able to go play. You know, Trey Hendrickson, he doesn't have to think about nothing. He sees it and he can feel it. Why? Because he's got the experience and stuff. And I think that's what Mike Green is going to be. Plus confidence. You know, confidence is a big look at baseball. I mean, you talk about between the ears confidence.
Old cows are looking like Ted Williams right now.
So I just think that he feels, and here's the thing too. Like when a rookie comes in, they've been training their ass off for the combine. They've been training like a track dude, you know. Then they go straight into OTAs, and then they go to mini camp or training camp, and they haven't had a chance to really get a feel and learn it yet. And that's why from year 1 to year 2, that's where you see guys make the biggest jumps because they finally had an off season, you know, where they're lifting and training. Then they had OTAs where they're the guy and they get a much better understanding. And then when you come into training camp and then you start the game, said, damn, this slowed way down.
Ravens in the offseason during the draft added Zion Young out of Missouri. He'll join the party, the pass rush party, we hope. And here's Mike Green talking about the youngster.
See, Zion, he's a great person. And besides him being a great football player as well, his versatility and the way that he can learn so fast has been extremely impressive. And not to say he's anywhere near perfect right now, but the first day he came in practice versus the last day, which was today, is two totally different players. And I feel like you are a special human being when you're able to be so versatile and you're able to throw away what you've been taught in the past, which would be college, and apply what's been coached to you new here in the NFL. And he's been doing great doing that.
You know what's hard about that is because you can do the things that the Ravens coaches are teaching you, but then when if it gets into team and game like situations, what do? You go back to what you're comfortable with. And that's why it's got to be, you know, stacking those reps every time and stacking how to do it every time. And the more you do it, you know, and the more you see it on film, the more comfortable you get doing it, you know, then you'll get better at it. When will he get better at it? Probably see flashes of it. And then maybe not even till next year when he's really kind of like Mike Green. Mike Green sounds like a different guy.
Excited about his potential. 3.5 sacks last year. Got at least double that, I would hope, here in 2026. But we're still weeks away from training camp and obviously the regular season. But mandatory minicamp next 2 days. Vinny's going to be there. And we'll get an update on Mike Green, Trey Hendrickson, and everyone else because it is mandatory. So everyone's expected to be at one winning drive. When we come back, American League East report, we'll talk about what happened yesterday in Toronto again. And we'll talk about what else happened in the American League East and beyond. Updated standings report and tonight's schedule as well. And Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun, talk Orioles and Ravens with him. And then a funhouse trip with Nolan McGraw. Inside Access takes over at 2. And then it's Baltimore baseball tonight. Me, Mike Bordick, Joe LaCroix, we're live for Pickles. If you're going to the game, stop by and say hello. Even if you're not, hey, you just want to hang out with us. I mean, a better way to spend a Monday, I guess, huh?
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Pro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-315-5222. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Pro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-315-5222. 800-315-5222. That's 800-315-5222.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All right, time for the American League East report and beyond as we take it throughout Major League Baseball. Birds, after a 13-3 shellacking of the Blue Jays Friday, coming from behind, by the way, to win that game. Weren't they down 3-1, and then they just exploded as our boy Brandon Young got into the 7th again, as he's been a real pleasant addition to the Orioles rotation. 6-4 losers on Saturday as Kyle Bradish got roughed up a little bit, even though the Orioles did hit 3 home runs. Ernie Clement made the diving stop on the Alonso ball up the middle that would have made things a little more interesting later in the game. And then yesterday, the Birds were up 4-0. And then they weren't. And then things got haywire there in the 6th inning as Nick Lenz has been a topic of discussion here. Before yesterday, I had no idea that a guy named Nick Lenz walked the face of the planet. Now we do. And give you an idea of what's going on here in the studios at 105.7 The Fan. We have MLB Network on and ESPN2 and ESPN because I guess there's still a dispute with NFL Network with the Xfinity. Is that the deal there? But anyway, they've been showing a lot of Gunnar Henderson's failed attempt to tag Ernie Clement, and Nick Lenz ruling that Clement had established his base path, and Gunnar's attempt to tag was not up to whatever their rules are. He was 3 feet outside of things. But either way, the Orioles lose 6-4 as that inning went pear-shaped on them. I wasn't real happy with Jackson Holliday's lazy attempt with the glove flip to Alonso as Jimenez scores from second base. I mean, where's the inning awareness? Understanding what's happening there, but it's not the reason they lost, but it contributed to their demise. So instead of Shane Baz rolling through another win, the Orioles take one on the chin and lose the series and finish the homestand, or the road trip rather, at 3-3. Taylor Ward hit a homer, his third of the year. Blast, impressive with that. Colton Cowser also went yard. Blaze Alexander was 2 for 4 with a ribby. Couldn't get that bunt down on that first and second in the seventh inning, but it is what it is. They lose. Now back at it tonight, taking on Seattle. Orioles 31-35, 19-15 here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The Mariners 34-32. They're in first place in the AL West. They're 15-16 on the road. Still waiting for the Orioles starting pitcher to be announced. Let me just hit refresh one more time. Still don't have it. But Emerson Hancock, talented righty, having a career year so far for the M's. Dan Wilson, their longtime catchers, now their skipper. He's 4-2 with a 280. He is on the hill. 6:35 first pitch. Our coverage starts here on 105.7 The Fan at 5:30. With Baltimore baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Me, Mike Bordick, and Joe LaCroix. Mike Bordick, of course, Oriole Hall of Famer. We're live for Pickles come down. Say hello. Going to be what? High 70s. The sun will be out. They keep saying it's coming out. Keep seeing clouds. But sooner or later, the sun will be out. And we'll be downtown having some fun. Hopefully getting you ready for the start of a successful Orioles homestand, starting with Seattle. And then the really struggling San Diego Padres. Hey, we get Manny Machado, Jackson Merrill, Gavin Sheets. A local flavor to the Padres, but we'll worry about them later on. Yesterday, in the American League East, Yankees taking on the Red Sox. Boston wins the opener Friday. They get washed out Saturday night. And then, unfortunately for the Red Sox, they played yesterday. And old Jazz Chisholm bringing a loud stick.
High fly ball, right center field. Rafael Labatt on the track, at the wall. See ya! A 3-run home run for Chisholm as the Yankees pouring it on here in the 8th inning.
Bellinger also went deep, so the Yankees win that game 6-1. Series ends in a split. As we said, they got rained out on Saturday night. That was Yes Network and Michael Kay on the call. In the Battle of Florida, Marlins taking on the Rays, and a former Oriole doing some stuff.
Lefty on lefty matchup. Swinging a line drive in the air, deep left field. Valade's going back, and he makes the catch on the track. But that will give the Marlins the lead. A sacrifice fly from Kyle Stowers. Here in the 6th inning, it's 2-1 at Miami.
Marlins TV on the call there. Kyle Stowers with the ribby. Otto Lopez, who's having a great year. He was 2 for 4 of the ribby. And Santi Alcantara, if you will. 7 innings pitched. Dominant. 5-4 now in the year. The Marlins take 2 out of 3 from the Rays over the weekend in Florida. Your schedule in the American League East is as follows. Today, Boston's at Tampa. You got New York at Cleveland, Philadelphia at Toronto, and Seattle here in Baltimore. Standings update as we sit here on a Monday. At the top of the division right now, Tampa's percentage points ahead of the Yankees, but they're basically tied for first. Toronto 7 back, Orioles 8 back, and Boston bringing up the rear 10.5. In the Central, Cleveland 2 up on Chicago. Twins are fading. They're 7 off the pace. Hey, Detroit showing a pulse here. They just swept, Tampa, and then they just took 2 out of 3 from Seattle over the last couple of days. And Kansas City playing a little bit better. They're still in last place. And in May, they lost Bobby Witt late with a knee injury, so keep you up to date on that. Seattle, game and a half up on Texas, 2.5 on Oakland, or the A's. Atlanta, 9.5 up in the East over the Phillies. Braves are having a great season, 45-21 on the year. Brewers, come on, Milwaukee, do your thing. They're 5 games up now in the Central. They've won 7 of 10, 3 in a row. Cardinals are hot, too. They've won 4 straight. They're now in second place, 5 off the pace there. The Reds have lost 4 in a row with this 4-game losing streak. Cincinnati has now fallen below 500. They sit at 31 and 33. Dodgers, they've been cooking. They're 7.5 up on Arizona, 8 over San Diego. Dodgers got spanked yesterday, but, they've been handling their business. Wild card standings as we sit here on June the 8th. Yankees, White Sox, Rangers are in. Toronto's a half game back. A's are at 1 game back. Orioles 1.5. In the National League, it's the Cardinals, Phillies, and Diamondbacks in. Padres, Pirates, Cubs, all a half game out. And Washington coming in here at 1.5 out. Leading the American League in batting as we start a new week here. Yandy Diaz, 325 average. He's on top there for the Tampa Bay Rays, but Yordan Alvarez is second, 316. Alvarez does lead the American League in both home runs and RBIs. Ernie Clement got enough of him. He leads the American League in hits. Jose Ramirez, Bobby Witt tied for the lead in steals with 23. And Gavin Williams of the Cleveland Ball Club, he leads the American League in wins with 9. Cam Schlittler, who pitched yesterday for New York, did not factor in the decision, leads the American League in earned run average with a $187. And Cade Smith of the Guardians, he leads the American League in saves with 21. Brian Baker's second with 16. Wow. Former Oriole. So there you go. Little Oriole love going on there. When we come back, Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun, talk about the Orioles and the Ravens with him. Stick around for that. And then Nolan McGraw is going to be joining us, Trip Through the Funhouse, Inside Access at 2. And then Baltimore Baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, coming up at 5:30, live from Pickles.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly, or a chance to spin the Big Spin wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
A bounce-back season for the Ravens will have to start on the defensive side of the ball following an extremely disappointing 2025 campaign that featured little to no pass rush. That's one area where new DC Anthony Weaver knows this team must improve, and second-year linebacker Mike Green projects to be a big part of that collective effort. Weaver recently spoke highly of the young pass rusher's potential.
A year ago, when I was in Miami, Mike was top 1-2 on our board in terms of outside backers. There's so many plays, and I made this cut up for him where I showed him just how close he was to potentially having like a double-digit sack season. It's not an ability thing. We need the corresponding coverage to help out, but he is milliseconds away.
And later tonight, the NBA Finals will resume in New York with the Knicks leading the Spurs 2-0. Only 5 teams have ever overcome a 2-0 deficit in the finals, most recently the Bucks in 2021. If it wasn't already an uphill battle for San Antonio, they'll also have to change their recent misfortunes playing at Madison Square Garden. Head-to-head matchups have been scarce, but the Spurs have not won in that building since 2019. Tip-off is scheduled for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Monday. Orioles tonight against Seattle, as you just heard during the update. Baltimore baseball tonight with me, Mike Porter, Joe LaCroix. Live from Pickles at 5:30. Brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Ravens mandatory minicamp starts tomorrow. 2 days open to the media, and then see you wouldn't want to be here for about 6 weeks before training camp starts in late July. NBA Finals Game 3 tonight from Madison Square Garden. Knicks trying to take a commanding 3-0 lead. Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow. Game 4 in Vegas, as that series has had some overtime thrillers and some crazy scenarios, and then some. So a lot to get to, but let's talk Orioles and Ravens with our next guest. He's the columnist for the Baltimore Sun. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show, Josh Tolentino. Josh, good afternoon. How you feeling today?
Fellas, it is a pleasure to join you. I tell you what, I'm on the way to Camden Yards right now. I just finished a workout, and I had to include the sauna after to really relax, man. You know, as someone who's pretty objective and just my duties to provide thoughtful commentary on this team. You know, I put this in my headline yesterday. That was just an egregious missed call, and blood pressure was boiling. So I can only imagine what it meant for these diehard Orioles fans as they watched. And certainly there were other factors that played a role in their loss, but that was just, again, an egregious missed call. I was looking forward to you guys calling, man.
Yeah, and look, I said some things watching in real time that would get us fined significantly here on an FCC-regulated radio station, but Nick Lenz, not a great call. And then Wendell Stant kind of backing it up, too. But either way, The Orioles, and I know you wrote about it, Josh, that October dreams certainly are not impossible for the Birds, at least making the playoffs, because the American League is extremely mediocre right now. But, I mean, if you're trying to level up or at least get to 500, losing 2 out of 3, 2 tough games at that can't be part of the equation. Now they're back home, starting pitcher to be determined tonight, I guess, because Bassett's scheduled to go. How do they regroup? I mean, they had a great homestand that ended with 2 straight against Toronto. Hope for a much better result on the road trip, but 3-3 is acceptable. They're still only a game and a half out of the wild card. How do they bounce back tonight? What kind of character will the Orioles display against the first place Mariners here?
Of course, it's a great question. And I don't think there really is a necessary a need to regroup because they have been on such a roll. And, I look at the run total from yesterday's loss. It's really funny, guys, when you think about it, because when you look at their losses in May, they had 16 of them. Of those 16, 13 of them, they had 3 or less runs. So 4 is really the magic number once they hit that 4-run threshold. So, I mean, the offense has been on a roll. I love what I've been seeing from Colton Cowser. I really feel like he should be an everyday player. He's proven it, unlike, some other players on this team who have been riding the bench lately. Tyler O'Neill, making his homecoming there, not really getting much playing time and still continuing to struggle against left-handed pitching. But just getting back to it, again, the starters, they have taken a turn, certainly, and, some hiccups here over these past 2 days with Kyle Bradish's blip. I do think it is a blip, but with Shane Baz ultimately not being able to control his emotions after that egregious miss call yesterday. But really, it's just maintaining the role that they're on because, Craig Albernaz does have them trending in the right direction.
Let's try to keep it positive here. And, Trevor Rogers had the shutout start for, 6 innings against Toronto. That thing went pear-shaped, but he bounced back nicely in his last outing. Baz, Bradish getting it done. Brandon Young's been a brilliant addition out of necessity to the rotation. How does Josh Tolentino feel about Trevor Rogers now as we're hitting the second week of June?
Yeah, I've certainly learned a lot about Trevor over the past month and a half and just his emotions involved. And you think back to his start from a few outings ago where he was just tremendous until that inning where he gives up those two homers, and how he dips down. And Craig Albernaz, he has a long talk with him before he sends him to the showers. And I think ultimately Trevor we know he has the stuff, and certainly regression was expected from his dominance last season. I think what he's also regressing towards kind of that mean, and I think he's certainly, as it is with many of the other starters, we mentioned Bradish, Baz, Bassett as he deals with this injury. They've all really taken a turn since mid-May, really, guys. I mean, I believe they have a top 3, top 5 ERA in baseball, so it's just continuing to ride that wave, and Trevor certainly is part of that as he takes the baton here in a couple days.
Hey, Josh, when we get out to mini camp tomorrow, are you as excited as I am to see what I want? I want to see Marlon Humphrey, number one, and I'm shocked that they didn't make him take a pay cut. And then Calais and Travis Jones, and then offensively, the only one who really hadn't been there is Bateman. And those are the guys I'm anxious to see tomorrow. How about you?
Yeah, I'm really excited, guys. Hopefully we get full attendance. And on Marlon Humphrey, I don't know if you guys saw, but he just posted on his Instagram story within the past hour that he is in the building. He's not a fan of the new uniforms, so he's criticizing the what do you call it, the collar, kind of Oregon-esque like. But man, it will be good to really get all the boys back into town and see what a full practice looks like under Jesse Minter, particularly interested in hearing from defensive guys. All the guys that we've heard from thus far throughout the spring have been playing, they play on the offensive side of the ball. So really getting a sense of what this defensive turnaround looks like with some key players in place.
Now, Josh, I'm very confident that the defense is going to be outstanding. Offensively, I got question marks and the other practice last week, that only enhanced the question marks from what we saw last week from the offense.
certainly, I mean, I think everyone is thinking this, but the offensive line seems a bit unsettled. I think we're going to see some movement there until, really leading up into the season. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some late acquisitions even into training camp here. But certainly, you look at the whole formula. Declan Doyle, he's being, promoted as a bright guy, and you certainly see it. I mean, he really does not love talking anything more than ball. True ball lover. And also, you got to be encouraged with Lamar Jackson's attendance in these voluntary practices. I don't think, and that's such a hot topic around town. But, when your star player, your 2-time, should have been 3-time MVP is in attendance, showing this buy-in, that's got to be encouraging.
And Josh, not only him being there, but to me, I think he looks in great shape, and I think he's really throwing the ball with great velocity. Now, a couple other guys that I want to ask you about who I think have kind of really stood out, is Zay Flowers. To me, looks quicker and faster than he has. And then I think the other one is Roquan looks in much better shape.
Yeah, on Zay. I mean, this is his money year. I mean, obviously, the Ravens already exercised his option. I asked him about his willingness and, how much he wants to be here in Baltimore. He pointed to his representation being able to handle that, but he would love to, all guys are going to say this, to finish his career here. But, I mean, ultimately, he wants to secure his long-term financial future. So big year for him. He's coming off 2 very productive seasons, and we see the offensive additions by the way of the draft that Eric DeCosta has supplied this team. And I'm glad you pointed out Roquan and especially Lamar. I don't think this has been pointed out. And again, I know they're in shorts and, no pads, but he certainly does look a little bit slimmer. And as Jesse Minter has pointed out, he's been in South Florida. When he's not been at the Castle, he's been in South Florida working out with guys like Zay Flowers and the such.
Now, Josh, are you as concerned as I am right now about tight end depth and wide receiver depth? Just because they've got a lot of youth there and a lot rides on Bateman, and then at tight end, there's nobody to replace likely.
Yeah, and we see, Eric DeCosta's formula. Like how I mentioned with the offensive line, certainly wouldn't consider me surprised if, they go out and add a veteran wide receiver. And you argue, they had DeAndre Hopkins in the building last year, and it didn't work, especially with him still winning many, not many, but the catches that he did make, many of them were tightly contested. So I think that room is unsettled, as you say, but like what we mentioned, through the draft, they added a lot of these big body guys. I think one of them has to emerge here as we get to training camp. Certainly wouldn't, again, consider me surprised if they add a veteran later in the offseason leading up to the beginning of the regular season. But also, guys, one of these guys has to pop, whether it be Jacoby Lane, Surratt. My bet's on Lane right now. I think one of them will pop
or
here
Tez Walker.
Leading into summer.
Yeah, even Tez.
Yeah, Tez Walker, very underlooked. All he does is catch touchdowns, right?
7 catches, 4 for TDs. Josh Tolentino, what are you writing about Baltimore Sun this week?
Oh, man, we're jam-packed this week, obviously, with the O's in town back home for a long, important home stretch before they hit the West Coast. And then minicamp. I think, I don't want to preview too much, but we'll certainly touch on the defense as, hopefully some fixtures here are in place as we learn more about this defensive resurgent turnaround that Jesse Minter is putting together.
Josh Tolentino, Baltimore Sun. Josh, always appreciate the time and the information and the insight. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Josh.
Fellas, take care. Always a pleasure.
There he is, Josh Tolentino. Everybody will come back, say hi to Nolan McGraw, go to that fun house of his. Inside Access takes over at 2. Then BBT, live from Pickles Pub. Me, Mike Bordick, and Joe LaCroix will get you ready for the Orioles and Mariners, game 1 of a 4-game set, excuse me.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Madison Square Garden is going to be absolute chaos tonight. The Knicks are back home with a 2-0 finals lead, but Jalen Brunson isn't celebrating just yet. Meanwhile, Wemby and the young Spurs are loose, confident, and ready to fight back. With ticket prices soaring and massive security in the building, Game 3 is going to be a circus. But I think the Knicks will win Game 3. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Game 3 NBA Finals tonight, Madison Square Garden. Cheapest upper deck seats available. And this according to ESPN through the secondary market, StubHub, SeatGeek, Vivid Seats. Cheapest upper deck, which is nosebleeds, $6,000. Woohoo! $6,000. That's courtside season tickets to the Wizards. Damn.
Bob, I wish I had 4.
$6,000. And the winning bid for the super terrific courtside seat, Celebrity Row, $1 million. A law firm's paying $1 million to watch a basketball.
For that price, I want to be in the huddle during a timeout. I want to draw up a play. Come on, man.
I want to be in a uniform playing. Date a cheerleader. I want all sorts of things going on. But $6,000 for the cheap seats for one basketball game tonight. First finals game at Madison Square Garden since 1999. I think San Antonio gets in the series tonight. I'm going to take Spurs to win this one.
What's the spread tonight, Bob?
Let's see here. The spread, where are we at?
Probably Knicks, I would imagine.
I'm not going to give 1.5, New York.
Ooh.
Yeah, give me the road dog, baby. 1.5.
I think for everyone outside of New York's sake, yes, give us a Spurs win here so we can get a little more entertainment factor. Everyone knows the long-standing odds being against you when you go down 3-0, not just a final series, just NBA playoff series in general. But I was kind of stunned to know that being down 2-0 in the finals, just the finals, is like a kiss of death. Teams have only come back from that 5 times in NBA history.
Wow.
Last time was 2021 with the Bucks.
Oh.
So, when you put it like that, it's like, oh my God, the series really is over.
Was that Phoenix, if memory serves?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because they made that one finals.
And did the Bucks win the first 2 on the road, though?
No, the Phoenix was up to it.
Let's see, I'll pull that up. I know one that stands out. I can't remember what happened in 2021, but I do know in 1977, Portland lost the first 2 at Philly with Bill Walton and then won 4 in a row to win the championship in that one, including Game 5 back at the Spectrum. But it was Phoenix. Milwaukee, Phoenix won the first 2 at home, and then et cetera, Bucks winning 6. So they were saying like the old Trailblazers did way back when.
Right. And you don't want to get ahead of yourselves here, but the narrative around the Spurs, even after they beat the Thunder, right, and everyone was already anointing them like, oh, you guys are the champs. Here you go. You came out of the West. It was still being called ahead of schedule, which it's going to sound like a cop-out. It's going to sound like you're backtracking if they do go on to lose to the Knicks. But it's true. When you look at the NBA, what the Spurs are doing this year is extremely rare. Like, it usually takes pretty much all these championship teams at least one run through the playoffs together. And it's probably even more than that. Like, I think Giannis with the Bucks, a perfect example. Like, how many MVPs did he win? How many years was he anointed the king of the NBA, the new face of the NBA, before they could finally get over the hump? A lot of these recent champions, they take their lumps. The Celtics, right? When they first started making the playoffs, everyone was like, oh, here we go. How many rings are Tatum and Brown going to win together? And all these years later, it's just one. So it's hard to get to the mountaintop. The Spurs to be there and have a shot in year one where the only guy on their team that actually has significant playoff minutes is
Harrison Barnes.
Yeah. It's unheard of. So series isn't over, but maybe the experience factor will play out.
And we've talked about it. if they stay healthy, the Spurs, they're going to be a force for many years to come because Victor Wembanyama is going to win multiple MVPs before his story is fully written. Nolan, we have time to go to the Funhouse real quick?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center, changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
A lot of thoughts here on the Clement Henderson play, as you would imagine. Even a Yankees fan checking in here says, proud Yankees fan, but I got to call it like it is. That was a terrible call. Clement was out, period. Orioles totally got screwed. Some more thoughts. Another texter here says, Howard in Baltimore, I've never in my 60 years seen a professional base runner go that far out of the baseline and not get called out. This, to me, a clear sign of the team not being respected in league circles. Would this have happened to the Yankees in New York? What exactly is the rule to begin with? Howard, as confused as we are today.
Look, if it would have gone against, if it was Gunnar trying to avoid Ernie Clement and they would have called Gunnar out, I would have agreed with the call that he was out of the baseline. He's out. Yep. Just a bad call. I don't think it's the Orioles getting disrespected. They got hosed, but I just think it's a cocky umpire spitting sunflower seeds all over the field, not really giving a bleep. And then Wendell Statton's got Baltimore roots, backing it up.
Another one here says, as frustrated as I am, I think the umpire missed call is really taking away from the anger that should be heading Gunner's way. Misplaying the double play ball and at-bat earlier could have had a similar effect. He was lucky the drama followed. Really a strange season for Henderson all around, continues to get even stranger.
And it was only his fourth error, but it seems like he's got like a lot more.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, Gunnar Henderson has had an interesting season. The power numbers are acceptable, but everything else has been kind of below all-star performance. I'm not saying I don't want him on my team. I want the Orioles to sign him tomorrow to a long-term contract, but once, because Alonso's slowly but surely starting to get to where he's going. Adley's had a nice bounce-back season. You have other guys that have had really good years, exceeding expectation. Jeremiah Jackson and Blaze Alexander. Kowser's running a hot streak. Mayo's starting to crack. I mean, O'Neal's had it is what it is. Come on, dude. Just give me a hard-hit ball once in a blue moon. You know what I mean? But once Gunnar starts to percolate, whenever that is. I mean, he's not having a Manny Machado year. He's hitting $160 with a 5 OPS. But Gunnar, let's go, man.
I did not think it would take this long for us to still be talking about waiting on Gunnar Henderson to come around. I mean, I'm done giving out preseason expectations with this team. Okay. I can't hit a single one to save my life.
They're only a game and a half out of the wild card, Nolan, thanks to everybody else being just as mediocre as they are. That's going to do it for us. BBT live from Pickles, me, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, Joe LaCroix. Come down and say hi. We'll be there earlier than 5:30. The show starts, however, that time. Vinny's going out to one winning drive. We get 2 days of mandatory minicamp before the Ravens are gone for 6 weeks. So we got a lot to get to. Inside Access coming up next for Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, and Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. NBA Finals Game 3, Knicks Spurs, and I think Dylan Harper continues his excellent series. The Rutgers rookie simply needs to be playing more, whether it's in place of Stephon Castle or De'Aaron Fox. He gives San Antonio a jolt every time he comes in. He's been the best Spur at getting to the rim and finishing. After 16 points and 8 boards in Game 1, Harper had 15 and 6 in Game 2. With the Spurs down 0-2, they simply need to play him more. I'm going over on Dylan Harper's points plus rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On July 21st, it's Death Cab for Cutie with Japanese Breakfast. Country star Thomas Rhett stops by on August 13th. Then rock out with a Bray and Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandy Carlisle takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn-out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Going on now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of Wounded Warrior Project.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love. This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your oats. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Comedian Dave Chappelle brings his Pulling Up tour to CFG Bank Arena this Friday, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles fell to the Blue Jays 6-4 in yesterday's series finale, and nearly 24 hours later, the team and fans are still stewing over an umpire decision from the 6th inning. Ernie Clement took off for second on a grounder that was tailor-made for a double play, and he left the base path to avoid the tag by Gunnar Henderson, but was not ruled out. A lengthy delay ensued with Craig Albernaz looking for any sort of clarity. Even after all the chaos, the O's still held a 4-2 advantage, but Shane Baz was unable to recover and let the Jays crawl all the way back and tie it up before Yennier Cano replaced him and gave Toronto the lead.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of his running path, and then also umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt. I think when you stick your glove out to tag somebody, that's an attempt to tag. There's no rule about how far you have to extend your arm.
There's Albernaz relaying what was said to him by the umpires. The Orioles finished their road trip 3-3 and will now return home to host the Mariners these next 4 days. That series gets rolling later tonight at 6:35 with a prospective pitching matchup between Chris Bassett and Emerson Hancock. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
And they got it. Henderson runs towards the base runner, will only get one out. And now Pete Alonso is pointing out to second base. Perhaps they didn't like the way that Clement went in the baseline. For the moment, a run has come in to score. Here comes Craig Albernaz. So the rule is you got to keep it somewhat in the lane. Towards the middle, shoots off of Cano, out towards second, out of the glove, runner safe, coming home, Alonso throws not in time. And the Blue Jays have stormed from behind to take the lead. Plate. Strike three called. That will finish the ball game. Unanswered run rally by Toronto secures 2 out of 3 with this win on Sunday afternoon.
Explanation was that the runner established a baseline outside of his running path. So it's similar to when a ground ball to first base, run on first base, and the guy's running the second base, and they veer off to kind of deflect the throw. So you have leeway there. And then also, umpire said Gunner's tag attempt wasn't a good enough attempt.
Ben Wagner on the call, courtesy of Masson, and then you heard Orioles skipper Craig Albernaz. The explanation that was given to him following the Orioles 6-4 loss to the Blue Jays. It's Inside Access. Ken Wyman, he is off this week at the beach, and Cordell Woodland is pinch hitting today. We got a rotating cast of characters this week. Cordell, Steve Molesky, Femi, and I'll be here. But yesterday's game, Cordell, the first 4 innings of this, it looked like a pitcher's duel. Kevin Gausman was dealing, Shane Baz was dealing, then Gausman, he really lost it in the 5th inning. Colton Cowser went yard, Blaze Alexander, he continued to stay hot, drove in Jackson Holliday, and then Taylor Ward, he flexed his muscles with a rare home run for him, a 2-run shot to make it 4-0. Shane Baz, he ended up pitching 5 scoreless heading into the 6th inning. Gave up a leadoff home run to Pinango. And then all hell broke loose when Brandon Valenzuela hit a chopper up the middle. Gunnar Henderson, he fielded it. And he makes a slight attempt to tag out Ernie Clement. But Ernie Clement then veered right. And the rule is the base path is 6 feet wide. You get 3 feet on each side. And when the tag occurs, is being made, that's when the baseline is in full effect. And Gunnar, he did make an attempt, but then Ernie Clement veered so far out, he ended up firing to first base to get an out. And everyone called it. Pete Alonso was there. Shane Baz was hot. Gunnar Henderson. And it was not ruled a base path violation. And the Blue Jays ended up making the Orioles pay. They scored a run on that grounder, and they ended up taking the lead at the end of that inning, 5-4, a lead in which they did not give up.
No, they didn't. I mean, that 6th inning was devastating for the Orioles. 5 runs given up, and it all started with, let's just call it a blown call, because that's what it is. The reasoning that came out even after the game didn't make it any better when you're watching it. I just don't know what they're expecting him to do. They're saying Gunner's tag wasn't sufficient enough, but Clement is 2 steps away from running into the outfield. I just don't. And Gunner made kind of a real quote, but somewhat of a joke, I guess. But he's like, I'm not going to chase him in the right field, which he shouldn't. And that play really changed the course of the game. They get out of the inning right there on the double play. They still have the lead.
It would have been 4-1.
And look, Valenzuela, who was a thorn in their side all weekend. I mean, 2 doubles, the home run. I think he was 4 for 6 in the 2 games that he played in against the O's this weekend. He was a problem enough. But on that play, that was just backbreaking because it was, a double play made because he ran out of his base path. They reward him second base. You can tell it stuck with Boz. You can tell it stuck with Boz because it changed the way that he approached every at-bat. After that, it went downhill and fast. I mean, it doesn't take much for the Blue Jays bats to get going at times anyway, but they woke up in a big way. They jumped on Boz. He didn't have his best stuff after that, but you can easily point to that play, to that moment, as to what changed the course of that game.
Totally changed the game, but it is one of those situations where maybe 2 things can be true. You got to find a way to get out of it at that point.
Sure.
And Shane Boz, he owned it, and I'm with you 100%, Cordell. I don't think he recovered from that blown call. And gosh, when Craig Alvarez pulled him, he was staring daggers at Nick Lentz, who was the second base umpire. But the 2 explanations. First one from Lentz, this courtesy of Jake Real, who covers the O's for MLB. The runner has a right to establish his base path, and so Clement had established his base path to avoid the fielder from potential interference. And even though that Henderson reached out for a tag, Clement's base path was already established out there going to second base. So therefore, it was not out of the baseline. Crew chief Hunter Wendelstedt, he said this. It was actually a very gentlemanly thing to do, which that's a heck of a quote there. Getting out of the way to allow the fielder to make the play to first base. It just so happened they tried to spin it to get 2, but his base path was already established. I don't understand the reasoning by either of them, because you see Ernie Clement veer so far right when he tries to dive to get the second base. He's like completely contorting his body to get over.
It's crazy. And that's the thing for me. It's been a couple of people online that have done the frame by frame looks at it. That makes it look really bad. A couple of those, if you see where Clement is, even as Gunner is starting to reach out for the tag compared to maybe the next frame shot, he's completely out of the picture. He's almost touching the grass, literally. I just don't know what those umpires were looking at. And look, you get, ironically enough, on the back end of the game, the situation flips. And now the Orioles are mad because they're not getting the same type of call going to first base in their way. And Albie comes out. And look, I had no problem with it. I'm saying, look, he's trying to get tossed, and I'm all for it. I'm literally sitting there at the TV like, yeah, keep going. Don't leave until they toss you. And it was clear that that's what he was trying to do. But even to your point about the second base ump not looking at Boz as he walks off, I think they knew to a degree that they screwed the pooch a little bit. I think that's why they gave Albie such a long leash at the end of the game. I think that's why the umpires weren't looking at Boz as he's not only walking off the field, but as guys are yelling at them from the clubhouse. Nothing was done. I think that's because they knew they messed up.
O's, they end up with a 500 road trip, 3-3, lost the final 2 games in Toronto, lost that series. They're back home today, start of a 4-game series against the Mariners, 6:35 first pitch at Camden Yards. So Baltimore baseball tonight with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick at 5:30. Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner, he's going to be joining us at 4. Mandatory minicamp open to the media tomorrow and Wednesday. We will preview that with Jonas. And Jimmy Patsos coming live in studio with us to preview Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, a lot to get into today. We'll have a lot of Orioles talk, of course, with them being back home, taking on the Mariners tonight. Orioles did make a roster move. So Chris Bassett goes to the IL on the 15-day IL with lower back discomfort. They bring back Trey Gibson. I would assume Trey Gibson will be the starter for today's game. And Jonas coming on, we'll be able to talk to him about mandatory minicamp for the next 2 days. And, of course, Jimmy P coming in. Spurs got me looking bad, man. They got me looking bad right now. The Knicks have played great. I said once the Knicks beat a team that I respect, I'll give them respect. They've done it in the first 2 games of this series. This is going to be the best game the Spurs have played to this point. It has to be. I'm expecting the Spurs to empty the tank tonight.
We're going to get into the Ravens at the bottom of the hour. Mike Green was on the Lounge podcast, had some very interesting things to say about Zach Orr and the Ravens defensive staff last year, but we're going to keep the O's talk rolling on the other side. We're going to hear some sound from Gunnar Henderson, talk about that missed call, Craig Albernaz as well, and we'll touch on the Chris Bassett news. That's next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want to second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I'm not going to go chase him to right field when I'm trying to turn a double play there. Like he's only allotted so many feet to be considered in the baseline, and if you make a loop and slide to where you can't even reach second base in the next two steps, I don't really understand that. So that was a new one for me, but definitely I feel like not a great call.
That was Gunnar Henderson following the Blue Jays 6-4 win over the Orioles, talking about the controversial play in the sixth inning where Ernie Clement, he went outside of the base path. And you brought up that quote in the open, Cordell. He's not going to chase him to right field. Rule 509B states that so long as the umpire determines that a play is being made on the runner and an attempt to tag is occurring, for example, the fielder is moving to tag the runner, no physical tag attempt is required to call runner out for leaving the base path. And you saw Gunnar lunge some towards Clement, which that was him trying to tag him. That was the effort.
Yeah, I'm sitting here rewatching it again. I mean, he is way out there. And Gunnar's tag attempt wasn't the most exaggerated one.
No.
He doesn't fully extend his arm. But honestly, even if he does, he doesn't tag him. He's so far wide that he's not even within reach of Gunnar. And maybe that's a part of his thinking. Like, what is the point of me reaching out? Because he's still trying to get the guy out at first. And so once Clement is way out of the base path, I think Gunnar in his mind is assuming, all right, they're going to call him out. Let me at least get this runner out at first, which he gets by a step. So it's still pretty close. I just don't see what they're saying. I really don't. As I'm watching this over and over again right now, Clement is so far out of the base path. I don't know how you can defend that. His slide into first, it looks like a C. It looks like the letter C. He can only touch it with the fingertips of his outside hand. He's so far away from the bag. That is a bogus call.
Totally. And the funny part, or maybe not so funny for Orioles fans, is Jackson Holliday in the ninth inning ended up getting called for being outside of the baseline, and it was an out. And here's Craig Alvarez on that call.
Try to go PG here. Wanted to know the difference between the two is the biggest one, especially at first base where there you do have like some leeway, especially as you're running towards the bag, and Jackson did not veer as far as Ernie did when he was making the play. And and Hunter had the view, and I wasn't sure. It looked like the first base umpire called the first baseline, and that's why I went to him first. Then he pointed me to Hunter's direction, so it was an interesting chain of events.
I don't think anyone's going to argue that was the incorrect call. Jackson Holliday did go outside the baseline. Now, was he as egregious as Ernie Clement?
No.
I don't even think so. But Albie going out there like, hey, man, like, let's see some consistency in how this game is being called. And he let him hear it.
And you could tell, even watching the broadcast yesterday, a lot of his gripe is with the call at second base with Clement. He's trying to go back to, and at one point, you could see the crew chief's mouth when he's talking to him. He's like, that wasn't my call. He says that wasn't my call at second base. But of course, Albie doesn't want to hear any of that. And again, I'm all for Albie going out there, fighting for his guys, trying to get tossed in that moment. I mean, what else is he supposed to do? The game is all but over at that point because Jackson ends up being the second out of the ninth inning. It's about to be over. So he's just kind of emptying the clip a little bit before they get out of there. I had no problem with it. And again, I think the fact that he wasn't tossed is almost an admission of guilt from the umpires because they let him go out there and air his grievances out for quite a bit.
Last week on the show, Ken and I were looking at the home road split splits for the Orioles, and they were massive heading into this road trip where the offense scores 1 less run per game. The pitching allows 2 more runs per game compared to games at Camden Yards. And Ken asked me, like, what would you consider to be an okay road trip? And I said, 3-3, I'd be fine with that, with how they've played on the road this year. But expectations changed during it, right? Like, Ken, we were talking, hey, you win that first game in Toronto, then you want to get greedy and you try to get a 4-2 road trip. Well, they had every opportunity to win that game yesterday to finish the road trip at 4-2. They ended up striking first, and Craig Albertaz talked about that being really frustrating.
Yeah, definitely frustrating, especially when we put up 4 runs against a really good pitcher in Kevin Gausman, especially early. He was spotting well, like locating the split, locating his fastball down to keep the split honest, and to put up 4 that inning, with some big swings by Cowser. And then Wardy, and Blaze, with great first 2 great at-bats to kind of get us going, and then to have all that happen. Yeah, that's the frustrating part.
And what really sucks for the Orioles is they almost struck back the very next half inning where Tyler O'Neill, he got a leadoff single. Then Jackson Holliday worked a walk. Blaze Alexander's been great getting bunts down. He just didn't get enough on it to where Valenzuela could end up getting Tyler O'Neill at first base or at third base, and then Taylor Ward grounded into a double play to end that inning. So the O's had a chance there at first and second with no one out to at least tie the game at that point, but they weren't able to come through.
No, they weren't. But you know what? To be honest, I'm still feeling that optimism that started to grow a little bit over the last 2 weeks with this team, I think it's still there for me. I don't think it's lost with how their road trip ended. It's unfortunate that they blow another lead to the Blue Jays again. But for me, I have more of an issue with the Gunnar error in the 6th inning that kind of started to kick things off. That 6th inning was just so bizarre. But
Jackson Holliday kind of lobbing, off his glove, which gave the Blue Jays an opportunity to score that run.
Like, some of the defensive issues still annoy me, but the fact that they did get to Gausman, the fact that their offense really for the last week and some change has been sustainable for the most part. That was the big question for me. Will the offense travel when they go on the road? I think for the most part, it did. It did. They weren't able to close out some of these innings, like you said, in the 7th. But typically over the last 2 weeks, that 7th inning has turned into runs for them. So I'm not really panicking overall because I am still seeing a lot of good things from this club. Now, Bassett getting hurt now, and you got another starting pitcher on the IL. You don't feel great about that. But I do still feel like this team is doing enough good things to where I don't think that loss yesterday or that series loss to the Blue Jays is going to stop the momentum that they built up. I still have confidence with the way that they played that they actually will come out tonight and look pretty good against another solid pitcher.
No, it's been a much, much, much better brand of baseball from this team ever since they got swept at the Trop. Like that was the turning point for their season. At that point, they were 8 games below 500. It felt like the sky was falling. You go 7-3 on that 10-game homestand, and then you split this road trip. The offense has been a heck of a lot more consistent. Defensively, yes, they still have their mistakes, but it's still been better. The starting pitching has been infinitely better in this stretch. But you do mention Chris Bassett placed on the 15-day IL due to low back discomfort. Not a shock. He was definitely really laboring in that 3rd inning at Fenway Park, taking a lot of breaks and steps off the mound. And he ended up flying back to Baltimore to get his back checked out, but then he rejoined the team in Toronto. Trey Gibson set to make his 3rd career start. And I've been impressed with him, Cordell. This has been a guy where it hasn't looked too big for him. And his last outing was against the Rays, in which he went 5 2/3, gave up just 1 earned run.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is for me with Trey Gibson. He doesn't look like he's, blinded by the lights. He doesn't look like a guy that feels like this step up to the major league level, which is a huge step. He doesn't seem like it's too big for him. Yes, he's gotten into some trouble. Yes, he's gotten some traffic on the base paths. But just the same way that we were patting Trevor Rogers on the back when he was getting out of that trouble, I'm doing the same thing with Trey Gibson right now, especially for him. He's the younger guy. So him navigating out of some of the trouble that he has gotten himself into at times, that means something to me. But I think, if nothing else, Trey Gibson has shown these guys that when he does get the ball to start games, they're going to get a real start out of him. We haven't seen him get knocked around. Not to say it won't happen at some point, but he looks like a guy that you could feel comfortable giving the ball to at the start of these games to at least give them a chance. And with the way that their offense has played over the last 2 weeks, I think they can give him some support.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to get back into the Orioles. Colton Cowser continues to swing a red-hot bat. Should he get some more run against left-handed pitching? At 2:45, we're going to take your phone calls. So if you want to call, now is your chance to get to the front of the line. 410-583-1057. You want to talk about the missed call from the Orioles game yesterday, or maybe Mike Green's comments about Zach Orr and the defensive coaching staff. If you didn't hear what Mike Green had to say on the Lounge podcast, you're not going to want to miss this next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
At the Y, zero join fee means zero waiting to make summer plans. Join today for full access to fitness, pools, and programs all summer long. Don't miss the summer membership special going on now at joinymaryland.org.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Jones Junction's 2 million likes and reviews reflect the commitment of everyone at Jones to make the customer experience the best. Jones has been voted the best car dealership in Baltimore. For new or used, visit them online at jonesjunction.com.
Hey Birdland, the biggest soccer event of the summer is almost here, and the crossover kit is back. Hit the yard on Saturday, June 13th, as the Orioles host the San Diego Padres at 4:05. Be one of 15,000 fans to receive an Orioles soccer jersey presented by Point Breeze Credit Union. Don't miss out on scoring this must-have soccer jersey or rooting on the red, white, and blue in your Baltimore Orioles all summer long. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Grow, keep, and distribute your wealth in the most tax-efficient manner possible. Listen to the Savvy Investor radio show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Here
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Argentina arrives as defending champions, anchored by its aging but peerless creative forward, the greatest of his generation. Behind him, a disciplined midfield and explosive wide attackers make them a threat from every angle.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles' fortunes changed quickly yesterday. They went from leading 4-0 to trailing 5-4 in what felt like no time at all after a nightmare sixth for Shane Baz. He gave up a solo blast to begin the inning, but later induced what could have been a momentum-saving double play, only for it to be booted by Gunnar Henderson. A batter later, he was able to get weak contact again, but this time Toronto was bailed out by a strange umpire decision. Ernie Clement left the base path to avoid a tag by Henderson, but was not called out. Another 3 runs would end up scoring before the inning finally came to a close.
You know, that wasn't really what killed me. What killed me was the next 2 at-bats. I think I was a little bit predictable. I think that's what ultimately caused the big inning. The only reason that I'm not going to talk about that play is because I will get fined.
There's Baz after the loss. The O's have no time to dwell on it, with the Mariners coming to town for a 4-game set that begins later this evening. Chris Bassett had an injury scare in his last outing, but remains on track to go again tonight, barring a setback. First pitch at 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, lots of afternoon sun, temps in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Hey, yeah, I want to shoot, baby.
You know, to just be quite blunt, I just feel like different coaches have different philosophies for how they want you to attack the quarterback, or how they want you to pass rush. I just feel like the philosophy that was being coached to us last year probably wasn't the best for us. You kind of have to shape around your pass rushers and like what they're good at. When we get in certain situations where we can't really attack the quarterback or can't really get into certain calls, you know, that takes a lot away from your pass rushing ability. Just that versus now, you know, Jesse, when he was at the Chargers, I mean, that kind of just speaks for itself.
That was Mike Green on the Lounge podcast, which you can find on ravens.com. Mm-hmm. So the team podcast, Mike Green made that comment. And look, Zach Orr, fans, you know, beat him around like a piñata. And now you hear Green, a part of the defense, say that, hey, we weren't put in the best position to succeed as pass rushers. And we've seen this Ravens defense really go backwards in a big, big way. Remember 2023, they became the first defense in the history of football to lead the league in sacks, points per game, and turnovers. In 2024, Zach Orr's first season as defensive coordinator, had finished second in the league in sacks, 9th in points per game, tied for 20th in takeaways. Last year, fell off a cliff. 30th in sacks with 30, 18th in points per game, and they were tied for 15th in takeaways. And Cordell, he mentioned Jesse Minter and the fact that, yeah, his what he did with the Chargers speaks for itself. And obviously the Ravens made a trade with the Chargers, trading Odafe Oweh to LA, and Oweh had 0 sacks in Baltimore through the first 6 games of the season. He ended up finishing with 7.5 and had 3 more in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, like Mike said, the proof is kind of in the pudding with Jesse Minter and what he's been able to do on the defensive side of the ball. You go back to, everybody uses Odafe Oweh as kind of that case study. But I just think it's a matter of simplifying things. And we've heard and seen multiple times throughout the Ravens' recent history, I would say, where a lot of their outside pass rushers are being asked to do things other than getting after the quarterback. And my whole thing with Mike Green last year is you drafted a guy who led the nation in sacks. Why can't it be as simple as go get the quarterback?
Yeah, see ball, get ball.
Like your pass rush principles are your pass rush principles. That's one thing. But to not basically allow this kid to go out there and pick up where he left off at Marshall and do what you drafted him to do is just kind of beyond me. Everybody likes to go back to that Lions game on 3rd down where you see Mike Green dropping in the coverage, and it's just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? And I think that frustration obviously bleeds into the locker room when you see these guys who know what their skill sets are, who knows, what they were brought here to do, yet they're not being allowed to go do that. So imagine the frustration from Mike Green where he's getting the game plan and it gets to the 3rd down portion and it's, Mike, we want you in this 3 to 5 yard hook zone range, not in the backfield, making life hell for the opposing quarterback. That, of course, is going to make your defense look bad. And it gives these guys bad film, and that's what they don't want.
You had a one-on-one with Mike Green around the bye week, and maybe this was all a little foreshadowing.
For sure, and I'm trying to find ways to be more elite at this level while also doing the responsibilities that I'm being told to do. So I know in college, you guys tend to have a lot of freedom, and I was fortunate enough to be one of those guys that the team trusted, and so I was able to go out there and perform to my best, and coaches knew that they were going to be able to trust me and things like that. So I think just going forward, my main goal is to have the coaches here trust me, because once coaches be able to trust you and they trust that you're a good player in their scheme, then that opens up more opportunities for you. So the more I get built into the scheme, the more opportunities I'm going to be able to showcase my talent.
You don't want to force a square peg into a round hole. You want to build your defense, not even just defense. You want to build your team around your players. Like, your players are the system, not the system are the players. Yeah. And last year, how many guys were better year over year on this defense? Like, I'll give you Travis Jones for sure. But outside of him, Awuzie wasn't here in 24. He had a solid season. Teddy Buchanan was a rookie. He wasn't here, obviously, the year before. I'm talking someone who was on the defense in 24 to 25. Who is better? And really just Travis Jones for me.
I mean, that's the easy answer. Nate had moments. I think Nate had a couple of games. He had a couple of games down the stretch that he'd like to have back. But yeah, to your point, it ain't many. I mean, really, you could say the same thing about the offensive side of the ball too. Last year, it was just a down year for the Ravens in general. But I think even hearing Mike Green talk in that cut, you can kind of hear like the overthinking a little bit. This is a dude that led the nation in sacks. It's not rocket science. It's just go get the quarterback. And I just think the NFL is complex enough. These quarterbacks are so hard to get to as it is, because they're so athletic these days. And the offensive linemen, they're more athletic as well. It just seems like they have enough on their plate trying to adapt to the speed and the competition at this level to not put them in a position where they're comfortable and allow them to do what got them here, it's just hustling backwards for me. And so when I hear Mike Green talk right there, it just seems like a guy that's overthinking.
Coming up at 3:15, Craig Albernaz has some very interesting comments about Samuel Basayo and maybe his toughness. At 3 o'clock, Colton Cowser, man, the Moon Man swinging a hot bat. Is it time for him to play more against left-handed pitching? But coming up next, we're going to hear from you, 410-583-1057. What do you make of Mike Green's comments about last year's coaching staff? What kind of difference will Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver have on the defense this year? Also, if you want to get into the missed call from the 6th inning yesterday, Ernie Clement, he went outside the base path, but it was not called. 410-583-1057. We'll take your calls next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look back at game 1 of O's, Mariners, and, oh my gosh, I don't know what we're going to do. Ed Norris and Jerry Bembry to talk Knicks.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks took Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Karl Anthony Towns was the key for the game for New York. Karl Anthony had 18 points and 12 rebounds. The most important thing Cat did in Game 1 was be physical with Victor Wembanyama on the defensive end. If the Knicks continue to get a performance like they did in Game 1 from Karl Anthony Towns, the Knicks will win this series. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, you feel that? Yeah, that's spring. Everything's waking up. Hey, it's Ed. It got me thinking, why should the flowers have all the fun? So I made a little pit stop at Lions Den while I was in town. Let's just say I left with a few upgrades. Now the mood at home hits differently, much differently. So awaken your senses at Lions Den, Pasadena, Catonsville, Cockeysville, and Severn. LionsDen.com, of course. Get some pleasure, passion, romance in your life. LionsDen.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 79. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 63. Tomorrow, high near 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles looking to get back on track tonight. Beginning of a 7-game homestand, 4-game series against the Mariners. 6:35 first pitch. Baltimore baseball tonight at 5:30. If you missed it, Chris Bassett, he has been placed on the 15-day IL due to a back injury. Trey Gibson has been recalled from AAA, and he will start tonight. But we want to hear from you. 410-583-1057. The big missed call, Ernie Clement, going way outside the base paths, but the umps did not see it that way, if you want to talk about that. Or we were just talking about Mike Green and his comments on the Lounge podcast saying that the players weren't used to their strengths last year. What kind of difference do you expect Jesse Mentor to have on this Ravens defense? 410-583-1057. Let's go out to the phones. Jonathan is in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all today?
Good. How are you?
Well, the first thing I want to talk about is the Jesse Mentor and the Mike Green thing. That's not had nothing to do with the offensive coordinator. That's John Harbaugh. The offense is exactly like the defense. The same reason we lose. We stop being strong at the end on offense, giving up all those leads. Harbaugh puts everybody into that prevent offense, that prevent defense. That man can't. That our defensive coordinator from last year couldn't do anything that John Harbaugh didn't okay and approve for game day. Just like when you seen Lamar in that Miami game, I always remember he looked down his hand slot and they had took the plays out and he already knew. I like what Jesse Mentor is doing. They're complicating the offense for Lamar and they're giving him credit for his intelligence. Another thing I want to say about the yesterday's game on the Orioles side, and someone mentioned well, Gunner's not having a Manny Machado type year. Let's just remember, Manny's in his 15th year. Gunner's in his 5th year. Manny's 5th year, he batted .296, 37 home runs, 96 ribbies. So don't try to minimize Manny by lifting Gunner up by killing Manny. So that's all I got to say, and thank you guys.
Gotcha, Jonathan. Let's start with the Ravens. And he brings up the fourth quarter issues. And that's been no secret. That's pretty much Jesse Mentor, the be at your best when your best is needed. He said that in his first prepared statement at his introductory press conference. That is carried over into OTAs, which you've seen, the be at your best when the best is needed drills that end the practice. That's going to be huge in really defining Jesse Minter, just because of how bad the Ravens have been, especially since 2021 in the fourth quarter, blowing double-digit leads. Like, defensively, they have to be attacking. They have to be able to close out games. And offensively, being aggressive. We can all go back to the Bills game in the week 1 opener where you had a chance to go for it on the 4th and short. You ended up punting it away. Josh Allen goes. The offense can end games on their terms too.
No doubt. I do think when you look at some of those blown leads, and especially on the late game situations and what side of the ball is out there to close the game out, a lot of times John was electing to put his defense out there to close the game out, and they weren't getting the job done. It's tough to close games out as a defense when you can't get after the passer and you can't create turnovers. The Ravens struggled with both of those things in the playoffs and in late game situations. But I do agree with him. Look, multiple times over the last couple of years when I would do hits on you guys' show and you would ask me about the issues on defense, I would always say, nothing is happening that John isn't okaying. I asked John one day point blank at a presser, is there anything more that, any more influence that he needs to have on this defense to kind of right the ship? He flat out said I can't have any more influence on the defense. He's in all those meetings, and not only was John, but they kept adding all these veteran voices. It probably was too many cooks in the kitchen. We realistically don't know what was Zach Orr's plan and what was everybody else's, because so many people had a voice. So I will agree with him on that. But all in all, yeah, aggressiveness, getting back to being the attackers, getting back to being the bullies, that's an overarching issue that the Ravens have, and just getting back to their original identity, because they have lost it really since that AFC Championship game. After that, this just has not felt like the same type of Ravens team.
And before we step out and get back into the Orioles, Jonathan talking about Gunnar Henderson. And the error in the 6th inning is definitely overlooked because of the missed call, Ernie Clement going outside the base paths. But keep waiting for Gunnar to, all right, he's going to get going. He's going to get going. And June is traditionally his best month. Heading into this June, he had a career OPS of 1,000 in the month of June. And yeah, he had the 3-hit game over the weekend, but you're still waiting for Gunnar to perform to the level that we've become accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gunnar has turned a corner. I no longer, when he comes up to the plate, am I kind of expecting him to swing out of his shoes and swing at bad pitches? It does seem like he's more selective at the plate. It hasn't been terrible so far in the month of June. His May was not where you'd like it to be. I said this on me and Bench on the Fresh Take a couple weeks ago, like, maybe, and this isn't saying that Gunnar isn't a good player. I think everybody knows Gunnar is a really good talent. Gunnar is a really good player. But maybe we expected Gunnar to be too good right now. Like, a lot of us coming into the season were calling him an MVP candidate and saying he would have that type of year. When you watch the real MVP candidates around Major League Baseball, they're showing you who they are. I'm not saying Gunnar doesn't have the talent. He absolutely does. But maybe we need to slow down the MVP, that Gunnar's this MVP-esque player. Until he starts showing that, I don't think that's who he is. It's nothing wrong with being a great player and not an MVP-esque player. You can still be a really good player.
Coming up at 3:15, we're going to get into Samuel Basallo, who looked far from 100% healthy yesterday. Craig Albertaz had some interesting comments about Sam's injuries. We'll play that at 3:15. But coming up next, Colton Cowser, man, got off to a brutal start to the season, but has really turned it around and is on a tear, especially in this 20-game stretch. Has this changed how we view Colton Cowser, and should he play more against left-handed starters? We'll tell you next.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Comedian Dave Chappelle brings his Pulling Up tour to CFG Bank Arena this Friday, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Birds unraveled after a missed call in the 6th inning when Ernie Clement went out of the base path to avoid Gunnar Henderson tagging him out. That play would have resulted in an inning-ending double play, but instead the Blue Jays scored 4 more runs to take a lead they would not relinquish.
I'm not going to go chase him to right field when I'm trying to turn a double play there. Like he's only allotted so many feet to be considered in the baseline, and if you make a loop and slide to where you can't even reach second base in the next 2 steps, I don't really understand that. So yeah, that was a new one for me.
The O's are back home and will begin a 4-game series against the Mariners tonight. Baltimore completed a 3-3 road trip and owns a 31-35 record. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The NBA Finals switches to Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Spurs after winning Game 2 105-104. You can catch all of the action of Game 3 on The Fan beginning with pregame coverage at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 84. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalais. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Come on. Didn't feel good, but Cows is feeling good there. He sure is, taking it deep into the bullpen. Colton Cowser on back-to-back days goes deep for Baltimore.
Ben Wagner, Ryan Ripken on the call, courtesy of Masson. Yeah, shout out Ryan Ripken. Absolutely. And Colton Cowser, that was the home run that got the scoring underway in the game yesterday. And it came on a slider, Cordell, because we know breaking pitches, off-speed pitches, they've been a huge bugaboo for him. Now when you look at it, breaking pitches, he's slugging. The batting average still bad, below the Mendoza line, 175. But when he connects, he's doing damage. It's a respectable 425 slug. 3 of his 6 home runs have been on breaking pitches. And Colton Cowser has always been a very streaky player in his career. His month of March and April was brutal. 489 OPS, but he just had no power. It was a 220 slug. But Cordell, in this 20-game stretch, last 20 games for Cowser, 360 batting average, 411 on base, a 740 slug, good for an OPS of over 1,100. And with Cowser at this point, and Ken and I have been talking about this over the past couple of weeks, where Tyler O'Neill is just not giving you much at all. And even when Cowser was really struggling, we almost wanted to see them prioritize the defense because Cowser's a plus defender in a corner outfield spot. But now you consider the fact that he is hitting, Cordell. He went from a part-time player because he was really struggling where I almost want to see him every day while he's hot. He's only had 13 at-bats against left-handed pitching. Now, Craig Albertaz did let him face Adam Macko yesterday. He ended up striking out in 6 pitches. But this added leg kick that he added around the start of May has really helped him. And I almost just feel like you got to ride him during this hot streak.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You have to because he's too volatile of a player. When it's low, it's really, really low. And to his credit, when he's hot like he is now, he's scorching hot. So you kind of got to ride that wave with him. And to your point, I think that's the biggest reason why you kind of have to just keep it going until the wheels fall off of this thing and it starts to implode. It's baseball. Eventually, he's not going to be as hot as he is right now. But I do think Cowser's playing with a ton of confidence at the plate. Not only you just gave the numbers of, what it looks like when he starts to connect with some of these breaking balls, but I've liked the fact that I'm seeing him be patient on these breaking balls. He's not swinging at the ones in the dirt as often anymore. He seems like he's recognizing the pitch trajectory early enough to where he can lay off. And I think him making contact with some of these breaking balls has also given him the confidence to take some of those bad pitches and not swing out of his shoes. But I think Cowser, he's no different than any other player. When they're when they have the lead in terms of the pitch count, he's at his best. At when it's 1-0, when he's up 1-0, batting 600. When he's up 2-1, batting 571, 750 with a 2-0 count, 1,000 with a 3-1 count. Hasn't had a 3-0 count just yet. Well, he's 0 for 1 on the 3-0 count, but he just seems to be a guy when it's going good, when he's in a comfortable spot at the plate, it will work for him. Right now, he's got the long ball going, and he's doing it with guys on base. So it's not the empty solo shots that you get every time. He's actually been able to put a couple of crooked numbers up on the scoreboard.
And there, to your point, like there's been times, especially at the beginning of the season, where he's down 0-2 in the count. You're like, all right, oh, this is it. Mm-hmm. Where of late, he's given you quality at bats in terms of, he's homered in 0-2 counts. Heck, there was one moment last week where he ended up grounding a ball to the right side and it ended up driving in a run, just going bat on ball. There was a 1-out situation. He got the runner home at third base. But when he's ahead in the count in general, he's hitting 324 OPS over 1,000. Then when he's when the pitcher's ahead, he's got an OPS less than 600. Mm-hmm. So Cowser, heading into the year, I just kept it was so rough for him last year, and it kind of got derailed right when it got started. Remember, It was the first series in Toronto, diving headfirst into first base. The injury there, he ended up saying after the season he played with broken ribs down the stretch. Could he get back to what he did as a rookie, where 24 home runs, 69 RBIs, 768 OPS, and even during that season, it was so high highs and low lows, where for a couple weeks he's carrying you, one of your best players, and then a couple weeks he's one of your worst players. But if he could end with those type of numbers, and right now it's trending closer to that season, I think that's all you're really hoping for out of Cowser.
Yeah, I mean, he's not necessarily a guy that's typically going to hit for average all the time, but he's got power in that bat, and you said it. He's a plus defender, and these days they can't really afford for many plus defenders to be on their bench, especially in the outfield. So early in the year, it was a little bit of a, can they put Cowser on the field, because their offense was struggling, but also the defense was horrendous, and he was giving them nothing at the plate. Right now, he's coming through both on both ends, at the plate and in the field. So again, I think you just kind of have to ride this. It seems like his confidence is at an all-time high. He's smiling again, and I will continue to go back to the second of the back-to-back walk-off homers he had. On the post game, he was asked what was different for him, and he just talked about how he forgot everything that he was thinking about at the plate before. Now it's just simply make contact with the ball and see what happens after that. He's not trying to necessarily swing for the moon, but he's also not worried about striking out. He's just going up there trying to put the bat on the ball, and good things are happening for him.
It is going to be interesting to see how this outfield as a whole evolves in the next couple of weeks. I know Dylan Beavers, he's still sidelined, but he'll return eventually. And then the Tommy Pham situation.
Seems like that bat's heating up.
Where he has an opt-out on June 12th. Do the Orioles give him an opportunity before that opt-out? And we know the Tyler O'Neill situation, and he is really, really struggling, but he's also due a lot of money his way. I just wonder what this outfield looks like, either A, when you bring up Pham, or B, when Dylan Beavers is eventually healthy.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm curious to see what they do myself, because Tyler O'Neill is a major problem. I mean, you got people that are trying to gas up, I guess, his hit yesterday. If they gave him a hit, but this dude is hurting them. He's hurting them right now. He gives them nothing in the lineup. He's got a hose, but it's not impacting games. He's not impacting games positively, and he's brought here to at least the bare minimum is to hit lefties. He can't even do these batting 100 against lefties this year. he's not even serviceable for them these days. And I know it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But that's why this is the big leagues. It's the big leagues. And they took a flyer on Tommy Pham. I don't think they took that flyer with the idea that Tommy Pham would just sit in AAA, and then when the deadline came on June 12th, they just let him walk, especially if he's showing any type of pulse. The fact that Pham's bat has started to heat up here over the last couple of days, I do think they're going to give him a legit look. At least they should. And if all goes well, maybe that is a little bit between that and Beavers getting healthy. Maybe that starts to lead us down the path of the end of Tyler O'Neill in Baltimore.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could let him play for the Red Raiders in 2026. If you're not familiar with the situation, Sorsby bet approximately $90,000 on professional and college sports over 4 years, including 40 bets involving Indiana football when he was with the Hoosiers in 2022. So a crazy situation. And what could the ramifications be moving forward? We'll get into that at 3:30. But coming up next, Samuel Basayo did not look right yesterday, and the injuries have sort of been piling up for him over the past couple of weeks. Craig Albernaz, he was asked about pinch hitting Leody Taveras in place of Samuel Basayo, and his comments really jumped out to Cordell and I. We're going to play them next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look back at game one of O's, Mariners, and, oh my gosh, I don't know what we're going to do. Ed Norris and Jerry Bembry to talk Knicks.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-Up Early Payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Not a matchup base. Sammy is learning. He's learning a lot how to play through being nicked up when everything is checked out and everything is fine. So Sammy's learning to play through some adversity right now.
That was manager Craig Albernaz following the Orioles' 6-4 loss to the Blue Jays. And that quote really jumped out to me, Cordell. And Leody Taveras, he ended up pinch hitting for Samuel Basallo in the 8th inning of that game. This goes back to the 6th inning where Clement not being called out on the base pass, that led to prolonging the inning, and there was a play at home plate where Pete Alonso, it was a little off of a throw to home. Sam ends up snagging it, goes back, applies the tag, and looked like he was in serious pain and just grimacing, and you thought that maybe he broke his wrist with just the reaction. Then it seemed like he was fine. He was kind of smiling, had the big Samuel Basallo smile. And I was surprised by that comment from Craig Albernaz. And over the past couple of weeks, Sam's injuries have been piling up. And remember, he got pulled from the lineup due to knee discomfort. That was the game in which Kobe Mayo hit a go-ahead 2-run homer against the Yankees. Then at the end of the crazy comeback last weekend, he struck out and got pulled pectoral soreness. It looked like he was in a lot of pain there. Then he had the abdominal discomfort where he exited the game early on Friday, and then the wrist injury. So things seem to be piling up for Samuel Basallo.
Yeah, I mean, life of a catcher, right?
Yeah.
You know, you just get beat up and you're expected to show up the next day and do it all over again. But it does seem like he's had some bad luck here with the injuries. I mean, his month of June has not gotten off to a good start. I think some of these injuries are starting to hamper him a little bit. In terms of Albernaz's quote, I mean, I'm watching it and I felt like the Drewski meme. Like, what do you mean by that? You know, because I felt like there are multiple ways you can take it, and we're just assuming because we don't exactly know. I think Craig may be talking right now, so maybe somebody will ask him about it. But you know, I think number one, he's like he said, Sam is learning to play through some adversity. I think he's learning how to play hurt. So. We just talked about it. His numbers in the month of June have gone down. I think a portion of that is because he's playing through some of these injuries. Ryan, on the broadcast yesterday, he's pointing out how Basallo is wincing after every swing. So it's clear he doesn't feel comfortable with his swing. We know that this is a guy who's one of the league's best in terms of hitting the ball hard. So he can't fully get his full swing off right now, and I think it's starting to show when you watch these games. But also the flip side, when you hear Albanez say that, like, all right, he says he didn't take him out for a matchup-based thing, and Sam's learning to play through everything. So I'm wondering, all right, did Sam ask to come out right there? Or is he upset that they continuously come out? Because the play you're talking about at the plate, it looked like he might. I'm sitting there like, did he break his wrist? Same thing the other night with his pec. I'm like, did he separate his shoulder? Did he tear his pec? I'm thinking the worst because that's how his reactions have gone on. And then they go check him out, and he's fine. And I made the analogy before the show, like I coached eight under football before, and it's like at that age, they're learning there's a difference between being hurt and injured. We don't want to have to come out here to check on you every time you get tackled. You got to learn how to get up. So maybe that's also what he's talking about, because when they check him out, 2 minutes later, he's got a smile on his face and he's playing. So I don't know, but it definitely seemed like he took a shot at either his toughness or him learning how to be an everyday player, especially a catcher, learning how to play through some of these physical ailments that he's dealing with that aren't maybe categorized as an injury.
I interpreted it that way. Like it was almost like, all right, man, you got to toughen up. Yeah. This is the big leagues. You're going to deal with, being nicked up throughout the season. And part of it is he's right. None of these guys are 100%. When you're playing pretty much every single day in the majors, 162 game schedule, like guys are going to be banged up. But I guess I'm just surprised. Like, why take a shot at Sam? And maybe I'm sure Craig Albanez is going to be asked about this pregame. And when we see the quote on Twitter, we will relay it to you, just because he has been one of their most impactful players at 21 years old as a rookie. And I don't know, like the abdominal discomfort, like that, the oblique, like that is tough for a hitter. Mm-hmm. We saw Adley Rutschman's season get completely derailed last year due to an oblique. So you brought up the point that Ryan mentioned it on the broadcast. He's kind of wincing with swings, or when he was running down the first base line, like you could tell he wasn't right. He's trying to fight through it, but I don't know if that's the time to pile on, if that's how. I
mean, maybe it could be one of those things where coaches know who they can press the buttons of and how to press those buttons. So, because it's easy to sit here and say, like, and I'm kind of this thinking, like, all right, you'll call out Basayo for not being tough enough. And he didn't use those words, but those are kind of where he's saying he needs to learn how to play through adversity and learn how to play through some of these physical ailments that he's having. All right, cool. At the same time, we're watching Tyler O'Neill show up with a ski mask on every day and give them nothing when he's in the lineup. And it's been nothing but encouraging words for him, who's a vet. So it's like, all right, why something about Basayo, who's actually, look, you could say he has to learn how to play through this stuff. At the end of the day, he's suiting up. He's in the lineups. He's getting out there. He's taking his at-bats. It may not look great, but he's trying to play through injury. Whereas O'Neill, who, as far as we know, when he's on the field, he's been healthy enough. He's given them nothing.
I also, and this isn't me calling him out, because clearly it's helping him and doing wonders. It's been a topic of conversation, the amount of off days that Adley Rutschman has been given. Right. And Craig Albanez has been very open. He's been asked about it several times throughout this season, where they're trying to keep him as healthy as possible over 162 games. They're doing whatever they can.
And it's working.
And it is. And Adley's having a great season. Mm-hmm. That is not a shot at Adley. I'm just saying, to kind of take the shot at Sam when Adley's
doing the same thing. Yeah. Or not even doing the same thing, but they made plans for that with Adley. And look, again, it's hard to argue with it because it's working and they understand how important Adley is to their success. I would argue Basayo is just as important to their success as well. So if that means taking him off his feet a couple of days, taking some at-bats off of him just so he can get right, especially since he's still adjusting to the major league game, period, not just fighting through knick-knack injuries. He's adjusting, period. I I would think that they'd have a little more leeway with him.
It's also worth noting that clearly they think enough about, Sam's injuries. They have a third catcher on the 26-man roster right now. Sam Huff is on the 26-man roster. So clearly there's some concern over Sam, and we will find out, what the lineup is. Orioles going up against a right-hander, Emerson Hancock. We'll get back into the O's later on in the show. At 3:45, Cordell's been out there all throughout OTAs, mandatory minicamp tomorrow and Wednesday, open to the media. What have been Cordell's biggest observations through the first couple weeks of OTAs? We'll find out at 3:45. But coming up next, we're going to get into this crazy injunction versus the NCAA. Brendan Sorsby, Texas Tech quarterback, was granted it, and there's gambling involved, gambling on his own teams when he was there. What could this mean moving forward? We'll tell you next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Bel Air! Big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey Birdland, the biggest soccer event of the summer is almost here, and the crossover kit is back. Hit the yard on Saturday, June 13th as the Orioles host the San Diego Padres at 4:05. Be one of 15,000 fans to receive an Orioles soccer jersey presented by Point Breeze Credit Union. Don't miss out on scoring this must-have soccer jersey or rooting on the red, white, and blue in your Baltimore Orioles all summer long. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. Fellas, it's playoff basketball season, and this is not the time to come off the bench unprepared. When the game's on the line, you want confidence, you want energy, and you want to know you can finish strong in the fourth quarter. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new. It's Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's built to help you bring playoff-level performance when it matters most. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. So instead of hoping your shots fall late in the game, you're showing up ready to attack the rim from the opening tip. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Don't wait till crunch time to figure it out. Be ready when the ball's in your hands and dunk from the foul line with Blue Chew Gold.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0% 60-month financing and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Orioles are set to begin a 7-game homestand with the Mariners up first. Baltimore is 4 games under 500, but has the 10th best home record in the majors. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. The NBA Finals switches to Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Spurs after winning Game 2, 105-104. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7:30. Texas Tech QB Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA and will be eligible to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. Sorsby had been ruled ineligible by the NCAA earlier this year after he acknowledged gambling on sports, including on his own team, while at Indiana. The NCAA responded in a statement saying that the ruling, quote, undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports, end quote. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 84. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Pretty shocking news to come out of college football this morning. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders this season. And Sorsby, he was ruled ineligible by the NCAA after it discovered he wagered approximately $90,000 on professional and college sports over 4 years, including 40 bets involving Indiana football when he was a freshman with the Hoosiers in 2022. And the NCAA denied his appeal for reinstatement Friday. Obviously, Sorsby ended up getting this injunction. And it seems like he will play because the NCAA, while they're expected to appeal the ruling, the timing of any formal judicial case could end up being after Texas Tech plays this season. So it kind of makes it all a moot point. Cordell, this is shocking when you consider just the ramifications that could come out of this. And we know that since Pandora's box was open for legalized sports betting, we've seen many of these, over the past couple of years in college football, college basketball, but this is pretty massive.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Because it's about the position, because the quarterback position has just become the most polarizing position in all of sports these days. There are few positions in sports that has more impact on a game than the quarterback position. So it's that element, but then it's also, like you said, it's opening Pandora's box with the gambling. And I've always, since day one, been for these guys getting paid, all these athletes, these collegiate athletes. I'm for it. But this is the downside of it, especially I put this more on the gambling than the NIL. situation of it all. Like the fact that the dude's got $90,000 to gamble with. Like, all right, that's pretty crazy in itself. But I can't be upset with him getting money. I'm more upset with how he's using it. And it is crazy to me. You say you talked about the damage that is going to do long term, and I agree. Like when you allows a guy like this to come back after what he did, that puts a black eye on the NCAA. But ironically enough, the judge ruled that Sorsby's attorneys demonstrated he will suffer, quote, a probable, imminent, and irreplaceable injury if he's unable to play. How does that make sense?
And that's where I really, and this type of thing always kind of really upsets me, where they argued that the NCAA ignored its own rules by not considering Sorsby's well-being when it ruled him ineligible, describing his gambling history as a mental health issue that the NCAA is obligated to support and not punish. And they said they did consider his mental health in its process of deeming him permanently ineligible, and that those challenges do not excuse the consequences of his actions. Look, I have been as open as anybody, in terms of my mental health and talking about this. And just did a segment on it a week or two ago. You can't use this as an excuse, like a get out of jail free card. Like, oh, my mental, like, no, dude, like that kind of screw you, to be honest. Like the fact that you're even trying to play that card. And I don't understand how the judge can take, like, this is a serious, like, integrity of the sport issue.
Yes.
And now that there's precedent being set that this guy can get off on this, I just, that really worries me. And it's also, like, to the point, and a lot of people are wondering this too, like, what does the NCAA do? Like, what power do they have? Like,
it's crazy. I mean, the only punishment he got is the punishment that his team asked for, was for him to be suspended for the first 2 games of the season. So it's almost like they're excusing the behavior. And that's the dangerous thing. That's why I'm so shocked at the judge using those words, probable, imminent, and irreparable injury. Like, that's what they're doing to the NCAA, because now this opens the door for somebody else to do it and use the exact same excuse. Now you're worried about the mental health of him if he's unable to play football. Like, at what point do we allow there to be consequences for actions? And he knew what he was. It's not like he didn't know he was doing something wrong. $90,000 in bets. Come on, like, you're in the deep end at that point. So he just didn't care. And we're talking about a team that's in a power conference. Like, this is a major, major deal. And I can promise you, Sorsby will not be the last player that the NCAA has to take to court for this same type of issue.
And this isn't just some, like, okay, black quarterback. Like, he was the number 1 ranked transfer quarterback and was seen as a possible first-round pick in 2027 prior to all of this coming out with the gambling issues. So now you sort of wonder, where does it go from here? Because Sorsby, this is senior season. Let's just say he balls out. Like, he has a great season. What does this mean, if anything, when it comes to the NFL draft? Do teams shy away from this? Does this just die and go away?
Probably, the reality is, especially if he balls out, it'll go away. It'll be brought up as backstory on draft night. But teams will bring them in and they'll put as much support around that issue as they can. You would imagine, like, they're going to put them through all those classes, all the gambling stuff. Like, they're going to go above and beyond to make sure he understands that can't come with him to the next level. But professional sports has always forgiven. They forgive everything as long as the talent is there. So if his play shows up this year, nothing's going to change for him. He's going to go to the combine. If he balls out of the combine, it'll go great. He'll do his team. Nothing's going to change. And that's the sad part, because as much as I love sports, like, you can't show these young kids that there are no repercussions for your actions. That's a bad sign to give.
And I guess if you're the NCAA, you might as well go through with the appeal, even if it doesn't get Sorsby away.
Right.
Just to
to fight it as much as you can.
Exactly, because this isn't about Sorsby. This is about the future rulings in regards to this. At the top of the hour, Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. He's going to be joining us. What did Jonas think of Mike Green's comments that he made on the Lounge podcast? Speaking of the Ravens, coming up next, Cordell Woodland has been out at all the OTAs that have been open to the media. Not all of them are open to the media, obviously. Mandatory minicamp open tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll preview that and get Cordell's observations on OTAs next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look back at game one of O's, Mariners, and, oh my gosh, I don't know what we're going to do. Ed Norris and Jerry Bembry to talk Knicks.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Carolina Hurricanes stormed back to tie the Stanley Cup final, 1 game apiece. The Hurricanes won game 2, 4-3 in overtime. Seth Jarvis scored on a power play in overtime to win it for Carolina. Carolina was facing the possibility of dropping the first 2 games in the Stanley Cup final. Now the series is tied, heading to Las Vegas. Game 3 is tomorrow night. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Uline,
They know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 63. Tomorrow, high near 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We are getting closer and closer to football season. Mandatory minicamp underway tomorrow and Wednesday, and then it's the long break before training camp, which will begin the end of July. Now, Cordell, I know there's not necessarily a ton that you can glean from guys practicing in helmets and shorts, but do you have any big takeaways or observations from OTAs being out there?
Well, I think offensively, I think Lamar has looked sharp when he's been out. He was out there for, 2 of the practices. I thought for the most part, he was sharp on those. I actually thought that Skylar Thompson threw the ball well. Now, the last practice that we were at, that was dominated by the defense. So that wasn't his sharpest day. He threw the pick. He threw the one pick, and then he had a couple near interceptions as well. But for the most part, especially when you think back to last year and Cooper Rush was their backup, and it was evident very early in the summer that Cooper Rush just did not kind of latch on to what the Ravens wanted to do offensively. I get a different vibe from Skylar Thompson. Now, again, we're talking about somebody competing for the third quarterback spot, but I've actually been somewhat pleasantly surprised with the way that he threw the ball for the most part in OTAs. Adam Randall was a dude that I've always been skeptical of these wide receivers that translate to running backs because you don't really see it pan out too much in the NFL. Like, people bring up Cordell Patterson. He's probably best case scenario. And even that is like, all right, he had his moments, but I don't know if he's like a household name or anything like that. But Adam Randall, I'm intrigued by him. Watching him run, he had a couple of big runs, and again, they're not even in pads, so he's a rookie, so sometimes he's going to go an extra 20 yards even after the play is over. He's going to finish the rep. But you look at this dude stand next to the rest of the running backs. I mean, Derrick Henry's the only comparable when we talk about size. Henry is still the biggest dude in there, and he is bigger than Randall. But when Randall stands next to Henry, it's not the same as Justice Hill or somebody else standing next to Henry. He is a little more comparable to Henry's size, and he moves. That dude moves. He has some wiggle to him. I'm intrigued to see what it looks like with him when you get into preseason and he's got to break some tackles and hit the hole. I can kind of see it with him, though. He has some big play upside. I will say that. Zay was sharp. Every practice, to be honest with you. Zay looked spry. Zay looked crisp. He looked like Zay. I thought the rest of the receivers were fine, and I caught some heat.
Well, first off, let me say, I'm with you 100%. Dude. It's kind of blown my mind, the rhetoric around this receiving core, where I've seen a lot on Twitter. And look, if I'm wrong, I will be the first person to say, hey, I have no issue saying that I'm wrong. But people are like, oh, yeah, this is a loaded receiving core. I'm like,
where?
Where? Like, look, Zay's a stud. Zay is absolutely a stud. What Rashad Bateman did in 2024 was awesome. And I was championing him in 2025. But now, is that the outlier season, or is he going to get another shot? And then beyond those two guys, Cordell, there's 7 career receptions.
Exactly.
All of them are Devontae Walker.
Yeah.
And look, Zay broke the curse in terms of a drafted and developed wide receiver to make the Pro Bowl. And, look, in terms of Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt, and I do like Surratt, just what he did in college, but show me a mid-round receiver that the Ravens have drafted in their franchise history that has hit the ground running and maybe they break it. Maybe they break that curse. But I'm just going off what I know about this organization's history and wide receiver, despite this being one of the best draft and develop organizations in the NFL, that's been a blind spot for them for the most part. So expecting a mid-round guy to just take this league by storm, I'd love to see it happen, but I would love to see more of a sure thing. And I did see Zay quote tweeted that.
He did.
Why did he quote Cordell?
To this day, I don't know. At some point this season, I'm going to get around to asking him. But look, I didn't take it no way. At the end of the day, he's going to stand up for his guys.
He should.
And this wasn't me poo-pooing on their receivers. I think that they have, I'm on record. I've talked nothing but highly of Surratt. I do really like him too. Surratt. I think that he and Lane can develop. But when you're talking about the Ravens right now, everybody expects the Ravens to be a part of the Super Bowl picture. Yes. We're talking about Zay being the only guy in that room that what type of season he's going to have. Bateman's coming off a year where he had 19 catches.
If Zay got hurt, I'm slamming the panic button.
You're screwed. And you could say that for a lot of the top positions. But in this case, like, everybody is acting like it's crazy. You feel comfortable relying on Rashad Bateman? Again, 19 catches. Like, he played in 13 games. You can't say he missed half the season. 19 catches is inexcusable for a starting receiver. I'm sorry. It is. And then everybody's hoping Tez Walker takes the next step. That's great. It's okay to hope for that, but you cannot, if you're a Super Bowl contender, that should not be what you're banking on.
Completely
Tez
agree.
Walker and maybe Bateman wakes up. And then the 2 rookies you drafted, they drafted 2 rookie receivers and 2 tight ends. Number one, that lets you know that they think that they need pass catchers.
Yes.
And I would be absent. And my whole point wasn't that they need to go get this over-the-hill wide receiver that they're known to go get. And I still don't think they used D-Hop the right way last year. I think they should have gotten way more out of D-Hop than they did. My whole point was to bring in somebody that is like a Diggs, that is like a Debo, that walks in right away. At minimum, your second best receiver. You have to have somebody else that you can rely on, because at the end of look, I think Mark is going to be serviceable, and I'm just talking about pass catchers, but we don't know what Mark Andrews is going to look like this year, and Isaiah Likely's not there anymore to pick up the pieces. You got rookies behind him. It's too many unknowns for a team that's supposed to be Super Bowl driven right now. That was my whole thing, and I stand on that. And it's you'd be shocked by how many people I heard from that wholeheartedly believe agree with what I said about the receivers.
I've been hammering that all season long. Like it's blown me away. And usually this is the fan base that's screaming every single year. We need a wide receiver. We need a wide receiver. And like now they're like, we're good.
We're good.
Like, all right.
With a lot of hopefuls.
We'll see.
And Zay.
Coming up at 4:30, Jimmy Patsos is going to be in studio. We're going to preview Game 3 of the NBA Finals. We'll get Jimmy's thoughts on the Brendan Sorsby NCAA situation there. 4:15, we're going to get back into Mike Green's comments when he was on the Lounge podcast talking about Zach Orr and the coaching staff, maybe not putting them in the best position to succeed. And we're going to get Jonas Schaefer's thoughts on Mike Green's comments and probably the wide receiving core as well. That's next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
During Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Want a checking with more rewards? Introducing Rewards Checking from Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Built to reward the way you already bank, like using your own debit card and receiving direct deposits. Plus, with local branches in Owings Mills, Woodlawn, and Northwest Plaza, better banking is always nearby. If you live, work, or worship in Baltimore, you're eligible to enjoy the benefits of membership at Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Visit securityplusfcu.org/rewards checking to learn more.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On July 21st, it's Death Cab for Cutie with Japanese Breakfast. Country star Thomas Rhett stops by on August 13th. Then rock out with a Bray and Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A few seats still remain for the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Southern Hospitality Tour, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Birds unraveled after a missed call in the 6th inning when Ernie Clement went out of the base path to avoid Gunnar Henderson tagging him out. That play would have resulted in an inning-ending double play, but instead the Blue Jays scored 4 more runs to take a lead they would not relinquish.
I'm not going to go chase him to right field when I'm trying to turn a double play there. Like he's only allotted so many feet to be considered in the baseline, and if you make a loop and slide to where you can't even reach second base in the next 2 steps, I don't really understand that. So yeah, that was a new one for me.
The O's are back home and will begin a 4-game series against the Mariners tonight. Baltimore completed a 3-3 road trip and owns a 31-35 record. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The NBA Finals switches to Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Spurs after winning Game 2 105-104. You can catch all of the action of Game 3 on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 84. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Forget the Pulitzer. The greatest honor for a sports writer is making the IA Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Fall 2024 inductee Jonas Schaefer on this prestigious honor. The Fan thanks you.
OTAs are done for the Ravens. They have a pair of mandatory minicamp practices tomorrow and Wednesday, and then there's a long break until training camp, end of July. Joining us now, Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. And Jonas, before we get into OTAs, Mike Green's comments on the Lounge podcast on Friday, where kind of taking a shot at Zach Orr and the defensive coaching staff, not putting them in the best position to succeed. What did you make of Green's comments?
I mean, the subtext of it was surprising, but the text of it itself was not all that surprising. I forget, Cordell, if you were there at the mid-season assistant coach availabilities, but I think I was the one to ask Chuck Smith, formerly who headed the Ravens pass rush, basically why they weren't as aggressive in some of their pass rush plans as maybe other teams were, because it was a lot of kind of mush rush, a lot of contain rushes, not a lot of opportunity for someone like Mike Green to really burst up field, try to beat the edge, and if he overruns them, he overruns them. And he basically said, you look at what happened against Buffalo and Josh Allen when you give guys who are athletic the opportunity to scramble and beat you with their legs. And the Ravens, I don't know if that was a fair conclusion or whatever, but that was basically, I think, a philosophy that held through the entirety of that season. They didn't want to give up those running lanes because they, I guess, already felt they were compromised enough. in the secondary at that point. So it was surprising. I don't know, whether you put more blame at the feet of Zach Orr or Chuck Smith or John Harbaugh, but it wasn't really altogether that surprising to me that if that is indeed what they were talking about, that was something Mike Green felt strongly about and wanted to vocalize.
Well, Jonas, I kind of got myself into some trouble a little over this weekend talking about the Ravens wide receivers. I'm just curious to find, am I tripping? Do you think that as constructed, this wide receiver, it wasn't just about the wide receivers. We can talk pass catchers in general. Are you comfortable with them going into the season with the group of pass catchers that they currently have?
Well, first of all, Cordell, I got a suggestion for you just to kind of make the most of this opportunity.
Please.
If you haven't already, I think you should go on Twitter and change your name to quote Cordell.
I might have to do that. That actually is pretty good. I got a chuckle out of it, honestly.
Yeah, me too. I think you handled it with grace and composure. I knew I would probably be shaking in the boots, waiting for the hordes of Ravens Twitter to be knocking on my doorstep. But I don't think you're out of line there. I mean, I think we both think highly of the running back room, but listening to the Athletic show podcast, they did a ranking I think last week, basically assessing the supporting casts for each AFC quarterback, and the Ravens, partly because of the uncertainty around Declan Doyle, partly because of the bad vibes around the offensive line after last year, I think they were 10th of 16, and that is probably weighted heavily in around the questions about this receiver room. And like you said, Cordell, it's not just the wide receivers; it's tight ends as well. Like the Ravens lost a lot this offseason. I know Isaiah likely didn't have the season that he wanted to, but I think Charlie Kohler made everyone's life easier. I think Pat Ricard, even though he's not really a receiver, made everyone's life easier. So now you're really asking a lot of Zay Flowers to continue being what he was last year, if not get even better. Asking Rashad Bateman to stay healthy and get back to his 2024 form. You're asking Tez Walker to be the wide receiver 3, and he has, fewer than 10 career receptions in Baltimore. I have high hopes for the receivers, but so far, Surratt and Jacoby Lane haven't really flashed like they can be potential depth chart upsetters. And then it's the tight ends, and you look at historically, what you can expect from a day 2, day 3 tight end in terms of receiving production. It is not a whole heck of a lot. So you put all that together with the, kind of spiraling production from Mark Andrews. I think it's totally fine to be concerned about where this supporting cast is, but then you also consider, Lamar has done a whole lot more with a whole lot less, and maybe this is just one of those years where he has to do that all over again.
We're speaking to Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Jonas, if this defense is going to bounce back, I think they're going to have to get some big bounce back seasons from guys that are making a lot of money. Right now, the Ravens, they have the second most cap dollars allocated to their defense. 2 of the bigger cap hits, Marlon Humphrey and Roquan Smith, combined for $59 million in cap charges. What are your expectations for Humphrey and Roquan Smith?
Yeah, I think the change in defensive coordinator and change in head coach will probably be beneficial for both those guys. I forget if this is the case for both of them, but isn't neither above age 29 or age 30? Is Marlon Humphrey the older of the two? Because I think Roquan, last time I checked, is still only 29, right?
I think Marlon is 30. Right. Marlon turns 30 in July.
Right. So, you could kind of quibble about where exactly athletic primes are for players at those 2 spots, but they're not far off from them, even if they are officially over the hump. So that, to me, suggests that they should be productive, especially with the expectations for them, with what the kind of contracts that they signed. With Roquan, you have the stability with Tyler Santucci coming back for year 2 as linebackers coach. For Marlon, you've got, one of the best defensive back coach in the NCAA coming to the NFL and hopefully rejiggering, your technique. Jesse Minter's obviously been a miracle worker with, secondaries wherever he's been. So I think they definitely have to do a lot more. I think the road back to respectability for Marlon is a lot longer than it is for Roquan, just because, I think I retweeted some stat earlier this offseason about how he gave up basically like the second most yards per route run to man coverage of any quarterback in the NFL, above a certain amount of reps. So those guys have to be better. If Marlon isn't any better, then there's probably a starting job to be one. I think Roquan probably has a bit of a safer parachute than Marlon does, but Marlon's getting paid a whole heck of a lot, and so is Roquan.
Jonas, I don't know about you, but one of the guys that kind of intrigued me after OTAs was one of the rookies, Adam Randall, and he was a guy that, I do have questions when you talk about guys that are converted wide receivers into running backs, but man, this dude, he looks the part. Like I was joking with Tim in terms of being a comparable body size to Derrick Henry is not many, but he's one of the few that are close to it. What are your thoughts on him? And did he show you, I know they're in shorts and there's no contact or anything, but did he show you anything through the 3 practices that we saw?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember him dropping many passes, if any, and obviously, like you said, it's really tough for us to make any kind of judgments about running back ability, their vision, their blocking ability. I think he might have had a couple, errant reps there, but if that's just a matter of him learning the playbook as opposed to technique, which I know was a bit of a red flag in his draft profile, then I think you're fine with that concession. But yeah, they need to find some playmakers at the return spots. I know for Randall, it's probably more likely that he'll do it at the kick return spot, but the punt return spot. But listen, one of the ideas that I suggested to Chris Horton back when he was still a special teams coordinator was like, if this whole dynamic kickoff is basically going to reward, teams that have running back that have traditional offensive concepts, and they're rewarding basically guys with the vision and the burst and the elusiveness of running backs, why not put Derrick Henry back there? Mm-hmm. He was like, we haven't really thought about that. We value him more as a running back. Well, if you have a, poor man's version of Derrick Henry in your backfield there, and you want to get him the most touches possible, then let him cook. Obviously ball security is paramount there, we think, like it was for John Harbaugh. But I think it's going to be really, really intriguing to see him get opportunities to get, to get up to speed. I think that was probably the most impressive thing from his highlight reel at Clemson was like once he got to that second level, he did not need long to get to the third level. And if you're giving him, 10 to 20 yard runways with these dynamic kickoffs, I think that's going to be really, really intriguing to see once we get to the preseason or these joint practices.
He's Jonas Schaefer, covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, thanks so much for taking the time, man.
Appreciate it, Jonas.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow, Cordell. Appreciate it.
You got it. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Jimmy Patsos is going to be joining us in studio for a couple of segments. We'll be previewing Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Can the Spurs get back in this thing? Jimmy's going to tell us then. But coming up next, we are going to play Mike Green's comments on the Lounge podcast. How much was this defense being held back from coaching last year? We'll tell you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look back at Game 1 of O's, Mariners, and, oh my gosh, I don't know what we're going to do. Ed Norris and Jerry Bembry to talk Knicks.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Or a chance to spin the Big Spin Wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of the Beltway before Providence Drug, disabled vehicles being cleared out of the way. It's heavy from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway. And in the delays, an accident reported after Dulaney Valley Road. 95 southbound at 195 crash on the right side. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
You know, to just be quite blunt, I just feel like different coaches have different philosophies for how they want you to attack the quarterback or how they want you to pass rush. I just feel like the philosophy that was being coached to us last year probably wasn't the best for us. You kind of have to shape around your pass rushers and like what they're good at. When we get in certain situations where we can't really attack the quarterback or can't really get into certain calls, you know, that takes a lot away from your pass rushing ability. Just that versus now, you know, Jesse, when he was at the Chargers, I mean, that kind of just speaks for itself.
That was Mike Green on the Lounge podcast, where you can find on BaltimoreRavens.com. And Pretty strong comments, and this kind of was released towards the tail end of Friday's show. I want to say, I remember talking to Ken during the break. I was like, man, you seen these comments from Mike Green? Like, that's pretty damning towards Zach Orr. And Zach Orr was kind of public enemy number one for a lot of this fan base, I feel like, last year. And the Ravens defense has just gone in the wrong direction. Over the past couple of years, the defense has gotten worse. The pass rush has fallen off a cliff from being first in the league in sacks in 23, second in 24 to 30th last year. They're 18th in points allowed per game, where this defense has to bounce back, Cordell. When they're allocating as much of their resources as they are, it's the second most cap dollars spent on defense in the NFL. Only the Steelers are spending more cap dollars on the defense, on their defense. So how much of last year do you attribute to coaching? How much do you put on the players?
I tend to always give more on the players than the coaches. At the end of the day, the players are the ones that decide the games. Now, the coaches, they give the orders, and the players, they follow the orders. But when you're a player and you're on the field and you're actually in the game, you also have the human right to abandon what's being told. Now, it may get you on the bench, but you look, they had issues in the earlier part of the season with fundamentals on defense. They weren't tackling well. They weren't covering well. They couldn't beat one-on-ones. Some of that goes beyond coaching. So I probably go, 55, 45 players, because they are the end-all be-all. And I made the point earlier. Look, I do think there was a case of probably too many cooks in the kitchen, and there's conflicting voices. And, Zach Orr is the face of this, but how much of this was Zach's orders? Honestly, he was appointed by John. John's a part of those meetings. John's bringing in all his veteran coaching buddies to help Zach out. Who you think they're an extension of John's voice, not Zach's. So I do wonder how much of it was actually Zach, but hey, he was the one in that seat. So look, it's on the players now with John being gone, really as a team, it's on the players to show up right now and make themselves look good. But you talked about the financial commitment that they've made to the defensive side of the ball. Look, let's be honest. Jesse Minter was hired because of what he's done on the defensive side of the ball, and also because they know how far away they have gotten from their identity on the defensive side of the ball. So whether it's monetarily paying players or it's bringing in staff support, they have really used this. Look at the Crosby trade that wasn't. They have shown you all offseason that defense is what their mentality, that's what they're focused on. That is what they believe is going to get them back to being Super Bowl champion.
Well, it's the calling card of the franchise. And Jesse Minter, he's done more with less, during his time with the Chargers. I think his first year there, where it was a horrific defense in 23, Minter comes in. They have kind of the lesser amount of cap dollars allocated. I think they were bottom 5 in 24, and it was one of the best defenses in all of football. So the Ravens and Eric DeCosta, they went outside the organization, brought in, obviously Zion Young through the draft, but Trey Hendrickson, biggest free agent contract given out in franchise history. Calais Campbell's back, Jalen Hawkins. But for me, Cordell, if this defense is going to bounce back, it's got to be the guys that were already here.
Oh, no doubt.
In 25. Roquan Smith has to be better. Marlon Humphrey has to be better. Nate Wiggins has to be better. Like, all of these guys, and they would tell you that. Like, they need to be better this year.
Yeah, no doubt. They need their stars to be their stars. And I think that's, the whole new mantra has been be at your best when your best is needed. But I would even say, as a subtext, your best players need to be at their best when their best is needed, because that's been an issue for them. You go into the playoffs, where are their best players? Lamar has had moments. Don't get me wrong. He's had his moments. And I get it, it's the playoffs. It's going to be tougher to have those vintage Lamar moments because you're facing better teams, better defenses. The game plan is different. but we haven't had that signature Lamar postseason game just yet. He's had a half, he's had a drive, he's had the plays, but hasn't had the game. Same thing for Roquan. Same thing for Kyle Hamilton. Like all these guys, all their premier players that this team is built on, they haven't had those signature playoff moments. And I know some of their issues haven't just been playoffs, it's been back into games, just finishing the 2-minute drill. Like all of that. All their best players need to be at the forefront of that being, no longer an issue, because John's the poster boy of all the failed games. Now it's time for the players to kind of take that identity and throw it in the trash.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to get back into the Orioles. Craig Albernaz, he gave some updates on Chris Bassett, Samuel Basallo. We will also give you the lineup. It's a little funky, a little different today. That's at 5. But coming up next, Jimmy Patsos. You know him. You love him. We are going to preview Game 3 of the NBA Finals next.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway before Providence Road, there's a disabled vehicle being cleared. Still heavy from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway. And in the delays, there was an accident after Dulaney Valley Road that's being cleared. 95 southbound at 195, crash on the right side. And then northbound on 95, it's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Carroll County, Route 140 west at Suffolk Road, accidents on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles are set to begin a 7-game homestand with the Mariners up first. Baltimore is 4 games under 500, but has the 10th best home record in the majors. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. The NBA Finals switches to Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Spurs after winning Game 2, 105-104. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7:30. Texas Tech QB Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA and will be eligible to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. Sorsby had been ruled ineligible by the NCAA earlier this year after he acknowledged gambling on sports, including on his own team, while at Indiana. The NCAA responded in a statement saying that the ruling, quote, undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports, end quote. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 84. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy.
Wow. Jimmy Patsos joining us live in studio.
Yes.
He is the man.
Who's the new producer?
This is Aaron. Aaron's been here. Aaron's the best.
Aaron's great.
Aaron's
Playing
the
by
best.
John Denver.
Yes.
She's on it.
Absolutely. Jimmy, NBA Finals Game 3 tonight. You can hear the game on 105.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins
Which I do listen
at
to your
7:30.
Cordell, my NBA brother in here. I have to come see you more. I know you're busy doing
You do,
everything.
man. It's been rough for me this postseason.
He is a Knicks hater.
I've got my anti-Knicks rhetoric going, and it's not working. And now Dan Housen's in the building tonight. I saw it at the Garden. He's the one giving all the curses. I'm begging him not to curse the Spurs. I need Wemby and the Spurs to wake up starting tonight.
You have to wake up tonight. You know, it doesn't matter if it's 2. It's always Game 3.
Yes.
I was there when the
Yes.
Celtics won in 84. I was there when they won in 86, lost in 85. Remember, Celtics in the I grew up in Boston. The Celtics and the Lakers are in every final for 11 straight years.
Crazy.
One of them. Because, they beat the Sixers twice if Ken was here. But Game 3, you got to either make a stand or not.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Madison Square Garden, while it's a huge advantage for the Knicks, obviously a lot of visiting teams have played well there.
They love it.
There was a quick turn. OKC clearly wasn't the OKC of last year. They had some issues. I didn't really know much about the Holmgren thing, but it happened, Cordell. John Johnson was a great player at Iowa, and then he played on the Supersonics where they went with Dennis Johnson, John Johnson, Freddie Brown. This is going back. This is the last time the Wizards won, where they won the Bullets. John Johnson was a great player on that team. That's Coach Johnson's father. He's been around this game a long time. Young guy has the ball with 9 seconds. Time The minute he got the rebound, he should have called timeout. It was Wemby's fault for throwing
Yes.
it. All this dissertation goes back to what Cordell's saying. CJ McCollum and them had them down 2-1. The Hawks looked good, and since then, it's been everybody's woken up. They're tougher. They got more veteran leadership, and Karl Anthony Towns is playing really well. He's an Under Armour kid. He's a Jersey kid. I've known him.
That's Finals MVP right now.
But Mike Brown has a lot more experience because Cordell and I were talking off. This is what we were talking about. It's like, if they can win Game 3, it makes the series so much more interesting. Obviously, we should have won Game 2, the Spurs.
Yes.
Ryan Oliver played for me. He's an assistant coach for Coach Johnson.
Okay.
He's down in San Antonio. Played for me at Siena. Good kid. He's all grown up now. They've watched this. Did they get there too fast?
Yes. Because every team there's a rite of passage in the NBA. You have to fail before you get there, and
now they're going to fail in the finals.
Now they're going to fail in the finals. Like
that's why everyone's
the alien.
But that's why everyone thought that OKC was going to win that series.
Yes,
like because you thought that.
Yeah. What was the Chet Holmgren thing? Where is that coming from, Cordell?
Back in the world, the 18 unders, those FIBA's games that they played, and Chet. They wanted one year, the 18 under, and he ended up getting, I think, the MVP of that tournament, and Wemby was just distraught. And ever since then, it's like he's made it up in his mind. Anytime he sees him, he's going to eat his lunch.
We know that guy Wemby has a list.
Oh, he's got a list. Cat's at the top. I need him to put Cat on that list right now because the way he's playing against Cat. Now, Game 2 was better.
And when Cordell's talking about, if you don't know, USA, we're at Under Armour, Holmgren misses he played on our circuit with Anthony Edwards, Suggs, Grady Dick, all these guys. He kind of got COVIDed out. He didn't get to play as that summer. But the Olympics thing and the 18 and under is huge because they go, and that's when you find out. I'm going to go to Abu Dhabi this October. That's when you find out how good France is. That's when you find out. Back in the day, the first one, you guys are too young, was Yugoslavia. Before it broke Serbia and Croatia. Then Petrovic, Dino Raja, Vlade Divac, all them. Of course, the Russians and Sabonis and all those guys. But that's too old. This was like the modern era coming, and the USA basketball, and Jerry Colangelo really picked it up. And when they lost the Olympics, they really turned it up. But guys like Wemby and them, it's kind of like World Cup-ish how much it means. That's what Cordell's talking about, if anybody doesn't know. Right, Cordell?
Yeah.
That's huge in Europe for those like summer events, right? It's every other year, right?
They live for that international play, those FIBA games.
What Cordell's saying is Wemby was mad because the U.S. beat him.
And I think he has him on his list now. I really think for the Thunder, the Jalen Williams injury wasn't the backbreaker. I think the Cason Wallace injury was the real backbreaker, but it just became too much to bear.
The kid from Santa Barbara, Mitchell, got hurt.
Right.
But everybody has injuries, but they were at home and they lost.
Yeah.
Does
and the
Holmgren
Spurs
come
were
back?
hot.
Does Chet Holmgren return?
I would send him out. That's just me. I get he's young, and during the season, he's an all-NBA player. But if you're in the Western Conference, you have to know that you have to go through Wemby from this point out.
Well,
you got to go through this dude.
Backwards.
And Chet being on your team and going ghost every time you face him does nothing for you. If I'm them and I can find a way to flip Chet and combine him with some of these first that
Would you take Gobert and somebody else because he might want to go home to Minnesota? You need somebody to defend Wemby.
I would try to move up in the draft to get Caleb Wilson. That's what I would do.
I love that guy. He's my number one pro.
I would do
I think
that.
in 5 years he's better than everybody.
I wouldn't be shocked.
You know why? He got hurt, Tim, and Hubert Davis got fired. In other words, that's how important. Carolina had a chance to go to the Sweet 16 minimum, probably. I had him Elite 8. It's hard to pick, but he handles the ball. He's great. For everybody, it's AJ.
They think he's KG.
Yeah, he's probably a little more skilled, but not. I don't know if he has KG's anger, which is another Minnesota guy. You would trade him for the pick, huh?
I would move up because the way that the Thunder are situated.
That means you're trading with the Bulls. Chet would probably like the Bulls. Maybe he wants a bigger city. You never know.
It worked for Josh. It worked for Josh Giddey.
Kind of. Well, Billy Donovan got fired.
Yeah, he did. But that was happening anyway.
We're going to go down and I can do this for 10 hours.
We're going to continue talking NBA Finals. Can the Spurs get back in this series? Jimmy's going to tell us next on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look back at Game 1 of O's, Mariners, and, oh my gosh, I don't know what we're going to do. Ed Norris and Jerry Bembry to talk Knicks.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 3 tonight in the NBA Finals, and the Spurs are walking into an 0-2 hole and into one of the most hostile environments in Madison Square Garden as they face the Knicks. The get-in price for tonight's game on the secondary market is right around $5,000. New York looks to win their 14th straight playoff game and are now the favorites to win the series at minus 500. The Knicks are 2.5-point favorites tonight in New York. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at 195. There's a crash. It's on the right side. There's delays from the Beltway. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. And it's heavy 895 northbound from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway before Providence. Try to disable vehicles there. It's being cleared. Still heavy from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway. And in those delays, another accident reported after Dulaney Valley Road. In Carroll County, Route 140 west at Suffolk Road, there's a crash on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
First NBA Finals game at Madison Square Garden this century. Last time they were in the finals, 1999. And Jimmy, they're up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. Can the Spurs get back in this? What has been this big difference for the Knicks to take
Great
this lead?
question. Sorry for those listening before Cordell and I could go off on tangents. But we love the backstories. The main story, Cordell and we talk it. Cordell and I do NBA during the night. We used to just love talking it. 50 years ago today, John Lucas, the number one pick. He's the number one pick. He won the ACC in tennis, too. Lefty, number one pick for the Maryland Terrapins. Talking about John Lucas found out college is different from pros. He had a nice career, but Jalen Brunson's was John Lucas who can score a little more. He just makes big shots. Like John Lucas could get in the paint. John Lucas was crafty. That's why he was good at tennis. Mm-hmm. Like you don't just play tennis. It's a thinking man's game, too. Jalen Brunson's like that. His 2 in the blue is ridiculous in the paint. Mm-hmm. How he scores. You know what he's going to do when he fades away and hits a jumper. Then they finally get him to miss. Should the coach call timeout? This is a first-time thing for the coach. This is a first-time thing for Wemby. My thing, Tim, was that was a fast, emotional turnaround. Whereas I thought maybe the Sixers and the Cavs laid down a little bit easily, but maybe they didn't. Maybe the Knicks are that good. They get that win that takes the wind out of your sails, like being down 14 from the Spurs. But the Spurs fought back. Cleveland kind of packed it in. The Sixers were never really in it after that one first game. The talks had them down 2-1. But this guy Brunson finds a way to win. That Villanova thing's real. Josh Hart rebounds, Bridges, Anunoby. Hey, Shamit's good. Mm-hmm. Other than the Wizards, he went to 8 straight playoff games. That was just he had to go there for rebuilding and get rid of him. He's a playoff player. But Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns has been the story because he's older and can handle Wemby. And if you weren't listening before, what Cordell says right. Whether you like it or not, this Wemby thing, this is Magic Johnson. This is Larry Bird. This is like Dr. J should have won more titles, but in comes these 2 guys. One in L.A. It's funny. African-American smiley dude, L.A., Hollywood, to this angry white guy, both, by the way, from the Midwest, and one goes to Boston. Well, Dr. J's like ready to ascend to the throne, and they got in his way. And we've talked before about how tough it was for Detroit and Isaiah Thomas to get by those 2. Well, Wemby's going to be one of those guys. The Knicks clearly don't have a guy like that. LeBron's getting over. Curry's older. Giannis seems to be injured. But someone's going to have to tackle the Wemby thing because to me, Cordell, it doesn't look like it's going away. But can he make a move now? Magic Johnson played center, and they won in Game 6 and had triple-double with Kareem out. Wemby's going to have to do something like that. He's got to come back from that turnover. He also missed 3 shots down the stretch. You have to learn how to make those.
And the free throws, he missed a couple too.
Yep, like you have to do everything right. Jordan didn't miss free throws. Bird and Magic, they didn't. Magic played bad in '84, and he said it woke him up because he had won 2 titles in his first 3 years, beat the Sixers twice. Well, he went home and got better because Bird got him, and he said, Moses Malone got me, Bird got me. I'm not getting got again, and he changed. You got to keep getting better. Wemby is a very young guy. Steph Castle's young, Harper's young. But can they find a way to win tonight? I'm sure Adam Silver hopes that they can.
Right.
Because Adam Silver, like TV ratings wise, Cordell was probably begging for them to win game 2. He probably wanted Cleveland, except Scott Foster made some ridiculous calls as usual. Not that Knicks didn't deserve to win game 1 against Cleveland. Let Cleveland win it like you want to see a series. But they have to find a way tonight. We have De'Aaron Fox at Under Armour, really classy guy, good guy. Texas kid, Kentucky, a little quieter lefty. Harrison Barnes is solid. I just don't know if they have the personnel, age-wise, Tim, and toughness-wise, to beat the rest of the Knicks. The Knicks, they've been around a while, and they lost last year, and they had their coach get fired. Did they like Tibbs? They didn't love Tibbs. Nobody loves Tibbs, but because he makes you work hard every single possession. If you lose by 2 in February, he yells at you, and that's the old way. Mike Brown's done a great job, but Mike Brown's old school, cool dude, man. He drives a Harley. He's been around. Went to UC San Diego. Mike Brown's been around. The Randy Bennett guy from St. Mary's that's won all those games, Mike Brown's from his school. Like, people don't understand. Mike Brown's been around. He's not just a NBA guy. Really good coach. They have more experience. I think they're going to win it regardless. I'd like to see the Spurs. I'll tell you what, I got a little scoop on. College Park, day 1.
Okay.
Freshman, Baba, everybody on the court. A little birdie down there. It wasn't Buzz Williams, but it was legit. He would want me to know this. Buzz is doing much better in his year 2. The additions they made versus the subtractions they made some big moves. Like, they got a lot better. They made the right moves. Like some people in the pros, for instance, the Kings or whatever, 2 years, 3 years ago, the Kings they're in the playoffs. Now they're a disaster. I think they've gone the other way. And they had a good practice. Some of the freshmen were there practicing today. Wagner's a really good steal. Mills and Payne being back are the 2 you wanted back. Like, sometimes you don't get to keep the ones you want. I'd say the additions they made versus the subtractions they made. Buzz is getting comfortable. I really like their staff, Rock and Lyle and all these guys. They're learning the Maryland way a little bit. I think they're going to be a much better offensive team. Brenda's schedule came out. She plays South Carolina and Paris. She plays Duke and UConn. The women's schedule came out today, but the men, don't be sleeping on them. And they play a really tough schedule. They go to that Vegas thing. They got Virginia here on November 12th. They go to Georgetown, which is right down the street in D.C. Everybody go to dinner, go out and kick the Hoyas' ass. Because you want to kick their ass. Sorry, we love
I know
David
they want
Rendon.
to. They do want to.
And, like, these things, Maryland basketball is getting settled, and it's going to be a lot better. Like I said, Brenda's going to Paris. That's one thing. The AD's doing a good job. Lots of good things happening there. Towson's got their groups back, Loyola. And the reason I'm telling you guys this is none of us know what's going on anymore because everyone has a new team. And this is Cordell when they can they're allowed to start practicing today, Cordell. Some will take 2 weeks. Some, like Loyola, will go July, 6 weeks. Towson starts next week. UMBC, who's the reigning best team in the league. Morgan State, Kevin Brodus. Everyone can pick their own spot, but these are 8 weeks you can go. And so with what's going on out there, Cordell, this is worse than the NBA free agency.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
We don't know who anybody has anymore. We're lucky we got 2 starters back at Maryland. But I'm going to go to practices. I'm going to Chicago in a week to see Northwestern, Wisconsin, and Bradley. The only time I used to go out there in the summer was to play golf, get a hot dog and go to a Cubs game or whatever and see the coaches. Now I'm going to watch practices, Cordell, because these teams are all new. It's kind of like your OTAs.
Yeah, basically. That's essentially what it is.
And so you have to learn. We all have to relearn. Watch the games tonight. Can the Spurs win tonight, Cordell?
They can. They will. You said it earlier. The Garden is a great home court advantage, but I think the history of the Garden is built up because the other team's star player comes in there and goes ballistic, and their back is against the wall. Wemby has to empty the tank tonight. Cordell,
you're an NBA guy. Do you think they kind of like they beat the OKC? We're thrust into this game. Everyone's like, we're going to win. When's the parade?
Yeah.
We're at home. It was all a lot. Now they woke up in their own too. Do you think they've kind of had a chance to catch their breath a little?
I think game 2, it seemed like even though they made mistakes down the stretch, I think they kind of grabbed the rope a little bit.
Sure, well, they came back. Look, they could have folded.
Right,
Fox
and Wemby acknowledged that they probably were a little, at least he was too amped up after that series win over the Thunder.
That's kind of what I mean. So now that, by the way, sometimes being on the road's a little better. Like you have a lot less distractions, but and you can hide a little. I just wonder, I'm a let's play every other day guy, but now the extra day off, I'm just wondering, Cordell, can they be like, wait a sec, we're pretty good. Like, we're talented. We're better than this. Like, let's just go beat them tonight and see what happens.
Well, they have
just won Game 7 on the road against the defending champs.
They better be prepared for a fight, though, because they're not just going to. I will say this, and I know I've disrespected the Knicks a lot throughout this run. They're not going to run the Knicks off the court. So it's really the fan base. I'm anti all New York teams, but the Knicks fans throwing a parade after every win, it just bothers me to no end.
And they had the easiest path in history.
And everybody acts like it did. I give them credit. They dominated them.
My last question for Cordell. Would the Timberwolves have won the East? I think they would have. The Minnesota Timberwolves.
They would have a battle with the Knicks. They'd have a real battle with the Knicks. That would have been good to see. I think Ant in the Garden would have been a movie. I think Ant would have gone crazy.
They have a good team. McDaniels and all those. Like, they would have been
they have a really good
fight
Eastern Conference
than
team.
the Cavs and the Sixers and them would. So, like, that's what I'm saying. And
without
all of a sudden, the Knicks get an easy run, and now they get this young team. But tonight will be the game. Ken, we miss you. Enjoy Turks and Caicos or wherever you are.
I think it's Myrtle Beach.
Start different. Start different.
I'm sure Myrtle Beach is nice. It's Jimmy Patsos. Jimmy, we love you. We love Frankie. We love when you bring Frankie. Thank you for a gift as well, Jimmy Patsos.
Appreciate it.
You are the man. Coming up next, we're going to preview the Orioles-Mariners series, game 1 of a 4-game series tonight. And we'll also give you what Craig Albernaz had to say about Chris Bassett, Samuel Basayo, and more.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Game 3 of the Pro Basketball Final is tonight in New York City. New York a 2.5-point favorite against San Antonio. Total 216.5. New York has won 13 straight postseason games. It's been an unbelievable run, and I'm not looking to stand in the way of that train. Give me New York on the money line tonight, minus 135. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey Bel Air, big news this year. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
The world is chasing goals this summer. But at Planet Fitness, we're talking about a different kind of goal. Reaching your fitness goal! With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can work out at over 2,900 locations and bring a friend anytime. Get a Black Card membership for $1 down and just $29.99 a month. So join Planet Fitness today and reach your fitness goal!
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Birds unraveled after a missed call in the 6th inning when Ernie Clement went out of the base path to avoid Gunnar Henderson tagging him out. That play would have resulted in an inning-ending double play, but instead the Blue Jays scored 4 more runs to take a lead they would not relinquish.
I'm not going to go chase him to right field when I'm trying to turn a double play there. Like he's only allotted so many feet to be considered in the baseline, and if you make a loop and slides where you can't even reach second base in the next 2 steps, I don't really understand that. So yeah, that was a new one for me.
The O's are back home and will begin a 4-game series against the Mariners tonight. Baltimore completed a 3-3 road trip and owns a 31-35 record. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The NBA Finals switches to Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Spurs after winning Game 2 105-104. You can catch all of the action of Game 3 on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-70s with an overnight low of 58. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 84. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I disagree with it. I think we all disagree with it. Great conversations afterwards. And at the end of the day, the call was made, and you can't change the call. You can't change the result of what happened. Can't change the result of the game. It's one of those things where that's why baseball is the greatest game, but also like it's mental warfare, right? And you just have to move on and get over it and focus on Seattle, and that's what our guys are doing. You know, there's nothing that any of our guys could have done differently. It's the call was made, and that's that.
That was Craig Albernaz during his pregame press conference today, talking about the missed call, Ernie Clement going outside of the base path. Of course, it was not called. It ended up leading to a bunch more runs for the Blue Jays, who took the lead in that sixth inning, 5-4, ended up being a 6-4 final. But I don't disagree with what Albernaz is saying. Like, look, it's a brand new day, and this is baseball. You can't dwell on it. You have to move on. You ended up dropping the final 2 games of that road trip, which ends that road trip on a sour note, even though heading into it, if you would have said, hey, they finished 3-3, you would have been fine with that. But it's how they got to 3-3. But you flush it, and now a 7-game homestand begins tonight with the Mariners in town.
Yeah, you got to turn the page. Of course, it's disappointing because you do feel like that play. I'm not one to ever really say one play changed the game unless it's literally like the last play of the game of a tie, something like that. I don't know. But, they had a massive lead. They blew the lead. But that play definitely had a huge impact on that game. And, when he says, there's nothing more our guys could have done. I mean, on that particular play, I tend to agree. I just don't know what else you want Gunnar Henderson to do. Anything else that he does puts the out at first base in jeopardy. So you got to at least get that. So, yeah, it is what it is. And it's all around all these major sports. How many times over the years has Harv's talked about sending a play into the league? How many times do we see in the NBA the next day after the refs or the league is coming out saying the ref blew that call? It does nothing to say you made a mistake the next day. Now, in this case, I could understand talking to the league office to get clarity on the rule because it hit them twice in the same game. So to maybe get a better understanding of what this rule is going forward. Now, again, if you get an umpire that makes the bad call, what you going to do? You can't call the league office in the middle of the game. But it I guess, gives them a better understanding of what the rule is. But no, it doesn't soften the blow of that L.
Samuel Basallo, he ended up getting pulled from the game. Leody Taveras pinch hit for him in the 8th inning. Remember, he had that wrist situation in that 6th inning on a tag. He's not in the lineup today. We'll give you the rest of the lineup in a second, but here's Craig Albernaz on Samuel Basallo.
Yeah, it's difficult now in this minor league structure where, you have an off day every Monday, and you don't travel throughout the week, whereas the old minor league structure where you played every day, bus trips through the night, different cities, you kind of learn how to deal with that. So right now it is difficult for young players to deal with that, and that's why we have the coaches we have, the support system we have, the trainers and everybody else in there to help all of our players. And it's not just Sammy, like all of our guys, like they learn, like each year it's different, right? Each year it's a different body part that's banged up, and it's, how's it going to affect my game? If I compensate, is it going to be a trickle down effect? So not just Sammy, so every player has to deal with that. So for Sammy, it's another learning step for him. And
there's Craig Albernaz on Samuel Basallo, who we played his comments following yesterday's game, and I'm paraphrasing here, but Albernaz was saying that he's got to learn how to deal with adversity. He's got to learn how to play through nicks and bruises. And hey, thinking while Albernaz was talking right there, I was thinking of Jackson Holliday, quite frankly. Mm-hmm. Like Jackson Holliday needed to learn how to play with the hamate bone injury following that surgery. He had 3 different rehab assignments with that hamate bone, and to his credit, he's been very solid for them since returning. But Samuel Basallo not in the lineup tonight. Here is the lineup, a lot different. Taylor Ward leading off in left field. Gunnar Henderson is DHing tonight, batting second. Pete Alonso, first base, batting third. Colton Cowser batting cleanup tonight in center field. Leody Taveras in right field, batting fifth. Jackson Holliday, second base, batting sixth. Kobe Mayo, third base, batting seventh. Blaze Alexander's at shortstop tonight, batting eighth. And Sam Huff, we were talking about Sam Huff earlier, 3 catchers on the 26-man roster. So Adley Rutschman getting a day off and Samuel Basallo not in the lineup. Sam Huff batting 9th at catcher.
Yeah, also from Albernez's pregame talking about Basallo, he did say that he has a bony growth in his left wrist that bothers him sometimes. So whatever that is, I don't even know what that is. But it seems like it's something that Basallo's learning to deal with. And you hear that cut that we just played. I'm assuming the question was more so maybe about, like, what did you mean by what you said yesterday?
Yeah.
And I still feel the same way I did earlier.
I do too.
Like, I still don't understand calling Basallo out on that, especially considering this dude has had a pretty good season. It doesn't seem like the daily grind of being a major leaguer has impacted him. If anything, it's all of these little injuries that he's picked up over the last couple of weeks that feel like they're hampering him. But I've never really gotten the vibe that Basallo is struggling with strictly being a big leaguer, traveling day after day game, no Mondays off. Like, I'm actually a little surprised by that.
I am too. But the Orioles, they're trying to get back on track against the Mariners. And Mariners, they were really, really hot. They had won 8 in a row, but they have lost 3 of 4 heading into tonight. They lost a series against the Tigers. I don't know. Someone's got it into the Tigers. They just recently
started scoring.
Yeah, they swept the Rays at the Trop. Won a series against the Mariners, but Mariners still atop the AL West with a 34-32 record. And as you typically think of this team over the past couple of years, the pitching's been great. They're 5th in team ERA, 6th in starter ERA, 2nd in bullpen ERA. Emerson Hancock is on the mound for them tonight. He's got a 2.80 ERA. And while this was Chris Bassett's term in the rotation, he was placed on the 15-day IL. Trey Gibson was the corresponding roster move, and Gibson is set to make his 3rd career start tonight.
Yeah, a little bit of a sudden change, but I don't really buy that it's a sudden change for the Orioles. I think they kind of had this planned a little bit. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a big time start for Trey Gibson, who's going up against a legit starting pitcher on the other side. The Orioles yesterday, they got to a really good starter in Gausman. They're going to have to do that early again today against Emerson Hancock to kind of give Trey Gibson a little bit of a cushion, maybe take a little bit of the pressure off him. But if you're Trey Gibson, you know, this is a lineup that can kind of get outside of themselves sometimes. They're not above chasing a pitch out of the zone. So I would be careful about giving them too many good pitches to hit, because that's where you get into trouble. A guy like Rosarina is swinging out of his shoes every time he's up there. So you got to be careful around the zone. And I don't want him to get out there and start penny pitching and trying to be too fine. But as long as he can stay away from the meat part of the plate, I think he can give this lineup a little bit of a problem.
Coming up next, we will put a bow on the program. Also, just got an email from the Ravens of who is going to be available at the podium, and a couple of interesting interviews, and we'll tell you who they are next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look back at game 1 of O's, Mariners, and, oh my gosh, I don't know what we're going to do. Ed Norris and Jerry Bembry to talk Knicks.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at 195. There's a crash. It's on the right side. There's delays from the Beltway. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. And it's heavy 895 northbound from after I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway before Providence. Try to disable vehicles there. It's being cleared. Still heavy from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway. And in those delays, another accident reported after Dulaney Valley Road. In Carroll County, Route 140 west at Suffolk Road, there's a crash on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens PR just sent out a note for tomorrow and Wednesday, the guys that are going to be at the podium, and you got the heavy hitters for mandatory mini camp. Tomorrow, practice is 12:45 to 2:45, then the pressers will happen immediately following practice. Tomorrow, Jesse Mentor, Calais Campbell, Roquan Smith, and then Wednesday, Jesse Mentor, Kyle Hamilton, Lamar Jackson, and Tyler Loop, which is interesting. That's the first time we've heard him talk since the
Pittsburgh.
day. Since Pittsburgh.
Because I don't recall us talking to him on locker cleanout day. I don't think we talked to him that day. I could be wrong, but I don't believe we did. So yeah, I mean, even still, it's been since the season ended. So a lot of questions for him for sure. I'm still wondering if the Ravens are going to bring in another kicker at some point this summer to give him some sort of competition. Even if he is going to be the guy, I do think they've got to find some ways to put him in uncomfortable situations as best they can. I get it. It's not a real game, so it's tough to do it. But maybe bringing in a legit threat, somebody that's done something in this league, somebody that's actually had real success in this league, and bringing him in, I don't know. But I do think they've got to kind of put him in a pressure cooker a little bit before you get to week 1 just to figure out who this guy really is.
I'm with you 100%. Now, do I see them really doing a legit competition? I don't. Last year, it was crazy, man.
It was over before it even started.
Yeah, John Hoyland was there. I remember being out at training camp. It was the one poor day that Tyler Loop had. I think he missed like 3 or 4 field goals. But Hoyland ended up getting let go before the first preseason game. Now, I think it'll be different, and a kicker will be here for the duration of preseason. Do I think that they're going to pull the plug on Loop? I don't.
No.
But early on in the season, man, like, you do wonder what could happen if he misses a potential game winner. He misses a critical kick in the fourth quarter. I am interested in hearing him talk on Wednesday.
Yeah, and look, with the way that their schedule is situated, you may not get a real, pressure kick from him. Now, the Colts are a toss-up. I mean, you never really know, but that week 3 game against Dallas in Brazil, like, that could be one. Week 5 in Atlanta on Sunday Night Football, that could be one. So maybe around then you may have to you maybe figure out what you have in Loop. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to talk to these guys. Calais has always been a great guy to talk to, interview. So that's kind of a treat for the media, honestly, them bringing Calais back.
He is a freak.
Yeah.
Like, when you think he's going to be 40 before week 1. 40.
And this isn't a
defensive lineman.
This isn't a dude that's just there. You know, this dude he's still productive, very much so productive at his age.
Cordell, he would have led the Ravens in sacks last year.
Crazy.
His 6.5 sacks would have led them, which is crazy to think about. And with Calais, and I remember having this conversation even when he was here a few years back, like, less is more with this guy. He is 40, about to be 40. And you saw his snap share really decline last year, but the production was up. His sacks were more than he had in Baltimore. His pressure rate was better than it was in Baltimore. So I think that's kind of the happy medium. If you could get him around 50%, less than 50% of the snaps.
I think they're also better situated depth-wise with their D-line than they were maybe during his first stint. Travis Jones is much better.
Totally.
They've beefed it up a little. Even on the outside, it's like they have a legit front line on that defensive side of the ball right now.
So I wasn't expecting Nnamdi Madubuike to talk over these next couple of days. Ken and I were thinking out loud a week or two ago, I would think they usually make players available the day before training camp.
Yeah.
Is that when you're thinking Nnamdi talks?
At this point, probably. I mean, I made the joke the other day. We're now on our second coach, the Ravens, that is, on their second coach of waiting to hear from Nnamdi. And look, it's his time. He takes his time, and whenever we hear from him is when we hear from him. But yeah, I mean, if he's not going to speak between tomorrow and Wednesday, the next time, unless he does some impromptu Zoom or something, they do something at the castle. Yeah, it'd be great if he was one of those guys that they put up there the day before the start of training camp. But it does feel like optimism is growing around his availability.
Stay tuned to the Fan following Baltimore baseball tonight with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, because NBA Finals, Game 3.
Please,
do the Spurs win?
Please, they have to. For me to show my face and get on the airwaves again, the Spurs have to at least come through for me tonight. I'm banking on the Spurs heavy.
Orioles looking to bounce back tonight against the Mariners. Game 1 of a 4-game series, 6:35 first pitch. Baltimore baseball tonight with the Bobster and Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick coming your way next, live from Pickles Pub.
Searching for a world with some soul.